Okay, this is just a test to see how well I can be heard. We're gonna see if we can do anything tonight. Not sure if anyone's out there. Oh, the audio's good. Thanks, Ben. How's it going tonight? Howdy do. Just gonna turn this down a bit. Oop. I lost half a bar of XP. Oh, Lord. Well, if no one shows up, we can try to connect again on Path of Exile 2 tonight. Or maybe I'll just call it an early night and be like, how's my day going? It's been going okay. It's gotten very cold here, so I'm starting to believe that maybe my brothers... So my brother shared with me that the weather might drop to -26. I wasn't sure, like, I'm never certain. Oh, actually. Let's try this. What is this? Oh yeah, here we go. This feels proper. So my brother said, oh, it might drop to -26 on Monday. And in my head, I'm like, uh-huh. But it's getting chilly enough that I crawled into bed this afternoon and just snuggled instead of playing Path of Exile 2. It got cold. Now you might be wondering, why don't you turn your effing heater on, donkey? I did. But the building controls the water that flows through the water heaters because it's that kind of building. And so I was very cold. Yeah. Maybe I should tell people that I have a stream. Maybe I should say something, right? It will just be me and you in here, Ben. Not that that's a bad thing. Like I said, we could just pull out some Path of Exile. Should I announce it in the Discord? You put it in general. Oh my lord, you already ratted us out, Ben. We could have gone to play Path of Exile 2. Yeah. Yeah, Leo. You just put at everyone? Oh my lord. I didn't put at everyone. I didn't at everyone. Who added everyone? Oh, Ben. Ben has not yet added everyone. Oh, thank goodness. We were hoping, Leo, that nobody would notice. I should say, not we. I was hoping. I was hoping. You thought it was a mod thing? It technically isn't, but I don't think we told people that they could do it because we just don't want people adding everyone all the time. You know, like, there are some servers where things get out of control and it feels like the server's pinging you every 10 seconds, if that makes sense. I mean, you can just mute servers But anyway, okay, I will at everyone. I will do it. I will do it. Okay, here we go. At everyone. We're gonna try and see if audio and mic work today. And yeah, there we go. Party is sleeping on the job. Literally. Probably literally. Because last I heard, she was crawling into bed. I'm gonna have to get a replacement party. It's gonna be sad. Who's gonna watch chat besides me? Chat's gonna... Early night? It's really cold up there, from what I understand. Let's see. Let's see how cold it actually is. They could just be, like, catastrophizing something. Temperature. Okay, it's -8 where I live. It's only -15. What's the big deal? It could be dropping, though. Let's see how far it could drop. Oh, it could drop -25. Okay, okay. What about where I live? I'm feeling underwhelmed. They say it's only going to drop -9. I was told -26. This is, I feel scammed. Celsius and Racken, by the way. If you live in Canada, you use Fahrenheit for cooking, and you use Celsius for weather. That's how we do it in Canada. That is how we do it. Yes, Ben knows. Ben knows, right? We have like a whole measuring thing. It's like a whole thing. So this is the question, right? What are you measuring? So we're measuring temperature. Is it for cooking? No. Is it the pool temperature? No, it's Celsius. But if it's not for cooking, but it is the pool temperature, then it's in Fahrenheit. Because I guess the thing that you're cooking in a pool is a human. And then if it is for cooking, you use Fahrenheit. Speed is metric, always. Distance. This is where things get really ducky, wucky, fucky. Okay, distance. Is it your height? No and yes. If it is your height, we use feet and inches. Don't tell me your height in centimeters. It means nothing. Okay, no. All right, no. Is it a long distance? If it is a long distance, we use metric. But if it is a short distance, then is it related to work? If it's not related to work, then we'll use metric. And if it is related to work, we'll use miles. Okay? Mass. Is it your weight? If it is your weight, guess what? We use pounds. We use pounds. And if it is not about a human, if it's about anything else that's not a human or animal, then no. No. Okay, so is it very heavy? Now, if it is not very heavy, we'll talk about it in pounds. But if it is very heavy, we'll talk about it in kilograms. This is insane. Ben says there's a spreadsheet. And then for volume, is it for cooking? And then if it is for cooking, we use cups and spoons. But if it is not for cooking, we use metric. And that's how Canadians measure their things in their lives. It is bonkers. So you might be talking to a Canadian and you might say, oh, you know, it's 82 degrees out, and you're talking about Fahrenheit. They have no idea what you're talking about. But if you were like, yeah, I need to put my bread in for 300 degrees Fahrenheit, they're like, ah, yes, of course. So just so that Enrakin knows, there is a flow chart. So when I'm talking -8, -15, I'm talking about it in Fahrenheit. Oh my lord, who put coal mining? Party in Epic? What? Wooly? People are reacting with a coal mining emoji, you know, like the Final Fantasy XIV coal mining emoji in Discord. Okay, there. All right. Okay. All right, let's see who's in here in chat. We got Leo in chat. We have Enrakin. Good evening, Enrakin. We have Karn. Recently a well-met member, MB. We know him as MB. Starting to understand where Karn is coming from. Refined Canadian culture, says Karn. Refined is a word. Miro, good evening. I hope that for 3.5 to 4 hours, you will have a little bit of cheer in your life. Shay is here. Hello, Shay. I recall Shay has recently been considering going into WoW's Plunderstorm. Have you decided to take the plunge into Plunderstorm, Shay? I heard Miro had a rough time in Plunderstorm. Anyone been following the Pirate Software drama over that hardcore pull in some rando dungeon? Dire Mall dungeon? I now know more about how to actually play WoW Mage. It's too cold in my room for PC things. Oh, how cold is it where you are, Shay? You can say it in Fahrenheit. We'll calculate to our best. How did Dire Mall cause drama? You don't even want to know. It's like, I don't know about everyone. Okay, I don't know about everyone. Let me just drag this over here. I'll look for another meme. This is how I feel like 2025 is going to be. All right. Let's see if we can find it. I'm looking for a very specific picture. Oh yeah, here I go. I'm trying to find like an actual... I'm scared of like clicking on a YouTube thing because then... Yeah, sure, what? Okay, this one. This one will do. Oh my lord, it's tiny. Holy moly. Okay, let's do it this way. Yeah, this will work. I don't know if anyone will recognize this, where this comes from. If you don't recognize this, you might have... But you should be able to recognize this reference. Going below 0F tonight. Okay, 0F. 0F. What is 0F? 0 Fahrenheit. I gotta do calculations here. 0 Fahrenheit to Celsius. Minus 17. Okay, okay, okay. And then it's going to go down to minus 9. F. Minus 22. Okay, so Shay's... I was told it would go down to minus 26. Okay, so if we want to reverse, minus 26 to C, C to F. Shambles. Minus 14 Fahrenheit, Shay. I was told it would go down to minus 14 Fahrenheit tonight. And so far it has not, but it has been cold enough for me to want to wrap myself in my blanket and not emerge from my bed. I tried Plunderstorm, was trolled out of the demo area. I hated it. I'd rather die to chickens in Classic than in Blunderstorm. Sure. Shay's in bed with a book. I could use my room as a safe fridge. I kind of feel that, Shay. I kind of feel that. On a very personal level. A very, very physical and experiential level, shall I say. Oh, chat, you guys can't see. Look at this. Behold the snow. Okay, let's just all feel the super chill of winter together. Let's feel colder than ever. Let's make ourselves feel so cold we want to die and go to sleep and never wake up from hypothermia. Oh, Wooly's in chat. Hello, Wooly. Wooly says, "Hello, Strummer." He's engaging his gotcha. That escalated quickly. JPEG. Been sleeping in the living room by the hearth at night, walking on the hour to keep the fire going like I should be making offerings to Hestia. Yeah. Started playing Stanley Parable. Oh, well, if you need to go, Miro, don't hang around on our account. Just enjoy yourself. It's from Equilibrium. If they don't recognize it, they were old enough to be their moms. So you could die if you stay too long outside. Yeah, maybe. Depends where you are sleeping. If you got a vent, maybe. I have snow outside my home. I don't need more. But here you go, Miro. Half an hour to frostbite here with wind chill tonight, Leo. Oh, my brother Anakin is in here today. The Edgelord. Chat, say hello to my brother Anakin. Lil. Yeah. Anakin, our mutual brother, told me that there is an understanding that it will go down to minus 19 in freedom temperatures, or minus 26 in Celsius. But I just checked and it doesn't say that, so we shall see. Ben is doing well. Here's me being grumpy about 10 Celsius at night. Wooly, you're old. Grandpa Wooly's bones are giving up already. Oh. They live on thin ice? Well, Leo, some parts of Michigan are further north than where I am sitting right now. You are the chosen one. Was he, Anakin? Were you? Really? Tomorrow's MLK Day. Salty Bowl MLK Day are closing due to weather. Next 2 days after that, yeah, no. How's it going, Anakin? Snow is a once in a 3-year event here, done and gone in 3 days. Well, Wooly, we can rectify that by flying you out to Michigan and dumping you wherever Shay is right now. Or Miro. Miro is basically living in a drift. Celebrating inauguration tomorrow. Oh, my Atlanta. Of course. Of course you are. Yeah. 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 Leo, do they have snow in Argentina? Miro's decided to take a break by unsubbing. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. Save money where you want to save. I had to unsub. What year was it? I had to unsub for several months because I couldn't afford it for a while. But you know, you gotta do what you feel is right for your finances and for your mental health. For sure. Yeah. 40 minutes south of Miss Dover by the Earth Lines. Miss Doxer. 40 minutes south of Miss Doxer. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my lord. So Shay is actually further south than me. But Shay, you would say though that there are how can I say this? There are parts of Michigan that are quite further north than myself. Did you make a second free account? Oh, good question. Wait 1 second. I have an answer now. I have a new thing. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. I forgot to do it. No. Well, you know what? I'll just be extra careful today. I'll just be really careful today. And, like, just not use Google at all on this screen. We have snow in most of Argentina. Some places don't have it, like Buenos Aires. Yeah, Shay. Yeah, that's what I figure. There's a lot of up north after the line, yeah. So, what more people are putting that damn emoji on? Who else is getting in on here? Oh my lord, Miro and Leo. Leo, you don't even play for... Anyway. Ignoring Leo. Mises and Eskimos. Wooly is in a jolly mood tonight, isn't he? Isn't he? Why is Anakin in here anyway? What is up with that, bro? Anakin, if you want to know what we are going to be... If you want to know what we're going to be talking about today, we're going to talk about what is lit RPG. We're going to talk about no books for men. There are no books. Men cannot go to the bookstore anymore and find books. No, I'm pretty sure there's more to this than that. We're also going to talk about the female dominance of fiction. And then we're also going to talk about this, which I discovered. And I thought it was fascinating because it comes at a discussion that Leo brought up from a different angle. Herman. Hey, Herman. Yes. By the way, everyone in chat, if you want to try out something interesting, you can try out Herman's books. Herman P. Hunter writes fantasy that targets male audiences. Herman, you're the only person left, obviously. If we believe this title, okay? I love YouTube. I love-hate YouTube. No books for men. Okay, if we go by this literal title, like we're all tists, like we all have the tism, Herman is an outlier. I'm not surprised by the lack of books for men in bookstores. Yeah, I'm not surprised either. Did California city dwellers decide Eskimo is a double plus bad word? Yes. Yes, they did, Willie. Yes, they did. I am the one guy. They changed it to Edmonton Elks? Did they really? Oh, that's cringe. Oh, eradicating the... It's like what they did with that one pancake batter. Or was it Aunt Jemima? It's because games don't come with manuals anymore. I mean, true and real, Ben. Manuals. You know? Anyway. So we have 4 videos. What will happen after? I might call it early. I've been playing Path of Exile 2. Guys, I just want to talk about Path of Exile 2 for a second. I hope you will allow me to talk about it. So I bought it, early access, for my computer. But before I could play more than 3 days of it, 3 days. And by 3 days, I mean like 3 hours. Because I can't like no life it like some people can. So anyway, before long, Ben knows, I was trotted off north. And playing it on my Steam Deck was a bit rough. And I got sick over Christmas, and I wanted to be more present with my family, so I played a lot of V Rising with my siblings. So I didn't play much of Path of Exile 2. And then I came back, and it just was laggy and not working and janky AF. And I couldn't play it, and I was literally driven up the wall. So the other day, I log in. We've got new internet. They've updated it with a patch. Things are about as good as it possibly can be. I start playing with Ben. Everything's great. We finish Act 1. We go into Act 2. And we're supposed to fight a boss. I die to the boss. And then Ben dies. And when we try to resurrect, we can't. There's a glitch. A serious glitch. So serious that after that moment, we couldn't party up. At all. So I was forced to fight this boss on my own without Ben's help. Because this is a Ben carry, okay? Ben is carrying this. So I'm going to fight this boss on my own because we can no longer party up. And it's this glitch. And we're told that you can try to restart it, see if it will fix. Or you can try to get past it on your own and then try to party afterward. So I was like, you know what? We can try to do it on our own. Ben kills the bro in like 10 seconds. No, I'm kidding. It was more like 5 to 10 minutes. Me? It took me half an hour to kill this guy. And you know what is crazy about this chat? Okay, you know what's crazy? My mana and my health potions were glitched. I couldn't heal. So I had to basically do almost equivalent to a no-hit run on this boss as a necromancer. I was rolling like I was in like one of the dwarves in the barrels going down to Lake Town. I was so proud of myself when I came out of that because I beat the boss with finicky health potions that may or may not fill up. And some of my poison debuffs and stuff wouldn't register instantly because it was extremely glitched. So yeah. So I kind of rolled out and I was like, oh yeah. Now, can we party up now? Have we resolved the glitch? We don't know. Ben and I will find out. Maybe tonight. But that will be after stream. Okay, let's see who else has come in while I've been talking about Path of Exile 2. Are we not counting Peretti and Decker? Shh. What is YouTube without the clickbait, okay? We can't tell John A. Douglas that there are people who write for men, okay? If we tell him that there are books for men, this will take away his super cool, exciting title here. We don't want to take that away from him. You can't spell Herman without man. Oh, Epic. Hello, Epic. Welcome in. We're talking about reading today. Will we disagree with some videos? I don't know. We will find out. There's hours of why Diablo is bad on YouTube's. Yes, indeed, Wooly. There are people who have much more experience with ARPGs who can talk about why Diablo 4 is bad. But if I may speak very succinctly on it for, a minute, from what I understand, okay, from people who have tried to put a good face on Diablo 4, okay, people who have attempted to be more considered about Diablo 4 and not just, hot-headed making clickbait. As far as I understand, Diablo 4 is very shallow and a little too mindless and easy. So it takes more from Diablo 3 than Diablo 1 or 2. The systems are too simple, and the end game apparently doesn't really exist. And so people feel a bit tired out and bored. But if you go by, like, for example, Asmongold, who, he's the bald one. He said that Diablo 4 is great for married men who don't have a lot of time. Yeah. Oh my lord, more people are I'm being picked on, chat. Oh my good gracious. Shay is Shay, you don't even play. Okay. What is Shay? Oh. Shay is overloading on the construction emojis now. I'm feeling bullied. That's great. It's great. Keep it up, chat. So anyway, I think it comes down to too simple gameplay, too simplistic systems, too brain dead, no end game. And there were a host of other small things as well on the side. So it's really for people who don't have a lot of time. So they don't actually see the problems because they're not playing enough of it. Side note, if I brave the room temps for WoW, there's another leveling bonus event going on. So I'd be obliged to do constructive things. You'd be grinding. Sounds like an intense battle, LOL. Yeah, Epic, it was... How can I say this? I've never been pretentious, right? Unlike certain cringy billionaires who gave in to the cringe. I never pretend that I'm good at a game. I'm always ready to say I'm shit. Unlike a certain mage-wearing would-be WoW knowledgeable person who recently effed up a Dire Maul run. I don't tell people advice. Usually with an air of like, I know it all. Because I'm not a really great gamer. I'm okay, like I get by. And not having been there was challenging. And the whole time I thought to myself, I can't rely on Ben to carry me through all the time. I want to prove to myself that I can beat this guy on my own without my super powerful minion monk, because I consider Ben to be just like a better version of one of my minions, because he's running around all the time, and when he dies I resurrect him, so he's basically like one of my minions basically. So anyway, I have to prove to myself that I can do this fight without a minion, this monk minion that I have, who is very handy and powerful. And I proved it to myself in the middle of Super Glitch. I only wish, you know what? I wish I had actually recorded it. I should have recorded it just for posterity. I think I didn't. I think mentally I didn't think I would ever be able to pass. I thought I would just be stuck there forever. Because I was talking to Ben before we ended the chat, and I was like, I might be hard locked on this. But I was not. I believed in myself. Congrats on your kill. Thank you, Shay. Yeah. Also, in gacha news. Oh no, Willie's going to tell us in gacha news. The FTC is demanding Hoyo show and provide real monkey price tags for their Genshin gacha, while EA and Valve scuttle under the radar, breathing a sigh of relief. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, EA and Valve are pretty bad. I don't know why they can't, hit 3 whack-a-moles all at once, but I suppose these kinds of people can only do one thing at a time. Blizzard ARPGs are bad because pay-to-win walls preying on parents dumb enough to give kids credit cards. That did happen with Diablo Immortal. There was a lot of wild and microtransactions. PoE2 has bosses compared to FromSoft with the dodge mechanic. Ban them all for harassment. And Racken. I think Racken knows what I'm talking about. Zachar, Goblin King of Gamers, first and last of line bearer of the title Baldwin. Did Thor mess up a hardcore dire mall? Oh, Shay, he roached. Shay, he roached. I've watched Zaryu's take on it. I've watched Savix's take on it. I watched Preach's take on it. I've watched Asmongold's take on it. I watched this guy called Tyler's take on it. I watched Quinn's take on it. I watched a little bit of Pyro's take on it and decided there's a reason why I don't watch Pyro anymore. But I like a lot of other things that Pyro has said and done. It's just like this particular, I was like, oh, well, I mean, he wasn't entirely wrong. I guess like Pyro wasn't 100% wrong, but like, anyway, I watched a bunch of different WoW players' takes on it. And now, anyway, yeah. Let's go back to this picture. So this picture here, which is kind of a bit like the Matrix, right? These bullets that are going past Neo or whatever, or is this Christian Bale? I forget. But anyway, whether it's Equilibrium or Matrix, doesn't matter. Same difference. Bullets going past. This is us, chat, okay? This is us here. We, hopefully, will be dodging cringe. So this bullet here is the Canadian government cringe, Elon Musk cringe, Thor cringe, Asmongold cringe, different cringiness that might, we're it is the Matrix. Yeah, Pyro is very knowledgeable about certain things, and I didn't 110 disagree on his take, but yeah. We did the Act 1 boss with Chieko Blind. Oh yeah. So Ben was like, do you want me to tell you name X? And I was like, can I just try one time, Ben, without like not knowing anything? Ben's like, sure, because he's a champ. And we went in and we killed it first time. Now, I died, I would say about a minute and a half before the end of the fight. So I still think it was a Ben carry. At least No Books for Men has never heard of the Bible. Karn, shh, don't tell Johnny Douglas. Don't tell him. Don't tell him about that, okay? Full blind. She asked for no tips. Yes, no tips. I was like, can I just see? Can I try it? Can I die? I think we did pretty well. But once again, Ben was a real Chad. At least we missed the bulk of the snow this evening. Yeah, I mean, that is the downside to having your own house, Miro. In an apartment, you hope that the apartment manager will deal with it for you. And what they do is they do, right? They call the people in, and they come in at about, 5 a.m. in the morning, and they start to shovel snow right outside your window at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. It's great. I love it. Sarcasm hand. I actually used to like Elon, but this is one of those things where it's like, what are you? Yeah, same thing, Epic. I how can we say this? every man, every single man and woman in this chat, and any tree selves or anybody else who might also be in this chat, have to put their pants on one leg at a time in the morning. Okay? It's called Feet of Sand. The whole Elon thing, if he had come out and said, yeah, guys, I don't have time, so I got a boosted character, I'm still trying to figure it out, I think most people would have been like, cringe, and then moved on. But trying to hide it, same thing with the whole Thor shit. If you came out and said, hey, I roached out and I ran for the hills because I got scared and I wasn't sure what to do, or I made a mistake, people would be like, yeah, that's fine. But pretending that you hadn't made a mistake for a long time and trying to gaslight people into thinking there was nothing else you could have done, that's where the cringe sets in, right? That's when you're like, oh, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? It was hardcore. Yeah. Hardcore classic. Not even his children like Elon. Well, I mean, some of them appear to like him. We know of one who definitely doesn't, and I would discount that person because they definitely were infected by, the woke. Would you dodge cringe if it was from Lucy Pyre? Oh my lord, epic! I know exactly the Lucy Pyre cover song. I love that one, though. That was so good. I tried to res you. Yes, you did, Ben. You tried. But it's okay. It's okay. The dog started attacking you, if I recall correctly. Yeah, Yura knows what I'm talking about. Now he's claiming he does share account, but thought everyone knew and it was fine all along. Yeah, that's cringy, Karn, right? Elon is that kid in class. Now, let me get this straight, okay, chat? The reason why I'm not... How can I say this? I have done more research on Elon for a certain reason that I cannot disclose to you. And there are aspects about him as a child that remind me of me. When I look at certain of his behavior and stuff, I could see where that comes from. And no, he has his own ghostwriter for his memoir. He doesn't even call it a ghostwriter, right? Like he had a biographer, like a legitimate biographer doing it. I'm not ghostwriting any memoir for Elon Trust, but I would. I'd ask some uncomfortable questions, and I'd probably talk to all of his exes. He's not a perfect person, but there are certain qualities and personality traits that he has that I absolutely recognize. And we have to remember, and he has to remember, by the way, this is why I think he has never done well with his relationships long term, is he needs to have somebody to in some ways be his intellectual equal, because he is bordering on arrogant, or he is arrogant. I don't know him personally, but that's what's striking me. Is he's going into a phase, or maybe he has already been in that phase for a while now, where he's very arrogant and he needs someone who's his intellectual equal to speak into his life and make him humble, right? So anyway, a whole bunch of people online screaming at you does not actually change you. It rarely does. Rarely does it do that. Usually it's someone who loves you very much, who you respect, who speaks into your life and says, hey, there's a problem. That's usually where you can listen and start changing. Usually if people go after someone like Thor, for example, or go after Elon, they get defensive and they put up walls and they start banning people and they start deleting things, and it's very cringe. And we'd want them to behave better. We want these people to behave better, but they don't. So that's why I'm not like running up a red flag and being like, oh, I hate them, because like I understand what Like, if you have a sense of vanity or pride, that's a very easy trap to fall into. Streamer delay tactics. Cotton 480p. Okay, yes. We're going to watch what Lit RPG is first. We're going to watch this. We're going to find out what Daniel Green, to whom I am subscribed, says. What is Lit RPG? He's going to explain it for everyone in chat who doesn't know, and why you should read it. Why you should read it. That's the part where I'm interested in. Why should we read this? Okay? And I'm hoping that in this video, he will give us some, like, creme de la creme at Lit RPG, so then I can read it and make a judgment on the genre. But so far, the stuff that I've picked up and, like, read previews of, some of it borders on hilarious. Like, ridiculously bad. As bad as a romance novel. Bad. Maybe even a little bit worse. Or, like, worse, but in a different way. So, we're going to find out why we should read it. And hopefully, I'm hoping he's going to tell us, like, some specific ones that are really, really, really good that we can check out. Elon X Graha novel 2023. Guys. Is that a challenge? Is there a stream today, Jonathan? We're going to try, Jonathan. We're going to try. I'm a bit sniffly, so I should apologize to everyone in advance. I should have apologized at the beginning. I'm a bit sniffly. I have this ongoing thing. Do I have my cough drops around here? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wait 1 second. Okay, got my cough drops. Amber Heard taught him how to shit the bed. Good one, Ben. It's not that hard to reach his intellect. You think so, Leo? Wow. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Wait a minute, you're already 31. Okay. Okay, Leo. Look, he might not be intellectual, but he's clever. And clever is something I can still respect. Like Thomas Edison. I think Thomas Edison was an a-hole, but he was very clever. He knew how to manipulate the market. Being the richest man in the world might make you arrogant. I feel like I would have a problem. I would have to keep Party with me all the time. Party and Wooly, I think. Maybe a little bit of Ben. Maybe a little bit of Leo and Miro. See, that's the point of having, like, an actual community. Hopefully we can all keep it together. Keep each other sane. Thor was the craziest crash out over nothing I've ever seen. It was interesting. I've been watching different people's perspectives on it. It was very hilarious. I hate this guy. Which guy, Karn? Are we talking about Daniel Green? Are you hating on Daniel Green? Do you hate lit RPGs? Who here hates lit RPGs? Autism explained. Spectrum illuminated. LOL, lit RPG. I hope he gives me reasons to try my own hand at it. If it's growing in popularity, then I feel almost obligated to try. Yeah, Epic, I mean, this is something that you might want to think about. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, let's start. Let's start with lit RPGs. 19 minutes. I think we can get through this. Is he going to talk? Do you think he's going to address the elephant in the room? That most lit RPGs are poorly edited and are complete tripe? Okay, we're going to find out.
RPG. This is a question What is lit RPG? This is a question I have seen growing in frequency online in recent years, and it's kind of piqued my own interest, if you can't tell, recently on the channel. I've gone through like 5 to 8 different lit RPG series just to better understand this growing phenomena. And in this video, I'm going to explain what exactly lit RPG is and its inexorable tie to the isekai genre as well. And I want to reiterate just here in the beginning, lit RPG and isekai are not the same thing. There's quite a bit of overlap, but they are separate genres. But they
I agree with his take here. Lit RPG and isekai are overlapped. And like if you take like Tower of God or is it Fate Stay Night? Is that no? Which is the one where like you're in a video game? Is that Tower of God? Anyway, there's different ones where like you're trapped in a video game or you go to another world or you fall through oh, my favorite isekai that is full of gay. Where is it? See, I'm using Google over on this side. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Now, it's not technically gay, but I mean, it has an all-boy cast. So, I mean, it's like, it's, what does it count as? Let's see here. Yeah, it is an isekai. Oh, safe death. So, main male protagonist falls through toilet where he's being swirlied, and he enters a world where he will become a king. He's a demon lineage and is a king, and he's surrounded by hot men. Not just any hot men, okay? We have Takahiro Sakurai. We have Toshiyuki Murokawa. Okay, we have that other guy's probably famous. Akio Otsuka. We have Kazuhiko Inoue, which is Hatake Kakashi's voice actor. We have, there's some females, but Hiroaki Hirata. There's so many bros. So many bros. Anyway, all this to say, tons of hot voice actors, tons of hot guys. If you like to watch an anime full of hot men doing absolutely not gay things together, but like if you squint really hard, it's like you could see them being together one day. It's not, you notice that they don't say that this is yaoi. Okay, so this is not actually guy on guy, okay? But it's just so many guys. Anyway, isekai, favorite. And I could see how isekai overlaps with lit RPG because many of them involve the guy being taken away from his life and being plopped somewhere and he has to fight his way up. I'll be with you always, keep you sane, Harvey. Farscape. Yes, Miro. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep each other safe. Has someone watched Solo Leveling? That would be lit RPG. Perhaps, Leo. He always has the most soy opinions and always appears in YouTube search. Oh, I didn't know, Karn. Well, we're going to find out what he thinks about it. And if we disagree, we disagree. So far, I agree. But we're like 38 seconds in. He didn't get hit by a bus. No, he was a small boy, much like Ben. And he was being swirled in the toilet, not like Ben. And he went into a world where he's a demon king, also not like Ben. A bunch of bros being bros. Yeah, very, very full of bros. We're paused. I'm just agreeing with this guy.
They are tied together, and by the end of this video, you will understand both. Getting down to it, like with any form of art, fashion, music, movies, what have you, there are trends that rise and fall within speculative fiction. And if they reach a certain zenith, they will eventually become known to most just due to percolating through their wonderful cultural zeitgeist. Let's never open that again. And just how, like within music, genres rise and fall without ever fully dying, the same thing happens for literature. And fascinatingly, at least to me, because of the internet, these trends are able to take off faster than ever. Now, due to indie publishing and how many people are just reading and spreading stories online, a single story in a matter of years or even months can propel a genre to popularity, and with its wave of success, bring dozens of other stories that pave the way for it to a greater level of limelight than they were ever able to see before. A recent and near universally known example of this phenomena can be seen in George R. R. Martin and the smash hit record-breaking success of that brought grimdark fantasy well into the mainstream. Now,
is he grimdark? Is he grimdark? Let's go back to my grimdark. Does he count in grimdark? Let's find out. Is he in grimdark? Yes, he is in the list. Right next to Joe Abercrombie. Okay.
now, it's
Just
important to
fact-checking.
note, as I implied
Chat.
before and am saying directly now, Game of Thrones, or Song of Ice and Fire, did not invent the grimdark subgenre. Martin has even gone on record himself saying he is standing on the shoulders of the giants for the grimdark genre that came before him.
That's why he appears tall. Because he's a short... Anyway, let's keep
Look at
going.
examples like Glenn Cook. But we can say that thanks to the mainstream popularity and success of A Song of Ice and Fire, largely through its adaptation's success. Now, if you go up to a layman on the street and ask them to describe the fantasy genre, some recent very popular scenes might taint their overall view. And this is a good thing. It's not detracted from the whimsy of The Hobbit, and now there's just a more well-rounded and diverse view for what fantasy and science fiction can be. Fantastic. Now, hundreds, if not thousands of authors of all different kinds are going to be able to find a greater success with their stories because audiences are more primed to seek out that genre if they want to write in it. And those who have been grimdark fantasy fans since long before George R. R. Martin ever even began writing A Song of Ice and Fire have a more ripe field than ever of stories being written into their favorite subgenre. And obviously, due to a trickle-down effect, even the hits that existed within the grimdark subgenre before Martin even began writing A Song of Ice and Fire are now being discovered by more readers than ever. And such
And this is why you should always do what you want to do. Because you never know if, like, within the next 10 to 15 years, it will come around and you'll be popular and people will find your stuff and you'll come back. I think if we look at what he's talking about, this is true of Dark Souls, right? So Dark Souls and Demon Souls, kind of this kind of stuff, was like popular but rather niche. And now, thanks to Wukong and Elden Ring and Lords of the Fallen, or whatever it's called, whatever, lots of people are now trying out Souls-like. And then now they are going back to the originals and they're going, oh, wow, this is what, So this, I could see this happening, yeah.
Such is the life cycle of genre in the day and age of the internet and feverish Hollywood adaptation. All of this said, though, to just properly set up what we are going to be talking about with the newest rising star within speculative fiction. A genre that if you are an avid reader, you've probably been hearing about on the fringes of internet reading for years. What if you just dabble in science fiction and fantasy?
Okay. I kind of see where he's going with the grimdark thing. Like, yeah, you could see how this will lead to popularity, so on and so forth. But does chat actually think Lit RPG will ever be made by Hollywood? I just don't think it will ever. I think it will remain buried for a long time. I'm trying to think of like where could lit RPG be ever made in film or a TV show. I think it would suffice better, like it would be serviced better in a TV show. But I'm just not sure. Like given where Hollywood is at right now, I think our best bet for lit RPG is isekai genre. Netflix, maybe. The thing about lit RPG and isekai is like both strike me as like having a single male hero who rises up through the ranks through hard work and or brains. There's like a grind aspect to it. And usually there is hot ladies. As far as I can tell. I just don't know if that would fly in this day and age. I mean, it should. Like, anyone should feel free to make anything that they want and shove it out there. I just don't know if studios would shell out for that. The RPG is for people who want to play D&D solo. You're not wrong, Karn. You're not wrong. Ben feels attacked. He should be. You Swirly San is a your Swirly San is a DEI hire. Chuck Kun lost his spot for isekai genre. What's the start doing live action of solo leveling? Karn, that is a good point, okay? I could see lit RPG sneaking its way into Hollywood through isekai. And by Hollywood, I mean Netflix. I agree with Shade. Like Netflix or like probably not Disney. Netflix or okay, if I was HBO and I was in charge, I would want to cash in on the male gaze like so hard. So I would go to the most slutty but well-written lit RPG, and I would have the single male protagonist grow into a buff bro over time, but he has like 6 chicks that come in and out, and they're all fighting each other for him, and like there'd just be booba galore. And I do HBO, okay, HBO, because like there would be sex scenes, obviously. and like the girls would be topless, and so would the guy. But like obviously most of the camera work would be on the girls. Hello. And then we'd just lean back and see if the guys come. See if they come. Here, boys. Come into the yard where my milkshake is. If I was a lit RPG aficionado and I wanted to put out a TV series, I'd go do it with HBO because they can push the envelope. You say it's on HBO, people start thinking boobies. Put it on HBO. We'll start seeing them after Terminator 14. Netflix animation. Yeah. Netflix animation, sure. Lit RPG comes off like a pseudo genre, like children's books. My current bias makes it hard for me to visualize as going beyond anime, since anime does RPG on their magic systems. As far as I can understand, Epic lit RPG is very systems and lore based, and it feels very factual, and it just gets to the point. and there is more room for male interest and male views on things like sex and fighting. So it's less complicated. It would be like comparing Path of Exile 2 story, which is by no means bad, but it would be like comparing Path of Exile 2 to Lord of the Rings or something like that. Isn't that Sword Art Online? Yes, and Racken, you are correct. You would always cash in on the male gaze. I mean, if it was one female fighting her way to the top and there's all these guys, no, that still doesn't work. No. Ooh, Netflix doing a live action of Sword Art Online seems like an eventuality. It probably should be, right? Shay is face palming. I gotta say, I do not understand the harm thing. Too many relationships, so they all stay shallow and not actually romantic. And Racken, are you a real man? Is that Chieko milkshake coming? Oh no. That's a good idea, Chieko, and would make billions. That's why they'll never do it. Yeah. Once again, I'm not saying I would watch this, okay? I wouldn't say I would watch it. I wouldn't even like it. But I'm saying, like, if we want to do lit RPG, I just don't think it would ever get made, because to make it really work, it would just feel soy, probably, compared to the real thing, which is also still, not well done. So, okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna manage some of these windows over here. Can everyone hear me all right? Just checking in, because Nero says he is lagging. I'm going to check to see if my stream is good. It says my connection is excellent. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay.
Newest rising star within speculative fiction. A genre that, if you are an avid reader, you've probably been hearing about on the fringes of internet reading for years. But if you just dabble in science fiction and fantasy, still, undeniably, it's probably come onto your radar in the last few months. Lit RPG, and by extension, isekai. Now, to start off, it should be noted that isekai is a huge pillar of anime and manga all over the world and has been popular for quite some time, and it primarily deals with stories transporting a main character into another world or being reincarnated in another world and their struggle to adapt and survive. It could be a fantasy world, a game world, a parallel universe, or something similar. It has been around for decades, with some of the most incredible popular hits like Realist Hero, Sword Art Online, Inuyasha, Ari Sub-Zero, Overlord, Ascendance of a Bookworm, and so many more I can't fit in this video for time's sake. Now
I want to just pause here and say I'm not going to accuse chat of this, because my chat is very intelligent. But in my opinion, isekai is not a Japanese creation. I think it is a human creation. And we know this because Rip Van Winkle existed. Gulliver Travels existed. Chronicles of Narnia. What else? I'm sure there are others that I'm missing, where you're taken away to another world. But I think it's been around for a long time. Oh my gosh, Leo, that was on the tip of my tongue. A Yankee in King Arthur's court, a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. That was Thomas. Was that Mark Twain? I think that was Mark Twain. Persephone. Yeah. Tron. There are so many versions of people being whisked away to another world. I don't think it is let's just say this. Isekai is a powerful genre because it's actually been around a long time, and it's an archetype to be whisked away to another world. And there's nothing, like I would even argue The Summer Tree by Guy Gabriel Kay is technically an isekai. Finovar Tapestry. I have not read that, Karn, but I'll trust you that it is an isekai. Thomas Covenant is another character who goes to another world from the 70s. Okay, there you go. See? So I think this has been around for ages. Isekai is capitalizing on this because people naturally have always loved it. I don't know if anyone in chat ever imagined themselves going to another world. When I was very young, I did. I don't usually do it now. But when I was quite young, I would imagine myself like Chieko going to another world. Nowadays, if I daydream, it's about other characters that I'm making. But yeah. I think it's a Dante's Inferno. I mean, you're not wrong, Karn. You're not wrong. I guess like if you squinted at it, maybe. Oh my gosh, I feel so dumb now. What's the one with Prospero and his daughter on the island? Not Merchant of Venice. Not Midsummer's Night Dream, although there's an aspect of Midsummer's Night Dream where people are going to the fairy world. Much Ado About Nothing, Hamlet, Macbeth, King Henry, King Lear. Much Ado About Nothing, Comedy of Errors, Taming of the Shrew, Winter's Tale. Nope. 12th Night? Is it 12th Night? Bridge to Terabithia? Flash Gordon. I don't know, Jonathan. What do you think? Does he go to another world? Narnia? I would say Narnia, Shay. I would say Narnia. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I'm saying is like this has been around. This has been around a lot. Okay, I'm going to keep my stream info up just in case. So far, it's saying that my internet has not dipped. Maybe America is going under. Praying for all my American friends. Okay, so I just want to interject here that he's talking about isekai and he's talking about lit RPGs in this context of a very modern context, but I personally think it's been around for a while.
You might already be saying, oh, I can see how that immediately overlaps with the base premise of literary RPG, and you're correct. But to simply explain it, the TLDR, the main difference between lit RPG and isekai is that lit RPG is a literary genre in itself, while isekai is an umbrella genre that includes everything from novels to manga to anime to video games and so on. And yes, even stories like Alice in Wonderland, Tron, A Connecticut Yankee, and King Arthur's Court are, as isekai becomes more and more of an accepted term, being realized to be just earlier versions of this kind of storytelling. Well,
oh wow, look at us, chat. We are so smart. We could pre-think this, bro.
lit RPG is undeniably, at least in the grand scope of literature, a pretty damn new, at least in terms of rising in popularity, genre. Isekai is more something that's been around for a long time, often referred to as portal fantasy or something along those lines, that now the youngest generation, who's been especially applying it to manga that they read more than older generations, is starting to just say to the point that it's being adapted by near all audiences to describe what used to be several different terms. Though it is not exclusively lit RPG. And now, welcome to...
I would have actually just drawn an umbrella. I think his chart is confusing. I would have drawn an umbrella, and then I would have put lit RPG like partially under the umbrella. Or just put it under the umbrella. The difference, I think, with lit RPG and isekai is not the content per se. It is the mechanics. Lit RPG has way more mechanics in it. He's just reading the Wikipedia article or the equivalent of it. Yeah. But I mean, we came to the same conclusion, Leo. So either we're all stupid together possible, very possible. Or we're all more or less right together, which is also possible.
To the meat of the video. Understanding the nuances of lit RPG, fortunately, kind of just come in the name itself. A literary role-playing game. Or more accurately, a book where the role-playing game elements are woven directly into the story, and most often can be directly interacted with by a protagonist. Very overgeneralizing, imagine your reading experience with Lord of the Rings, but now imagine that the full Fellowship could open their sheet, their character sheet, like it was a D&D story and they were players, and they could interact, choose how they leveled, and see exactly what equipment and stats they had. And when Gandalf died and comes back as Gandalf the White, that was a severe level up, or like a new character sheet due to a respawn. Maybe it's not clear enough to try and convert an existing story into the genre. So let's talk about a very popular lit RPG story that you've likely heard about. Dungeon Crawler Carl. While certainly not the first popular...
Oh, chat, we gotta go. You know it's time. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Book 1. Oh, it's on Kindle Unlimited, guys. It's on Kindle Unlimited. That means I can read it for free. Okay, I think it's safe to share this page because it doesn't have my name and stuff on it. I don't think anyone can see, right? No one can see. Anyway. So this is an example here. I'm looking very carefully. Yeah, I think I'm safe. First person perspective. Past tense. I like the past tense. I'm a sucker for a good past tense. It's more narrative because you can see he's using present tense here. And then he's using past tense here. So this is a narrative trope, which we would call like a hidden nested narrative because he's talking to you. He's speaking to you in a very personal tone. Okay, let's read about Carl. My name is Carl. I'm a 27-year-old. After a stint in the U.S. Coast Guard, I ended up working as a marine tech fixing electrical systems for rich assholes and their party boats. I, up until a few days before this started, lived with my girlfriend in our apartment in Seattle. Her name was Beatrice B. She went to the Bahamas for a New Year's thing with a bunch of friends. She didn't tell me her ex-boyfriend went along with her on the trip. I figured it out pretty quick when I saw the picture of her sitting on his lap on Instagram. Now I need to read this. Okay. So far, does this look familiar? Does this look familiar to anyone? Look at this. Exposition, talking to you, exposition, talking to you, exposition. First line of dialogue right down here. Holy moly. See, I'm telling you, this is the male version of a female romance story. It's like, but I'm gonna see if I can make room for it on my Kindle Unlimited list. He should be busy replying to my emails. Wait, what? We can run circles around this, bro. Yeah, Karn. I think we're going to come to the same conclusions probably on our own, but let's see how we go. Karn. People say Dungeon Crawler Carl's the best lit RPG has to offer, so if it isn't good, then we're doomed. On iBooks, this is only available as an audiobook for $21 USD. Miro, I don't want... Oh, wait a minute. You live in the States, Miro. You're screwed. Never mind. Forget it. Forget I said anything. Forget it. that was something. 2 deliveries and the boss all arrived together. Wow. Well, the good news, Wooly, is that you only missed 641 minutes of what is Lit RPG. The bad news is you only missed 6 minutes and 41 seconds of Lit RPG. Okay, but I hope your work is going well. Looks like the local library finally added a series called Crimson Gauntlet. Okay, I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look that up as well. Crimson Gauntlet. Has to be good, right? How bad can it be? Now, you might be saying, why are you interested in it, Chieko? The truth is, I've been approached by at least 3, maybe 4 Lit RPG people, or would-be Lit RPG people who wanted me to write for them. So far, I've turned most of them down because telling me that I'm going to be writing, 100,000 or 200,000 words over a period of several years for a serialized Lit RPG is just like not my jam. But okay, let's keep going.
Success within Lit RPG, and probably still not the best selling of the genre of all time. Right now, it seems to be at a severe high point. And personally, I've had incredible success recommending Dungeon Crawler Carl to people who don't even read fantasy, let alone Lit RPG, and having them absolutely love it. Dungeon Crawler Carl follows the story of a man, you guessed it, named Carl, and his cat, Princess Donut, who witness an alien race destroy the world and force the few survivors on Earth to plunge through a portal and into a reality they control for the entertainment of trillions across.
Is that a Russian blue? Maybe not.
Across the universe. Within this warped reality,
I want a cat. Look at those little arms. Look at the little paw.
reality designed to reflect and parody our own culture like this. I should not have opened that. That was bad. Carl is able to see his stats. He directly chooses what he puts levels into in terms of his class. And he even tries to gamify the system to find loopholes to do even better. All while fighting goblins, meth llamas, and horrors almost beyond imagination. Just for a chance.
Horrors or horse? Because they kind of sound the same.
At winning this grand game. If you're still confused at all, a final example is the reading experience of Lit RPG, at least narratively, is a lot like watching a Let's Play of a video game you love on YouTube. Yes, the full game mechanics are a part of the reading and playing experience. You end up caring about how the character levels up, and just imagine that the character you're playing as actually has control and is the one making those decisions, which I think most of us do when we play Mass Effect, right? That, at its very core, is what Lit RPG is. And it has massive potential as a genre, right? It's still fairly new, with the earliest examples, if you kind of squint at the definition of it, really coming solidly existence all the way back in the 80s, which in terms of literature is baby young. I mean, even isekai, which you saw through some of the examples I said of things that are now being layered in with it retroactively, like Alice in Wonderland, has been something that's been in our minds for a long time. But it took video games and board games really cementing into a universal understanding within our zeitgeist for Lit RPGs to really have a chance. And also, the internet needed to get to a certain place, right? Not a lot of publishers were very willing to take risks on Lit RPG until the genre proved its success, which is why you'll see many successful Lit RPGs being promoted within indie publishing spaces. Though...
Yeah. Okay, so just to give an example, what does this look like? Crawler number 4119, Princess Donut, level 1, race cat, class not yet assigned. You've been designated crawler number 4122. You have been assigned the crawler name Carl. You're assigned the race of human. You're currently level 1. You may choose a new race and class as soon as you descend to the 3rd floor. Your stat points have been assigned based on your current physical and mental profile. See the stat menu for more details. Congratulations, you've earned your first achievement, Crazy Cat Lady. You have entered the world dungeon accompanied by Cat. Ah, isn't that sweet? Reward. You have received a bronze pet box. New achievement. Trailblazing, crazy cat lady. You are the first crawler to have entered into the world dungeon accompanied by a cat. You must really love that thing. Too bad you're both probably going to die a horrible death at any moment, or maybe not. Look at the prize you have just received. You've received a legendary pet box, and so on. He receives early adopter. Empty pockets. Why aren't you wearing pants? Unarmed combat. And loner. Yeah. So, once again, I'm not saying people can't enjoy this, all right? I think to go after people and say, oh, you enjoy this? Oh, get out, all right? Get out of here. This conversation is not for you. I want to say that there's nothing wrong with enjoying this, but I think people need to understand that because it's been relegated to fringes, I don't think this genre has been taken care of. And it hasn't been, how to say it, it suffers. A lot of the would-be authors suffer from not having editors, not having writing experience, not understanding how to write a good narrative. If we look at this writing, this is what I would call romance novel level writing for me. It's not bad. It's not bad. You could see, so if we take a look here, no, I take it back. It's pretty generic writing. It's fine. It's competent, right? This is a noun, verb, standard sentence. Noun, verb, standard sentence. Noun, verb, standard sentence with a little phrasal adjective. Noun, verb, standard sentence. Noun, verb, standard sentence. Phrasal, noun, verb. Noun, verb. This is in between stuff that kind of makes it less standard. Noun, verb with a phrase. So this is complex sentence. Noun, verb, two verbs. Noun, verb, and another noun, verb. So this would be a compound sentence. Complex sentence, compound, complex, simple, compound, complex. Wow. A compound. Oh my lord. Is this the first compound complex? Wait a minute. Nope. No, never mind. I hazarded a look over my shoulder and saw almost crash. Wait a minute. Oh no. Uh-oh. This right here, I hazarded a look over my shoulder and saw the contraption rocket out of the alleyway, almost crash into the far wall, and then slowly start to back up and turn facing me. This comma shouldn't be here. I would have put a comma here, no and, no comma here, and then. Oh boy. That sentence needed a better editor. Anyway, it's competently written. It's competently written. Is it great? No. I put it maybe on par with better written romances, like Sarah J. Maas. It's like Sarah J. Maas, but for men. I think it's a run-on sentence, Shay. I mean, it didn't have to be a run-on sentence. Like, we could make it not a run-on sentence. Like, wait 1 second. Here, I'll show you. I hazarded a look over my shoulder, saw the contraption rocket out of the alleyway, almost crash into the far wall, and then slowly start to back up and turn facing me. That is not a run-on, grammatically speaking, but it feels like a run-on, but it is not. That was a mix-up. But anyway, we're nitpicking at this level, okay? We're nitpicking. But all this to say, it's competently written. It's not like, don't look for this to be like the next big literary fic. Is writing for video games profitable? Leo, I imagine that some amazing writers like Amy Hennig probably make bank. I hope they are, but that cat was so uncomfortable. Yeah, you could see that cat was like freaking out toward the end. That poor guy doesn't know how to handle a cat. Okay, I'm just going back to the top chat here. Lit RPGs are your calling, Chieko. Get the hint the gods are throwing at you. The cat was so uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a Russian blue. It's pissed off. It's a fold kitten. It could be a fold kitten. Yeah, it could be. So sad. Meth Llamas and Carl. I don't know. I feel like Tolkien would have something to say about writing a fantasy where fantasy was removed. Painpeko.jpg. I sense millennial authorship. Yeah. But people need to say they like to read. Yeah, that's true, Leo. Yeah. There's like a pretension about reading, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll just write a novel about playing Elden Ring where the character superimposes his life on the bosses. Maybe. Is Sanderson courting a film deal? I mean, the problem about writers and video game design is that a lot of them don't know how to mesh the two properly. Like, they don't know how to communicate well. There's a pretension about some authors. So remember, it goes back to that whole writing as a village and writing on your own. I think great authorship comes from writing on your own, but then you have to have an ability to get that into the video game. So there's always like a bit of a push and a pull, I imagine. This comma shouldn't be. I would sound like Kirk from Star Trek. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see.
Now, a lot of them are being scooped up by trad publishers now that their success has been realized. And yes, there are some stories that retroactively, just like Isekai, have started being considered lit RPGs, though they were not labeled that at first. A most popular example that comes to mind would be Ready Player One, something many of you have probably read, though in terms of being representative of the genre, that's not a wonderful example when it comes to many of the tropes that you'll see within lit RPG today. Let's get into those, because this is where we're going to get into my particular criticisms of the genre as it's just getting started and evolving, before we get into my lots of praise, because as someone who has recently tried a lot of lit RPG, I get why it's considered so addicting. As I said, this genre is shockingly new, but that means the sources of authors being inspired by one another haven't really branched out and broken through a lot of the potential that is clearly there, though it is rapidly happening. For example, nearly every lit RPG I have read, of the eight-ish that I've tried, has a near identical start. Your protagonist needs to be taken out of their world, learn the ropes of the world they've been brought into, and they meet a usually quirky or charismatic figure who teaches them the basics of the system so that you, the reader, can understand it. For example, in Dungeon Crawler Carl, it's the game itself which acts as an antagonist and has a personality. And in He Who Fights with Monsters, it's a party of friends he comes across and become a central part of the story, which
you're always going to have that beat.
I believe this has happened in all but one of the lit RPGs I have tried. Next up is, if you're a prose lover, you're going to have some issues with some of even considered the critically best lit RPGs that are out there. Trad Publishing has only recently started citing and getting professional edits done of the most popular lit RPG books. This means that if you've read online published things before, they're likely going to be in a similar level of quality. Though,
see, chat, even this apparently soy guy is saying the same thing, the same issues. Like, did somebody read Ready Player One? I did. I read Ready Player One. I found it fun. There were a lot of references to video games that I didn't get because I actually didn't grow up playing video games. But if you grew up playing video games, you would like Ready Player One. So, first off, his first issue with the first beat being the same. I mean, it is what it is. That's kind of part of the thing. You got to have the person go somewhere else. So that's kind of like sort of unavoidable. But the second part, which is lack of editing quality, like the prose is really clunky. That is a major issue with lit RPG. But he's rightfully pointing out that this is directly due to the fact that most of these lit RPG writers had no access to strong editorial input. And it's very similar to what you get on Wattpad. It's very similar to what you get on any of those like weird, quirky, mobile reading app type things where stuff is so poorly written. It was like either it was written by AI, or worse, it was written by a 16-year-old and someone stole their stuff. So I liked Ready Player One. I genuinely did. It was very fun. It's written for young people. It's written for teens. So if you are a 40-year-old going on 80-year-old, then obviously you're not going to enjoy it. But I read it as a teacher, knowing that my students were reading it at the time, and I thought it was fairly appropriate to a younger age. Why would I read that? So I don't know if you know this, Karn, but I actually taught grade 4 and 5 for 3 years in China. And then I taught 6 years, first and second year English in China. So I was for 3 years an elementary school teacher and for 6 years a university teacher. And between the age of 12 to 18, like, you would read and enjoy Ready Player One. Now, are there things about Ready Player One that make it, an imperfect story? Absolutely. But for a child, for a young person, it's fine and it's fun. Right? The same thing goes with Harry Potter. There are clearly some issues. Something went sideways because the size difference between the first book and the later books. I think I've already had an argument in chat about this. I just think, editorially speaking, maybe not with chat. Maybe it was with my one friend. I just feel like the latter books could have been edited much better, or split better. And the final chapter of Deathly Hallows, the epilogue of Deathly Hallows, is a travesty. It's a travesty. Not talking about the content of what happened in that chapter. I'm talking about the way it was delivered. It's like Attack on Titan or One Punch Man. They started with awful art, but the stories were good enough to give them a chance. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Do you think typical lit RPG writers want editing input? That is a good question, Shay. They may not. In the same way that I don't know if your average 14-year-old on Wattpad is looking for actual editing. Chieko blackpilling the youngins, the young katas. Yes, I mean, here's the thing. Like, Ready Player One is Ready Player One and Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series, Miss Peregrine's Home for Extraordinary Children, or whatever it was called. All of these stories, even my favorite story, Keys to the Kingdom, is limited by the genre, which is to appeal to young people or young adults or children. And so as soon as you go young adult fiction and lower, you're going to get a certain style of writing that may not be suited to you. I read it because, number one, I'm a curious cat. Number two, I'm open-minded, fairly open-minded to new experiences. Three, at that point in time, I was an elementary school teacher. And I wanted and needed to know what my kids were reading. Obviously, I think you would be a shitty teacher if you didn't understand what was interesting the people that you were teaching. The amount of teachers that tromp into their classes expecting the kids to like what they like. You got to build that relationship, figure out what the kids like, understand what they're enjoying, and then provide them equivalents from your background so that they can also have that classical background, but it still suits their general interest. Why did Chieko read it? It's a book that exists. I've read a lot of books. I think I don't talk about reading a lot of books. So I know I'm passing as someone who's normal and only reads occasionally, and as of late, I've only read occasionally. But I assure you that Shay and I, that Shay is the Sarlacc, she is the Dune worm of books. I am Emperor Leto too. I'm hiding it. Okay. I'm in the center of the planet. I'm not emerging myself as a big reader, but trust me, I used to be out of control, addicted, like so addicted. My parents had to stop me for like 4 or 5 months to stop reading fiction because I had an actual problem. I wouldn't talk to people. I hated the world. I didn't want to live in this world. I wanted to read books. I used to have a serious addiction with reading. And that's why when people talk to me about video game addiction, I'm like, video games are not always just the problem. There are other problems. Usually it's like deep unhappiness with yourself or life. You are going to escape somewhere. And for some people, it's reading. And that was how it was for me. Like the seed in PoE too. Cough drops. High in agreeableness, low in agreeableness. Low. I'm very low in agreeableness. I'm like lower in agreeableness, higher in openness. I was only encouraged to read more. Yeah. Well, so my parents said you can't read fiction, so I said fine. So I went on my major nonfiction rampage. I read Sir Alec Guinness's biography. I read The 7 Pillars of Wisdom. I think I was 16. That was probably when I should have realized I was into that I was a Fujoshi. But anyway, who else? I read J.R.R. Tolkien's letters, all of them, by Humphrey Carpenter, The Inklings by Humphrey Carpenter's Tolkien thing. Like, I went on a nonfiction reading spree because my parents were like, you can't read fiction. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it myself. I had a similar phase, but with subject books, then started reading fiction. Yeah, see, Karn, some of us do like reading, and it can be very addictive. Got to be careful. So, yeah. Yes, the world sucks, so I grew up reading Better Worlds. Yes, indeed, Epic. You and I, we're bro-fisting right now. My father introduced me to Dragonlance in my last year of elementary. That's how it happens. I read a hardcover Webster's 4 or 5 hours a night since 4th grade on. I read Webster's for the crossword puzzles I was doing. Yeah, but same thing. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a closet recovering book alcoholic. Let's just say that. Bookaholic. Let's call it that.
Oh, it's not egregiously bad, and I've certainly been impressed by what some authors with just editors they're hiring off of the internet have been able to get done. But if you're looking for Tolkien quality, this will be very, very far off. Humor. Humor can be rough within lit RPG. I maintain Dungeon Crawler Carl is one of the few series I've come across that I would actually consider being as funny, not necessarily clever, as Terry Pratchett's Discworld. Then there have been lit RPGs I've come across where the humor did not hit with me to such an egregious extent, it nearly ruined the entire reading experience. And this final thing isn't even necessarily a criticism, but it falls into the rather redundant state of the genre right now. And that is, most lit RPGs I've come across, to one extent or another, are power trip fantasies. In lit RPG, your protagonist is more likely than not going to be fighting the highest entities possible, whether it's literally a god, the way society works and they're trying to bring our culture in, or power structures that be. It is so freakishly common to see that happen in the grand narrative, where they start at a level 1 and by the end of the book or series are at max level and breaking the very system that they have now mastered. As I said, not necessarily a criticism, but something worth note. But this
Is Neo from the Matrix in an isekai? Lit RPG. Could someone imagine rewriting the Matrix to be a lit RPG? But it does make you wonder, right? It does make you wonder. This is, in some ways, it's a power trip fantasy, and one of the foundations for Mary Sue, Gary Stu is power trip. I think what saves it from being a Gary Stu is that they have to fight to get there. And number 2, not everyone likes them, I assume. But I've never read a lit RPG. So I'm going to find out. I should try to read a bunch and then report back if the protagonists of lit RPGs are technically Gary Stu or effectively Gary Stu or are not at all. Because that would be interesting to look into. Neo never left the Matrix. I thought he left the Matrix in the first film, but I could be wrong. That's a y'all claim, equating lit RPG humor with Pratchett. Yeah, I mean, Pratchett is top tier. He's very subtle. He has dryness. There's a sarcasm. And I think in some cases with Terry Pratchett does what few, I think, achieve, which is satire. I don't think lit RPG achieves satire. Douglas Adams is bitter to me. When I compare Douglas Adams to Terry Pratchett, Douglas Adams comes off as bitter. That might be his teleology or whatever. But Pratchett, to me, felt more tongue-in-cheek and like... His was like a satire and comedy, and there was like a pungency, like a kind of like Robin Williams to me. Terry Pratchett and Robin Williams. Like, I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but his humor has a inherent soul in it because there is an understanding and embrace of the human condition. Whereas Douglas Adams is just angry. That's my take on that. But both of them are satirical in their nature to a certain degree, I think. Whereas lit RPG, I don't think is elevated enough because remember, these are bros, okay? It could be anyone, like Ben tomorrow or Wooly tomorrow could decide, I want to start writing a lit RPG. And this is kind of what, like, if you don't know how to incorporate big ideas into your writing in a subtle way, it's just never going to happen. You might never be able to get there. You might never even be able to achieve it. So it may never have occurred to them that they could be satirical. Writing satire is an art form. Even I couldn't do it, right? Like, writing satire is a whole thing. So being humorous is difficult enough. Being satirical is even more difficult. And then you want a layman who may have never completed university, who may have never like taken a writing course or done extensive writing in his life to come up with satire or like good comedy. Oh, that's a big ask, I think. I'd commission you, Lil. Oh my gosh. Chat. What we should do is we should leverage the power of the TISM in this chat to help me build an amazing D&D system for a lit RPG. And then between Epic and I, we and other writers, we would write books that fulfill that system. So we'd leverage the number crunchers and min-maxers in chat to build the RPG classes and systems and abilities and blah, 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 blah. And then certain writers among us would be the ones to write it. Just reference pop culture and get seal claps. Wooly savage. Wooly savage. Daniel Green doesn't seem to have a sense of humor, though. I mean, it's hard. I mean, he did the little box thing. Ha ha. He did that. My favorite lit RPG pro tag started fighting bugs to killing God. So correct. Jack Vance and Joe Abercrombie are the only fantasy authors that made me laugh with their humor. Uh-oh. We said the Joe Abercrombie thing. Uh-oh. Combaticus 42. Hello. Reverse isekai. Esiki? Isekai? Hello, Combaticus. Welcome in. We are looking at what is lit RPG and why you should read it. Welcome to chat. I don't think I've seen you around, but welcome. We are talking about lit RPG. So far, we're talking about why it's bad, and I'm very proud of chat because chat and I have already come up with all of the answers. Daniel Green is just agreeing with us at this point, so we are really intelligent. But I've been saying this for ages, right? Like I clicking on any lit RPG, and you're bound to realize that there's a level where you're just, I don't know. It's like romance books for women. It's competent writing, but some of it can be really bad because they can't afford an editor. Editors are expensive. That's all I'm going to say. The Matrix is a cave allegory. Karn, that's too smart for people, okay? You got get back in your box, Karn. Modern audiences aren't going to get that. He went to Zion. Did he though? Lit RPG humor is terrible, being frank. Look, I think lit RPG humor, I'm going to say it. If we look at this, if we look at this here, or this here, Dungeon Crawler, both of my, both of my pink Crocs went flying as I turned down the main tunnel. Okay. Man wearing pink, ex-Marine wearing pink Crocs. So funny. It's very modern. It's a modern humor. It's like Sex in the City for men. It's great. Don't laugh at it. Pratchett is more optimistic. Yeah, that's what I read. That's how I read him. What about making a lit RPG that's completely cynical? That could work. Grim Dark lit RPG. You are the hero who just killed God, and it's your descent where you lose all your stats. Shh, chat. I'm trademarking that. That's my lit RPG idea. Don't steal my lit RPG idea. I'm going to write it, and Wooly will be like, she's subverting archetypes. He'll have to go lie down like the cat in the GIF. Weaponizedism. I disagree that lit RPG is bro books. The most popular series of this genre right now is called The Wandering Inn, and it's completely soy and woke. But was it written by a man? And is it aimed at a bro? The Wandering Inn. Who is reading it? I'm going to go to Goodreads. Goodreads might tell me where... Is it even in Goodreads? That's the question. Goodreads is like, what is a lit RPG? Okay, that's mean. That's mean. Goodreads probably knows. Can Goodreads sign in? Okay, The Wandering Inn. Number 1. 10,000 ratings, 1,000 reviews. Main character is female, so they cheated by having a female. Not a true lit RPG. Matt is the number 1. Ira thought it was a slog. Ira, female, I presume, gave it 2.9 out of 5. Carol gave it a 3. Mayim, female, gave it a 1. Hugh gave it a 5. I'm going to click on this person. Hugh. Male. Yeah. Hugh is a male. Okay. Male gave it 5. Not sure about this one. This one, unsure. Gave it a 4. Rachel gave it a 4. First woman to give it over a 3. Adam gave it a 5. Andrews gave it a 5. Joseph gave it a 5. More reviews and ratings. Okay. We got some men who gave it a 1. They're probably not real men. Another man did not finish. Woman gave it a 1. Man gave it a 5. He's Arabic. Can you read this, Karn? Can you tell us? Cinnamon, don't know. Beth didn't finish. Trish, 1. Rebecca, 1. Derek, 1. Fair gave it a 5. Fur, not sure. Unknown person. Okay, so from my anecdotal scroll through the reviews of The Wandering Inn, most of the people who liked it were men. Most of the people who didn't like it were women. Wow. Crazy. Now, that could be anecdotal. That could just be accidental. So, I don't know. It seems still to me like a genre that's targeting men, but there's no reason why it couldn't target female viewers, honestly. Just make the woman really, like, normal, and then surround her with hot bros, and then, you know, you probably got women on your side. Oh, chat, what if I wrote a lit RPG about a cat boy surrounded by a ton of male cat boys? So it's like Fujoshi Paradise lit RPG. Nobody reads it. Only gay men would read it, and Epic. Epic is not gay. Maybe Leo would read it. That's it. Let's see. What else did chat say? Mario Party levels of friendship ending idea. Yeah, Combaticus. I don't... Here, seed idea for Israeli lit RPG. After Truck-kun delivers the MC to fantasy world, he discovers his very presence is antithetical to magic and all the inherently magical creatures and races like pretty owls hate him on sight. Lit RPG is a blight on fantasy. That's fair, Arcane. That's fair. It's getting people-y in here. Yes, there are people in this chat now. Arcane Feline just came here to crap on lit RPGs. You have fun. Have fun, Arcane. It's written by a woman. Well, there you go. Written by women. Written by a woman. Hated by largely women. What do you know? Good luck with that. Ciao, Arcane. Readers are both sexist, but mostly women. I think I just saw that in bookstore. Definitely not aimed at men. Readers in generally are mostly women. That's kind of true these days. That's Persian. Is it Persian, Karn? Thanks for letting us know. I wouldn't be able to tell. I'm going to be frank. Wandering scratch post. Anyway, okay, let's keep going. Let's hear what Daniel Green got to say.
This takes me to my many praises for Lit RPG, because yes, I am someone who absolutely does enjoy it. And that's going to start with the fact that if you're someone who likes some unorthodox storytelling, Lit RPG is a fertile ground right now for that, because yeah, many of the smash hits, as I said, were not approved of by trad publishers. They didn't go through watering down premises from editors, for better and worse, but if you're looking at the cream of the crop, more often better than not. There have been incredible achievements of writing within the space, like now the official longest fantasy series ever written, The Wandering Inn, sitting at over 14 million words. If you want to just have something on
14 million. I don't know, chat. Is this opera from like a soap opera for whoever's reading Wandering Inn, whether it's guys or women? Is it soap opera? This is I don't know, soap opera, like 14 mil. I think that's a bit. I don't know. I'm shaking my head on this one.
On in the background, a story you can just comfy cozy your way through, that will last you years. Lit RPG also has a reputation of being more up to date because, yeah, it hasn't been weighted going through long lots of edits, and instead it can feel incredibly fresh and reflective of modern events in a way that is more on the pulse than things that have had to wait years to be published. And maybe most importantly of all, it is strangely addictive. I mean it when I say every single person I have recommended Dungeon Crawler Carl to that has bothered reading the first book has gone on to the second, and almost all of them have binged the series and finished all 6 books in a month or two. It has been, it's weird. It's actually weird how much that series seems to click with people. Whoa. Which is going to take me to my recommendations. Obviously, I'm going to recommend Dungeon Crawler Carl. I think not only is it just a very good series, but also introduces a lot of the concepts you will come to see in Lit RPG very effectively. And in my opinion, does a wonderful job of making the reader more comfortable with a lot of the ways that those actual working mechanics will then be woven into the narrative and handled. It strikes a balance unlike another popular series, He Who Fights Monsters, which I found to be overly reliant on the structural elements, the game elements within the narrative. Dungeon Crawler Carl sits in a nice balance where if you're here for the story and not those things, it still is absolutely enough that you're just going to be wanting to see what happens next in Carl's adventure. Whereas some stories within Lit RPG, it can feel like you're being forced to do a bit of math on a character sheet constantly. But that being said, if you're very interested in just those mechanical elements, my next recommendation will be He Who Fights Monsters, a story that follows a protagonist who is brought into this world that is fantastical as all hell from Australia, and there are interesting cultural clashes that complement the heavy reliance on those structural gamified elements within the narrative in a way that is oddly hypnotizing. It's cozy-ish as well. There's not too high a stakes going on. And if you like the idea of tournaments and training, He Who Fights Monsters has all of that in spades. But there are people who are far better read than me in Lit RPG, and I'm please encouraging them to put additional recommendations for starting points in the comments down below. Of the ones I've consumed, there's probably none better than DCC, but for those of you who have been reading it for years, please give me your informed opinions for people to check out in those comments. But this takes me to the final note of the video and a nebulous gray space. There is another term that is kind of warring to be the same label put on many books that Lit RPG is put on, and that would be progression fantasy. Progression fantasy is a lot like Lit RPG. It has many of the same gamifying the leveling up system elements prevalent in the text. But Lit RPG has numbers, and progression fantasy often doesn't take it that far. Meaning if a character levels up in Lit RPG, you're likely going to be told exactly, down to the number on the stat sheet, what changed for them. Progression fantasy is more just going to have either a sense of leveling up or tell you they leveled up without getting deep into those details.
And maybe also check the comments to see if people are correcting me on this. In Lit RPG, it's gamified to the point where they can just pop things in their inventory. Or in progression fantasy, they would need to like actually carry their items. Like it's still based in this is not a game reality. Though these are so close online, you will constantly see one series labeled as both.
If that feels like too fine of a difference to be two separate genres, a lot of people are going to agree with you on that, and this is an exciting thing happening. These two subgenres are kind of in the same space, and what's going to develop with the terminology there, it's too soon to tell. And that's the fascinating part about looking at genres, in my opinion. They're nebulous. They change as we come to understand them, as Isekai did within this video. I think that's f***ing brilliant. So let me know if you are curious about trying Lit RPG in the comments down below. Did I convince you, yes, this sounds amazing, or no, absolutely something that seems like a fad you're not interested in? Though, know that even Hollywood is paying attention. That's right, Seth MacFarlane.
Okay, let's pause here for a second. First off, I want to say, I don't really care if Daniel Green has opinions about people of color or minorities or whatever. I don't care if he has differing opinions from me about some things. I actually have almost nobody in this world ever, even my own parents whom I love, would I ever agree with anyone 100% on anything. At some point in time, the person that you look up to or the person that you like is going to say something stupid, uninformed, or just plain incorrect, or they'll lie to you, or they'll let you down, or something bad's gonna happen. Okay, that's my black pill Chieko moment. So to judge a person's truth in one respect because you don't agree with them in another way, I think is a serious mistake. A serious mistake. I think we can disagree with Daniel Green on a variety of topics, but to suggest that because he likes some Lit RPG books and he's only read 8, so we don't know how curated this list was for him. Like this list that he had read was probably sent to him by his community, probably, or he probably chose it based off of other recommendations in certain circles. And so we don't know. We really can't tell from what he said, you know, how he got to this list. But this is what I will say, okay? Lit RPG, however you want to slice it, okay? However you want to believe it. Lit RPG was initially led and written by and for male readers, specifically younger male readers. Okay? Most people on free online Lit RPG sites are males. And we know this is a generalized fact. Now, you might say, well, Chieko, I'm not like that. That's you. You're special. We have a lot of special people here in chat. But your average bro loves lore, loves fighting, and doesn't want purple prose. They want something straight up, straight shot straight into their veins. They want like the dopamine hit of progression, and they love numbers. We know for a fact that boys prefer reading nonfiction. We know for a fact that boys prefer crunching numbers. They prefer less emotional swirlies as readers, as young readers. We know the reason why boys, according to Christina Hoff Sommers, we know the reason why boys aren't reading as much in schools is because a lot of the books provided to them in school are navel-gazing literary fiction stories that have no interest for them. Therefore, ergo, number one fact is that Lit RPGs was written by and for men, and that's how it began. Now, number two, another reason why we know it was written by and for men is because until recently, it was not represented in traditional publishing. And as we have already talked about in this video or on the streams, the reality is that a lot of publishing is dominated right now by more general interests, if not female or feminine interests. The reason why Lit RPGs hasn't cracked the New York bestseller list or whatever like that is simply like the reason why it's not being like drummed up everywhere until recently is because it was the domain of male interest. And Lit RPG goes against everything a male, the publishing industry is looking for. Now, you might be going, well, what about now? Well, I'll talk about now in a bit, but I'll show you something that recently came across. And by recently, I mean today. Somebody recommended to me a book by a person called Lisa Cron, who works with various, I guess she works in Hollywood as a writer. Okay. And wait 1 second. I'm going to try to find the book that this person told me about. Look at this here. Trying to find the table of contents. I think it was like cognitive secret. Emotion determines the meaning of everything. If we're not feeling, we're not conscious. Now, this person is correct. This person is correct to a certain degree, but this leads sometimes to a certain style of writing that is so focused on emotions that a lot of general, like, and I say general audiences because I think that there are women who aren't into it either. But generally speaking, if it's so focused on the, what I've called before, the goopiness of something, you're going to turn off certain kinds of people. So anyway, all that to say, Lit RPG has been the domain of male interest for a long time. Now, is that changing? Absolutely. As something becomes more popular, just like video games became more popular, and then women was like, what are you doing, honey? And then eventually mobile games were created. So just like everything becomes popular, becomes watered down, that's what's going to happen to Lit RPGs. Lit RPGs, as they become more popular, just like COVID virus, they're going to get watered down. That's the way it works. Same thing with certain even some romances get watched by bros because they kind of like make it cool. They make it more generalized. They add like an it factor to it, and guys might choose to tune in with their girlfriend, and it will be totally fine. So the reality is any genre that's specific to one sex can absolutely be shifted to appeal to something else or to appeal to more general audiences. And as we can see here, Dungeon Crawler Carl appears to be in talks to get made into a film with Seth MacFarlane. So this shows that just like D&D, just like so many spaces, and the same thing, by the way, goes the opposite way. You know, Asmongold the other day said, why would you be on Instagram if not to look at sexy women? And I wanted to lean forward and slap him in the face, because there has been a large discussion about female body and female gaze entering Twitch and kind of polluting the gamer pool, right? The incel bros are chirping over there. Oh, the hot tub streams. Oh no. And I think they had. I thought that they had a legitimate argument about being invaded by a specific interest group. But then it happened to Instagram. And now Instagram is full of bros who are horning in on women who are taking part in this. So what I'm trying to suggest is like Pinterest is also getting ruined by these same hobags as well. So essentially what I'm saying is crossbreeding is going to happen. That's what I'm saying. Crossbreeding is going to happen. Okay. If this was a bro genre, Daniel Green would not endorse it. I think Karn, he is endorsing the stuff that makes sense to him from the genre. You can't conflate, Karn. You can't conflate an entire genre just because one person that you don't like or don't disagree with likes 8 books from that genre. It would be like throwing fantasy out of the window because George R.R. Martin exists. Like that's not how it works, yo. You gotta calm down over there. Makes the reader feel comfortable. So he's a soy-based life form. Once again, Daniel Green may be so green that he's soy. I don't care. Was he correct in his definition of lit RPG? Yes, he was. Was he correct in talking about the different classics that may have preceded the isekai / lit RPG that we talked about today? Yes, he was correct. Was he correct in talking about the basic types and tropes that are linked to lit RPGs? Yes, he was correct. Were his criticisms valid about lit RPGs? I also think his criticisms were valid. So I don't know, and nor do I care, if Daniel Green has other weird ideas. These ideas here, I think, are solid. Now, do we know if his recommendations are solid? That's a whole other question. We'd have to read and find out for ourselves. Are the books that he recommended, are they actually worth reading? I don't know. Chieko, are you willing to read the lit RPGs of all those right-wing YouTubers? John Del Arroz and his cronies? Maybe they're better? Yeah, maybe, Leo. I'm open to hearing about anything as long as, I can critique it. Thaco should have never been removed from D&D. I don't know what you're saying, Willie. My mom keeps sending me AI true murder documentaries. Oh, no. No, Shay. No. Fantasy with a sense of the characters progressing. I'm struggling to not just dismiss that. I cannot think of a fantasy series I've read where the characters didn't progress over the story. Imagine it's more like the difference between Metroid or Zelda and WoW or KOTOR. Yes. Yeah, I think that is. I think that the origin of it is true. Just like how D&D used to be male dominant. Yeah, exactly, Karn. We can't throw out the baby with the bathwater here, okay? There might still be a baby that we can, extract. Like, let's not throw out the genre just because Daniel Green likes it. Oh no, I can't read. Do you know what that kind of mentality is like? It's like the people who harassed people for watching and playing Hogwarts Legacy because, J.K. Rowling wrote it. Oh no. Oh, we can't enjoy it now because J.K. wrote it. Oh Lord, we can't let other people enjoy it. Like, we gotta tone that shiz down. Thomas Covenant, he never believes he's in a Fantasyland. He's just thinking he's dreaming. I mean, D&D today is no longer targeting male audience. I mean, didn't Pathfinder just come out with something really woke, Karn? I think Pathfinder just got political and people are losing their shit. There are YouTube channels with AI narrators and images designed to deceive the viewer with sensational murder stories. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no. Oh no. GRRM said that when he worked on TV series Beauty and the Beast, the studio told him to add more action to attract male viewers. That's what I'm saying, Karn. I'm saying lit RPG is a bro genre. Okay? Will it be watered down to make money to a general audience or to females? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because women will pay just as much as men. Like, why wouldn't you want to get the female money as much as the male money? Okay, same thing goes both ways. That's why I criticize people who only target female viewers. Because why are you leaving out this whole group of people who are going to pay money called men, right? Like my beef with Dragon Veilguard, for example, or all of these shitty video games, isn't that they are more character focused and are like, you know, air quotes, softer, blah, blah, blah. It's that they have nothing for the males to get into for. You know, like there's no meat there for both sexes. And if there's no meat there for both sexes, don't give me surprised Pikachu face if one of them is missing or you don't get enough money. That's what I'm saying. It's like what Square Enix did with Final Fantasy 16, putting it, on PS5 only. Surprise Pikachu face. Not as many people bought it as much as we wanted. Oh, no way. That's the same thing. Same thing, right? Like, why would you do that to yourself? So I get it. If you want to make tons of money, if you're in it for the money, you're going to water this shit down so everyone can consume it. That's a smart thing. And that's why I think Hollywood and video games in the West are annoying right now, because they're ignoring the baseline of like capitalizing on both male and female viewers. Like that to me is just pure stupidity. And then they're like, oh, we had to close our studio down because our video game was crappy. Well, what did you think? So it's kind of like that. Mom, you found another fake channel. She'll always say, no, not this time. Why you're so suspicious about everything? And I'll have to prove it. Yeah. That's the thing. I think people are finding it. Also, you have to understand, Shade, like your mom is probably thirsty for true crime, right? That's a whole genre that is largely fueled by, once again, female interest. So like your mom's like, I need more, right? And there's just not enough. I don't know who this guy is, but off this video, he seems educated and capable of communicating his thoughts without logical fallacies. This video, in and of itself, if we're just going off of this video, he's done a good job. Could he possibly say other bullshit? Could he have possibly said other bullshit on his channel? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If you want to agree 100% with someone, that's something you can do. I almost never. I almost never. Like at some point, somebody is going to say something that annoys the fuck out of me. At some point. Somewhere. Yeah. I felt like this video was very cursory and surface scratching, kind of nothing burger. That is true, Shay. This felt like an intro. This felt like an intro. This felt like an intro. This felt like a little intro for someone who just needs like a quick dip. Because many bros moved to Pathfinder, so now Pathfinder wants to kick them out too. Oh man. So do you think, Karn, that Pathfinder is doing it on purpose? Because I had a friend who played Pathfinder and she said Pathfinder was always more progressive. Is Wheel of Time a progressive fantasy? Is that what you mean, Epic? Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'm trying to think. Progressive fantasy. Are you saying progressive or progression, Shay? Because that's two very different things. Okay, Shake changed progression. They're great at push-up simulator, and Veilguard is very manly. Wooly. Zach O. To hit armor class 0 in D&D first and second edition, lower AC was better, which filtered out Knuckle Daggers. Knuckle Daggers, I can do subtraction with pencil and paper. Oh. Okay. Wooly's going back to the old magic. A big part of me finds it comical when there's an entire group who can't either woke or anti-woke. It's mandatory to separate art from art. Yeah. Once again, we sometimes have to just take this at its face value. This video did sort of its job. It told us what lit RPG is. It compared it to isekai. It talked about the basic tropes. It talked about his criticisms, why he liked it, and its recommendations. Very surface level. This section right here could easily have been an hour long. I think like if I was him, I would farm this section for content. I'd make a video, like I'd make 10 videos of the issues with lit RPG and then 10 videos with things that are great about RPG. Now they're on the same level. Oh, okay. Well, who do we have to thank for this recommendation? Who recommended this content? Do we remember? Wooly posted this. So, thanks to Wooly, we now know what the RPG is. We have some recommendations. Let's just quickly finish this guy up here.
Lynn is apparently going to be bringing us DCC with his production company. Fascinating. Will it be the next Game of Thrones? Probably not break those same records, but could help make this genre a far bigger success than it currently is now, which is already damn impressive. Thank you so much, everyone, for sitting down and listening to this genre lecture. Like and subscribe if you have not already, and hit the Patreon if you want to support what I do here. It actually helps the channel a ton to also turn on that bell and get notified when videos are uploaded. I just learned that's apparently part of the algorithm that YouTube cares about the percentage of my subscribers that do that. So cool, though. Don't if you don't love my face that much. If you'd like to support us by getting a piece of merch, we have a spooky tee on sale.
Okay. So, to end this off, we already knew what lit RPG was, most of us. And those of us who did not know now know. We already knew its connection to isekai for those of us who knew. Now, anyone who did not know, no. We also had verified, yet again, that lit RPG is struggling with quality, but that could change in time. My only issue is Karn's concerns, and I do want to say that I think Karn's concerns are valid. As lit RPG is adopted into the publishing industry, the quality of the writing will change, but the content could be watered down, and that would be a shame. But the good news is I think the indie scene is thriving quite a bit. And I think the indie scene, if you want to go on a website and read it for free, I believe Royal Road is one of the big ones that you can go and look at. You can read shit, literal shit, for free. And, you know, see what other men and women, but mostly men, are finding interesting. Jordan was Christian, wasn't he? Was he? On the idea of what being progressive, it's disguised that way on the surface, waiting to pull the woke rug out from under the reader, which is glorious, honestly. Only the show walkers missed it. Okay, so we survived what is lit RPG. My takeaway is it's still kind of crappy. And if Karn is right, if it gets watered down, it will still be crappy. But you know what? I'm going to try Dungeon Crawler Carl. Okay, chat. I will speed read one of the books in my Kindle Unlimited list, and I'll get Dungeon Crawler Carl in there, and I will report back to everyone what I found. Now we're going to watch something equally silly, recommended to us by Leo. This bro is going to have us believe that there are no books for men. Now, clearly, John A. Douglas has not read Lit RPG. He's probably too good for Lit RPG. Let's find out. No books for men. Absolutely none out there. Very manly.
Hello everyone, I'm John A. Douglas. I am the author of The Age of Adventures, Book 1, The Black Crown, available on Amazon in all formats. And it's that time again. We get this issue kicked off every now and then. Every couple of months it just seems to rear its ugly head, the issue of men and reading. And this time it seems I was the one that kicked the hornet's nest just a little bit for pointing out something that I happened to observe. I went into one of my local Targets, and believe me, we have a lot of those around here. Where I live, I'm within 30 minutes of 2 different Targets, 5 different Walmarts, and 3 different Books A Millions Barnes & Nobles. And when I go in there, it's just my observation that when you look at what's on the shelf is not really for men. This is the video that I took a little earlier today. And just the observations that I had. Now, I didn't film too much because I didn't want to get caught by the, Target employees, but this is just the observation I made in one aisle.
Here's a little informative video I wanted to kind of do. This kind of bleeds into a topic that was not all that far removed. So I just walked into the fantasy section of my local Target. You can kind of see here. What you see here is mostly romantasy. You go down a little bit, you see there's a little bit of manga. Of course, there's Dune, because Dune's perpetually on the shelves. But when you ask the question why men don't read, what do you get when you come to just the general fantasy section of your average basic bitch bookstore?
There's Sarah J. Maas.
Romantasy, of course.
I saw it and
Sarah
I
J.
clapped.
Maas, her own whole section. There's the best of book talk
Oh,
down there.
there's
That time I got
Yaris or
Zombie
whatever.
Needed a love potion, a werewolf. Yeah, it's definitely prime male fiction at its finest.
Cassandra Clare.
You can just tell by most of these covers, most of these are romantasy-ish stories. Now, there's Pierce Brown's Red Rising. That's a bit of a standout. Some Stephen King.
I feel
goodies
sick
everywhere
watching
as
this
well.
video for some
But,
reason.
over here,
The
a few
movement
steps
is
to the
making
right
me a
here.
little
I've
ill.
actually stepped into the romance section they have, but you notice how it just kind of blends.
This is a terrible bookstore,
covers
by the way.
into
Our
it.
bookstore doesn't look like this. I
You
should go
wonder
to
why
the
men
bookstore.
aren't reading more books. What's being put on the shelves for them to read?
And the reason I did this is because it's been...
Okay, his local bookstore is shite. I will go to a Chapters near me. I will try my best. I'll see what's up. See how bad it is in Chapters. But last I went in Chapters, which was a while back, I will admit, like maybe 2 or 3 years. Last time I went in, it was fairly reasonable. But he's not wrong. I mean, like Value Village, which is a secondhand thrift store, has a massive book section in it. And the largest shelves are dedicated to true crime, with the written and mysteries for females, romance for females, and young adult, which is usually female-centric writing. The fantasy and sci-fi section are lumped together, and it's anemic, to say the least. Now, yeah. No books for men. He should say, no books at my local Target bookstore for men. And like, this feels to me, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to just double check Target, because isn't Target like Walmart? Just asking here. Isn't it Target like Walmart?
It's like an American Walmart, isn't it? Yes. Okay. It's an American Walmart. This is Target right now when I clicked on Target. So here's the thing. If we're talking about, oops, I shouldn't do that. Shopping. Who goes out and does grocery shopping the most? Now, in Canada, females have the highest likelihood of being the primary grocery shopper in medium-sized towns and cities at 73%, 72.9%. Now, I'm going to make a guess here, okay? I'm going to guess America is not that much different, okay? I'm just going to make a guess here. So I'm not surprised that Target is targeting. I'm not surprised that Target is targeting females. I'm sorry, Mr. Douglas. I don't think you thought this through. So first off, he should have said, no books for men at my local Target. We knew this was clickbait, okay? We knew this. We're not stupid, right, chat? We already figured out today that our brains, we're like 2 steps away from going full galaxy brain here. We knew this was clickbait, okay? We knew this was a joke. Like, we know that it's literally hilarious. Now, he might not think it's a joke. He's talking like he's very tired and fatigued. He went to a Target, which probably is frequented over half, I would guess. I would guess at least 60% of their incoming people are going to be females. And if anyone's checking the book section out of the males and females, it's going to be the females. So obviously they're going to stock their shelves with stuff for females. I'm sorry, Mr. Douglas. This just makes sense to me. Now, do I think overall he's kind of correct? Yes, I do think. We've talked about this already. We've seen a shift toward female interests in the literary market, and largely it's because women are going to pay more money for a book than bros are, generally speaking. And the 1 or 2 bros in our chat who read books are not paying for them. They're ripping them off of the internet on the 7 Seas. I'm not looking at Leo at all. He's doing the grift. He needs this narrative to sell his book series. I mean, you're not wrong, Leo. You're not wrong. It does feel like this way. My man my ear hears a man planer. Okay. Let's see what people are saying here. I think this guy has a fantasy series. Maybe it is Lit RPG. If he said no mainstream books for men, then I'd agree. I agree, Karn. I absolutely agree. Just change this title, Mr. Douglas. Just say no literary fiction for men. Or no mainstream fiction for men. Absolutely. I agree, Karn. This title, we know it's clickbait. We knew it was clickbait when we clicked on this, okay? We knew it. Now we know
it's a sell for his book. Let's check out his book. You know, we got to give him a fair shake, chat, okay? Let's not be mean. The Black Crown. Douglas. It's a Kindle Unlimited book, chat. It's a Kindle Unlimited book. How did it do? Let's find out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Rank 382,000 in the Kindle store. 382,000. Okay, I'm just going to check one thing here. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Okay, so how can I say this? Okay, this guy, I'm going to give him a fair shake. I actually want to read this book because I can read it for free on Kindle. And he might be a fantastic writer, okay? But let me put this into perspective. Here's this bro, okay? He's trying to represent for a specific kind of thing. He's ranking in the Kindle store at 382,000, okay? He's doing pretty good in coming of age, you know, sword and sorcery, okay? I have a friend, a person I know IRL, who has been giving me tips on how to launch my brands, okay? This person just released a book. Let me show you. There. Do you want to see their Kindle ranking? Do you want to see it? Chat, you're going to see it anyway. Oh. Yeah. $35,000. This guy, he could be writing amazing stuff. Totally buried. Not seen. He could be a great writer, this Douglas bro. We wouldn't even know. We wouldn't even know. He's absolutely buried. The fantasy market is so saturated. You're not going to be seen, number one. Number two, who's going to read it? No books for men? I wonder why. Anyway. All right, let's keep going. So Miro is explaining to me what a Target is. Thank you, everyone, for letting me know. I've been to Target, I think, when I was in Michigan, but I couldn't quite remember it. But Target, you don't get to feel smugly superior to the other shoppers. The solution is to make men more feminine. Easy. All arm. No, don't. Woman. Yeah. Target versus Barnes & Noble are wildly different here. Oh, man. Did I do it again? Did I do it again? I'll just have to oh, damn it. I don't want to I still have to sit down and like crop out that other stream. Damn it. Okay, never mind. Thank you, everyone. I'm actually going to make it easier on myself by noting the time on this live stream. I was doing so well, too. What time are we at? Okay. All right. Can everyone hear me all right? Okay. Anyway, so no books for men. I think this is a misnomer. Target is just an upscale Walmart. I thought you were going to dox your friend. No, I'm not doxing my friend. Let's just say I'm just showing where they are in the I'm not showing who they are or even what their name is. And it's not even their real name, it's their pen name, but I'm not even going to link their pen name to this channel. I don't want them to be like accidentally linked to me and then get harassed. Nothing is going on. Nothing. I was not doxing anyone or anything. They thought I was, but I was being so careful tonight. I've been on it. I've been so on it. Yeah, no, I've been really on it. No, I didn't dox myself at all. Did I? Did I dox myself? I didn't think I did. I showed that product detail. Nope, I didn't. Yeah, I was careful. Because I scrolled down. I didn't dox anyone. No, Shay didn't see anything. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so let's recap this whole thing. Let's recap it because we're getting off topic here, or I'm getting off topic. John A. Douglas, who I guess is a right-winger, he's salty because he's at 300,000 on the Kindle list. And my one friend who writes gay romances is at 32,000. Okay? Let's all be real here in terms of trending. I mean, you could trend up and down, I assume. You can trend up and down. And once you hit a certain peak, you're going to go down. It is what it is. The reality, though, is that this guy could be a fantastic, fantastic writer. But the reality is that his genre is very, how can we say it? It's saturated. He's fighting an uphill. And I don't like how he went to a Target, which is more than likely frequented by women. And then he's saying no books for men. I think he should say no literary fiction for men in Target. Because I feel like if he went to a Barnes and Noble or like you guys probably don't have chapters. I don't know. Yeah, for me, if you went to Walmart and you look at the books on the shelf at Walmart, most of them are targeting women because most people who go to Walmart on a daily basis are the females in the family. So they're going to target the women. So it's going to look like they're only targeting women because they're only targeting women because a larger percentage of people visiting the bookstore part of a Walmart is going to be a female looking for a magazine or something. This makes sense to me. That makes... Uh-oh. Okay. Walmart books are just Christian romances. I mean, yeah, probably. Maybe. Okay, so let's keep going. No books for men.
At the back of my mind for a few months now, and we keep seeing an article every now and then pop up asking, well, why don't more men read? Why don't men read more books? You know, and my counter is always this, that there's nothing there for them. I'll tell you what I didn't film. That was just the fantasy section and part of the romance section. And you can see it was absolutely dominated by romantasy and otherwise women-driven fiction. But there was other sections there. There was a historical section that was mostly autobiographies. There was a young adult section, which was pretty much just more of the same. It looked exactly the same. There was a children's section. There was a BIPOC section. There was a nonfiction section. But notice there was nothing in those book sections for men. And when you go into like the Books A Millions or the Walmarts, it's pretty much the same thing. Where there are books, there's mostly women-driven fiction, written by women, edited for women, and published primarily to that demographic. The answer why is, well, it's not that hard to surmise. It's pretty much money. Right now, Bookstagram, BookTube are pretty big. That's also fairly high driven by a female demographic. So they're writing for each other, selling to each other, and reading to each other. And it's not like this hasn't always been the case. I mean, what I call the bodice ripper fantasies have always been a part of literature, and they've always sold like gangbusters. No shade on that. That's just a completely separate genre. It's just the mainstream trad pub industries sort of backed off from presenting male kind of driven fiction and putting it up front. I put this observation on my social media, Twitter.
Now, I got to give him props. He is not shitting on what women are reading. He is just complaining about the fact that general focused fiction or equal representation on shelves is not quite there for male writers. Now, I've made this observation before, so I don't think he's entirely wrong. He's not 100% wrong. He is partially right. We know if you go look for a literary agent right now and you look at literary agent wish lists, what are you going to find? Like, seriously, what are you going to find? You're going to find a lot of people. Let's see if I can find a literary agent wish list. There is a... Here. This is a... So let's see. Okay. So this is a manuscript wish list for agents to go. Does anyone see an easy peasy... Okay, let's look at these. She, her. She worked with George R. R. Martin and Robert Jordan Estate. Okay. Seeking adult prose novels across a range of speculative fiction. Top on my priority list is promoting multicultural narratives with authentic characters that portray experiences from marginalized perspectives, whether they encompass gender, gender presentation, sexuality, race, ethnicity, body type, neurodivergence, socioeconomic class, religious status, or disability. I'm especially interested in supporting marginalized writers. I do not edit doorstopper fiction over 120K. Seeking shorter novels around 50K. Interested in transhumanism, virtual realities, time travel, multiverse, climate utopias, cyberpunk, multinational futures, and innovative escapist place. Her fantasy wish list is contemporary fantasy, high fantasy, dark fantasy, romantic fantasy, cozy fantasy with a memorable voice, and fairy tale retellings are at the top of my list, with a soft spot for Russian-inspired fiction, and so on and so forth. Emily Burrell. Narrative. Oh, she doesn't want religion or politics. Okay. Bring me your When Dimple Met Rishi Comp, your witchy girl squad story, and diversity, racial, sexual, neuro you can find. Right now, I would love to see more indigenous representations. For adult fantasy, make it cozy. Sure, Frodo and Sam were on a very important mission, and it's important to hear that tale, but what was Rosie Cotton up to back in the Shire all that time? This person seems a bit more relaxed. I somehow managed to contract tuberculosis. Oh, dear me. I hope she's feeling well. Okay. This person seems more... Oh, never mind. Above all, Miriam is on the front lines of championing queer perspectives, especially trans, non-binary, sexual voices. Okay, never mind. Let's keep going. Speculative fiction, all genres that draws from the author's cultural background, identity, experience, especially stories that don't, center an ordinary white boy who turns out to be the chosen one. TM. Again, sorry. Okay. This person likes boarding school settings, graphic novels, fantasy romance, cozy fantasy, regular romantasy, high-stake fantasy that's beautifully written. I'm telling you guys, if you're a male writer and you're like, here's my lit RPG, who are you going to? A very niche agent. Very niche agent. We love romance, be it cozy, romantasy, monster romance, SF null romance, time slip, love romances, cryptids, found families, banter, tug at the heart. I love to see more... Oh, epic! I love to see more projects that center Black joy and or diaspora, immigrant, and refugee experiences, K-dramas, C-dramas, and J-dramas. Bethany Reaver. This one might... Oh, no, never mind. She likes romantasy. But, I mean... No. Okay. Keep going. Okay, this chick is not spewing the normal shit. Oh, never mind. BIPOC literature. But, I mean, she's not going on and on about it. Hashtag own voices. Accessible literary fiction. Rom-com. BIPOC. Chick lit. Never mind. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Okay, we found one person. This person. We found one person. Okay, so now you can see he is absolutely correct. If you are a bro and you want to write about a white man climbing up the ladder of success, these agents are not here for you. And I could keep going on. Yeah. Bikini magazines were always a weird staple at these stories. Sad, they're gone. They are gone. Ben thought it was Ben is like, I keep hoping that Party will remain well and alive. But if at some point Party decides to disappear, we will have a de facto mod. His name will be Ben. He'll like panic every time I click on Amazon. Shay panicking every time she goes to Amazon. You're getting paranoid. With a focus on underrepresented voices. Yeah, Karn. I just disagree with what this guy is trying to say. Any man with a hobby knows where to go get his hobby fix. If you're relying on Walmart to show you a book that's for you, then rip. Yeah, Epic, this is where I have an issue with this. First off, his title is clickbaity. Second, he went to Walmart, Target to look for a book. I just think Walmart and Target are trying to make money, and they're going to target the highest audience that's going to roll into that section. They probably have the numbers. They're probably going women, and that's what they give it. Like, this is, I don't think Walmart created this situation. I'm sorry. Like, I think the situation has been like a vicious cycle that happened over time, and we're just seeing the effects of it. So I think he's being a little, you know, it's no secret publishers would not publish if you are a white man. Yeah, I agree, Karn. I have a friend who's having a hard time dialing his bill into reading something. B-I-L? B-I-F? Yeah, some guys struggle to figure out what they like. That's true. I mean, as a kid, I struggled to like reading at first. Maybe a kid who wants to start and doesn't have an older male friend. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, we talked about this before. Who goes to Walmart to find books, though? That's the question we're asking, Party. Like, Party, like, would you say to yourself, oh, I'm going to go to Walmart to get a book? Like, maybe if you're, like, white trash. Like, who's going to Walmart to get a book? You go to fucking Chapters. Have libraries stopped existing? Maybe, Arm. I know that where I live in Canada, the branch libraries have largely closed down, so you have to go into the central hub library. So it's not as accessible as it used to be. Homeless live in libraries now. Has he read Abercrombie? He's good for boys. I don't know. Check out Elizabeth Bear. I don't know how to address what about a man who doesn't know what to read. Like, I found the Powder Mage trilogy Googling to magic systems that involve guns. So wish lists are where you can see what agents are looking for. Shay, they're like agents are letting writers know what's hot right now, what they think is hot. So the list that I was reading out was basically a whole bunch of female literary agents telling us what they're looking for to sell to publishers. So they're part of the system. He just talks to Chieko and she disappears. Yeah, no, Party will save me. I've perused Walmart's options. I don't think I've ever bought one. I think I've bought like a couple things from Walmart for like kids, like Minecraft, you know, like those shitty like video game based books, which I wrote for like, I got that for like a kid that I knew, for example. Libraries will not take in books by unknown authors. That is a fair point, Herman. That's true. They want to, I would argue that libraries, I wish we had our resident library Ruzi, but libraries also have to think about what is in circulation in order to get interest groups in, right? So I have a local library, but it's very limited. Yeah, see? You have to publish through Ingram, and the library has to want to buy them. Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, maybe kids stuff and puzzle books. Yeah, exactly. Indeed. So I think this guy's he's a little extreme, but he is, what I want to say by showing you the wish list is that he is correct that trad publishing is right now not sending signals to men that they want to hear white male voices or any male voices really, but mostly white male voices are being shut out. And in a country where a large portion of the population are, let's say, white males, this can be very off-putting, especially if you're a bro like Douglas with your own shizzle here.
Account, and my goodness, it really kicked off. I mean, I posted it while I was in the store, then drove home 30 minutes later and saw how it had just kind of started popping off, and will probably continue to pop off for a day or two after the posting of it. But the point that I want to make, and I'll address a few points that were brought up in the replies to this. One being that, well, there are male-driven fiction that's out there, and there's male authors that are writing primarily for a male audience, and that is true. Guys like Larry Correia, Blaine Pardoe, Brad Thors, even in the indie spaces, I notice especially that's where a lot of male authors and male readers have kind of gone to. That's not the problem. That's not the point that I was making with the video. The point
He should have written a better title. He's being clickbaity.
That I was making with the video is that there is kind of a discrepancy in the shelf space being presented. The industry has more or less abandoned male readership, and people pointing out that, well, you know, men do read, and there are books for men, and there are authors writing for a male audience. That's true, but they're not on the shelf, and they're not being given the same kind of spotlight that the female-driven literature is. And that's the problem that I have. Men aren't reading as much, probably because they're not being given something to read. They're not being shown that what's popular these days is something that's for them. A lot of the bookish community might remember when YouTuber Razorfist kind of kicked off this particular discussion in it, and a lot of people derided him for this take, and I don't think that that's necessarily fair to him, because he's a guy. He likes guy-driven fiction. He likes he likes the kind of fiction that he likes. And if he walks into the bookstore and the first thing he sees is romantasy and cozy fiction that is not primarily in his reading wheelhouse, he might put that that thought up there, but it's certainly not going to be a thought that's exclusive to him. And rather than deriding him for that particular take, you might start to think, well, if he's thinking that, who else is thinking that? And if he's thinking that, a lot of other guys probably are, and a lot of them are probably not going to be picking up Legends and Lattes and reading. They might not have a big, diverse reading palette like a lot of us do. I know I do, and this is not a shade on female authors in any way, because I enjoy several of them. R.H. Snow, Sarah Douglas, Margaret Weiss, the list goes on. I could go on for days about the wonderful female authors that I've read who have written fantastic books I've enjoyed. How big of an issue this is depends on your point of view.
Okay, I like the fact he's giving shout out to female writers, so this is not like an incel diatribe. That's good, that's good, that's good. However, I think we've already talked about this before. Did the publishing industry shut men out 100%? Was it just 100%? 100%? 100% publishing industry's fault? My answer is no. I don't think so. We know that women have dominated the publishing industry since the publishing printing press started churning out the books because of penny dreadfuls and gothic literature. And there was even that one famous author who went on a diatribe about female readership destroying literature. Okay? Females have always had a massive market share. What I think happened, and we've talked about this before, is that the computers were created and a chunk of men went for easy pleasure. Okay? And the industry instantly, which was already, in my opinion, the industry was already slightly full swiveled to female interests. And it's been a vicious cycle since then. Because I think men opted out I think it was made worse by literary quality, like men being less literate than women. Men emerge. Now we're seeing men less likely to complete university and things like this. So we're seeing less men interested in sitting down with the book. And it's not just because the books are not theirs for them. It's also because men are more likely to enjoy a visual media. Because most men who are immature and undeveloped in their brain are wanting to see the picture and the booba. They want to see the booba picture and the moving picture and the gaming picture. And they can't even cope with a fucking dialogue box in their video game. Oh my gosh, another dialogue box. Now, I will admit the WoW dialogue, like the WoW boxes on the side of the screen, like I found reading WoW dialogue in for the it's just a tough sell because like the lettering and the font is so spindly, and the background of the font box is intended to look like parchment, and it's just really hard to read. If you have a high resolution screen, you're literally squinting and you're like, what is that? And you can't move the box to the center of the screen so you can read it better. So you're always leaning over sideways to that left. Now, reading WoW dialogue, I get it. You're skipping that. It's hidden in the chat box because they're talking in the real world space with chat bubbles, and you're missing half of the. I get that. But you have bros like clicking through, stuff like Final Fantasy 14, lots and lots. Like the people who skip Final Fantasy 14 stuff, who do you think is skipping through those cutscenes more often? The high-end rating bros or the women? Let's all be real here, okay? So let's dial back some of this rhetoric here, because I think, yes, there was a push among academia. Yes, I think the industry has been shutting out certain voices, absolutely, for ideological reasons, absolutely. But I also think men opted out. Men have other competing interests. And at the end of the day, if you're a man and you're tired and you're wiped out physically from your tough job, you are not going to want to sit down with a book. You're more likely to turn on a sports game with a beer, hang out with the boys smoking, doing something, probably watching sports, being outside, chilling, I don't know, fixing the house because the wife wants you to fix the house, or you're playing a video game or a mobile game or a combo of the two. You could see how books go down the line. Books start getting deprioritized. And I think the industry also shifted because of that. Now, one caveat. You have to publish through Ingram, and the library has to buy them, says Herman. Oh, Herman's back. Hello, back, Herman. Now, one caveat, my audiobooks are often found and checked out through libraries. By the way, I know John. Full disclosure. Okay. He also filmed a Barnes & Noble. Okay. How was the Barnes & Noble? The competing interest does not wash with my direct experience. Okay. What did his Barnes & Noble look like, Herman? Do you know? Does he go to Barnes & Noble? No. He doesn't go to Barnes & Noble. Not in this one. Thinking of when I stopped buying multiple books a month was around when a bookshop clerk remembered. Someone looked at you, Wooly, and was like, yeah, that man, he wants Twilight. I'm back to work. Who knows about full health, though? Thanks for asking, Ben. Yeah, Party hasn't been feeling well, so. He also filmed a Barnes & Noble. Women make the majority of consumer decisions. This is why add-ons are used in WoW, says Miro. Yeah, I guess so. You know, thinking of when I stopped, the BNN looked a lot like the Walmart. Okay, Herman, I'm actually going to go to chapters. So I don't know if you were early on in this discussion, Herman. I was talking about Value Village, which is a secondhand thrift store that has a healthy sized book section in it. And that book section is almost always dominated by female interest. The sci-fi fantasy section is almost always smaller and tinier. And you might say to me, well, Chieko, it's because guys and gals really love their fantasy sci-fi. No. It used to be bigger. It's now dwindling. And I think it's because the people at the thrift store have either gone through all of the stuff that they have for sci-fi fantasy, or they are moving product more, targeting female readers. I'm leaning toward the second one. Because the mystery and crime and the thriller section has not minimized. I think the thrift store pivoted to target the most likely buyer there, which is the female consumer. It used to have a really huge chunk, but for some reason, I'm not sure why, the Value Village up near my place pivoted. And now it has only this tiny fraction of a sci-fi fantasy book section and a massive romance, personal, like slice of life drama, thriller, crime, mystery section. I press X to doubt. If I went right now to my chapters, I would be very surprised to see a situation like what he showed in Target. I would be extremely surprised. Would I be 110% surprised? No. I would be... How surprised would I be? I'd be dismayed, for sure. I'm trying to think. How likely is it that our chapters has given its SFF section entirely over to female interests? I mean, it could have gotten bad over COVID. Maybe? Like, if it has, it must have ramped up over the past 2 years. Because the last time I went into our SFF section, it was looking fine. Maybe it's where he lives. Maybe where he lives has just gone full, retard. I stopped buying at BNN when they practically removed their sci-fi section, forcing me to look to Amazon. Miro, do you feel comfortable with sharing what state you live in? Epic. I still go to Barnes & Nobles for books since a part of me loves the smell and texture of books. Okay, Epic. What about your BNN? The local BNN is exploding in sci-fi and fantasy section, and Romantasy got its own section on the other side of romance from sci-fi and fantasy. But we have a large millennial population. I see lots of couples shopping for books they're both going to read in ours. Check out Chapter's website. Okay, that's a fair... Chapters, yeah, but that won't show what's on the shelves, Karn. We know what we're going to find on a Chapter's website. Let's all be real here, okay? Let's be real here. We know what is going to happen. I got to be careful, though, because Chapters is going to be like, do you want to show your location? Oh, it's not going to show my location. Okay, ready? Guys, anyone want to guess what is on the front page of Chapters? What is on the front page? Make a guess without looking. I know. I believe in you, chat. Just believe in yourselves. I feel like a guy is curating. Okay. Ben is going for Booba. Romance. Okay, sure. Miro, sure. You can DM me on Discord. is it romantasy? Epic is voting romantasy. Any other guessers? Monster Wolf times normal girl. Let's see. Okay, ready? Is everyone ready? I'm just checking the page to make sure I'm not going to dox myself. What the fuck? Okay, ready? Here we go. Da da da. Da 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 da. Rebecca Yaros, who said romance and who said romantasy? Gold star to party. Oh man. YouTube is so ghetto. I wish I could like give stars to people on my chat like you are in my classroom. Gold star to party. Gold star to Epic. Almost gold star to Wooly. Sort of gold star to Ben. He said booba. There's probably like a little bit of booba in there. And look at this on the side here, okay? The book based on Manacled, one of the most read fan fiction stories of all time. They just came out and said it. They just admitted it. Okay, let's see here. More or Less Maddie, a novel. Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. Yikes. Spy X Family. Okay, that's good. Hope by Pope Francis. I mean, I don't want to say anything because Wooly is in chat, but Death of the Author, Heavenly Bodies. What is that? Book 1 of the Heavenly. Can Love Overcome Fate? Okay, romantasy. Never mind. Love Me. Daughter of Chaos, House of Huawei, The Secret History of China's Most Powerful Company. Actually, that looks interesting. I would read about Huawei. I would do that. Clever Little Thing, JFK Conspiracy, not bad. That's fine. Save Our Souls, Accidentally Amy, Beneath the Stars, Pause. That's new. Iron Mike, that's a bro. That's for bros. John Grisham is general fiction. Okay. So TLDR, what we always knew. But once again, this is not saying what we got on the shelves. What this bro is arguing is that you walk into Target, you walk into Barnes & Noble, and the shelves are taken up with female interest. I think he's not far wrong. We already looked at literary agent wish lists. We know that they're targeting people of color. They want to get multi-ethnic voices in. They're looking for alternative sexualities. They don't want to hear from white men or straight white people. They don't want to hear from that. We know this, okay? We can't shut our eyes and go la 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 like it's not happening. We know it's happening. We know there's an ideological push and it is marginalizing white male voices, okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And they're also coming for white women too, unless you're gay or can say you're ace or something. But essentially, if you're a straight white woman, you're likely to get in a little bit more than if you're a straight white male. You're screwed if you're a straight white male. So people like John A. Douglas, they're going to struggle. They're going to struggle hard. And I get that. I get that. My only concern is that, yes, this ideological push has been going on for some time. And I think progressivism has been around. We were just talking about it in my Discord. We were talking about the School of Frankfurt, which has been around since the early 1900s. We know that progressivism has been in the works since the early 1900s. So I am not discounting an ideological push to silence the traditions and the cultural voices that we consider to be classical, okay? I'm not discounting that, but I am saying that in my anecdotal experience of working with boys, of working with men, of thinking about what Christina Hoff Sommers discovered, boys and men are struggling with literacy, period. And number two, they go the easy route, just like women do, to what is interesting most to them. And your average bro, when given something worthwhile to read, will click through it. Because most guys on their off day are not going to be reading a book. Now, there are some people out there who have obviously talked to Herman, who have probably talked to Douglas and said, I'm looking for a book. My argument is still that a majority of bros struggle to sit down to read something, even if it was something good. And part of it is because of how we educate them. Part of it is because the industry isn't there for them. But I also think a part of it is because reading is not... If there's a choice between looking at a picture or watching a moving picture and reading text on a page, a male brain will process the visual images faster. There's a reason why the comic book industry was driven by male interest for a long time period. Because it's easier to consume for them. Like, this is a neurological thing, okay? We can't blame men for this. This isn't a weakness or a failing. It's just how their brains are. That's what I'm arguing. The book sold at a local B&N is selected by the store and its staff. Content is not dictated by corporate. Yeah. So it would depend on your local B&N. So maybe where he lives, people are just absolute crappy. The solution would be to DEI more men into these bookshops. I mean, they think maybe they can like brainwash the bros into like buying this stuff. There's no way you're going to get like your average construction worker to come in and read something about like a woman's struggle with, trauma. Like, that's just not, like, I don't know what they're thinking, Arm. I don't know what they're thinking. Lizzo biography. The local outlets selecting their books was the change that B&A made that turned around their decline. So what you're saying, Herman, is local outlets were allowed to select their own books and that stopped their decline? Accidentally Amy, the story of a boy whose parents chose his gender. Bergoglio is an anti-pope. As such, he deserves not even the consideration given to a heathen. Okay. Well, see, Wooly lets us know. My local store shelves are mostly Christian fiction. Like, it's a massive section of the store, probably mostly romance. Maybe, Shay, it's because of where you live, which is Michigan. They succeeded with Daniel Green. I used to be a fiction omnivore. Gaming pulled me away from that, and the lack of anything novel made fiction less and less attractive. It wasn't instant. I honestly think it's multiple factors. There's no way it's just a single factor. It can't be. Because I think if men really wanted to read, if men really, really were like banging down the doors, there would be a market for it. Like, if there's money to be made, the grossness of the way the market works is such that it would have still flourished somewhere. would have flourished somewhere. You go to Wattpad, you go to fanfiction.net, which is where I used to hang out a lot. Fanfiction.net, adultfanfiction.net. Don't ask me about that one. Archive of Our Own. I would say 3/4 of that shit, literal shit, excrement, was written by women for fun because they wanted to, and it was being read by women who were just thirsty for more. I was proud of the day when one of my readers was like, I'm a man and I loved your story. And I was like, yes, I've made it. I have a male reader. It was like Asmongold talking about his 4 female fans. That's what it's like to find a male reader. And I was writing general fiction. I was very clear with my tags. My tags were not romantic tags. General fiction. Any guy could have found my stuff and enjoyed it if they wanted to. But you have to dig through like hordes and hordes of stuff you don't like to get there. Guys just don't have that time probably to go and dig and dig and dig to get to that general fiction section to enjoy that non-romantic fan fiction, for example. I'm not saying that men can't enjoy fan fiction or can't enjoy reading. I'm saying the overwhelming demographic is going to be the female consumer. Yeah, BNN was on a downward slide. A new CEO came in and made major changes, among them the store selecting the content they sell. But Herman, because of them selecting the content they sell, doesn't that mean, though, that people like John A. Douglas might just be in a bad position where, like, they go to their local BNN and then their BNN is utter tripe because the person controlling that BNN is, like, completely lost it? I guess, like, that BNN would have to just be like, yeah, this is the way it is. We're going to make lots of bank from women. Who cares about the men? I read when I was younger, says Ben, due to that it's been gone a long time. I read some Star Wars EU with my ex, but that's about it since childhood. So what I'm hearing is that Ben needs a girlfriend to read him books to at night. Nowadays, after a 60-hour work week, says Wooly, I don't have internal peace of mind for fiction. There is a market for men's fiction. They are called audiobooks. Over 80% of people reading my audiobooks are men. That I believe, actually, Herman. I agree with that. Yeah. Okay. If we're talking about listening with our ears, I agree. I could totally see that. Yeah. Monster Hunter book, yeah, but that's cruising on the video game. I'd say most females who end up watching Chieko content are looking for men's fiction when they go to read. Yeah, that's probably true. Except for Party, because she's like, she's a girl's girl. No, I'm kidding. Party is a very eclectic individual. I absolutely agree, Herman. I think audiobooks would be that hidden niche for bros to really get into, especially since men are more likely to be driving to work and stuff like that. I absolutely 100% could see that happening. But if we're talking about going to a bookstore, taking a book off the shelf, this is the argument here, right? This John A. Douglas guy, he was very specific about this, right? He said, I'm not talking about saying there's no books for men. I'm saying when I go to the bookshelves and I look at the bookshelves, I'm not seeing books for men. My question is his local bookshelf like is his local Barnes and Nobles just screwed? Because maybe that's the problem. Because if we're talking about audiobooks, that's a different thing. That's a different thing altogether. Yeah. Wouldn't doubt it at all. But in terms of representation on a bookshelf, to encourage men to pull a book off a bookshelf, is my local chapters not giving anything on their bookshelf worthy of note for a guy? I'm betting if I went to my chapters right now, I'm sure I would find a healthy section of sci-fi and fantasy for general audiences, for men, or atypical females. But my guess is that they would save more space for big names and IPs, and new up-and-coming authors like John A. Douglas or Herman would struggle to get on those shelves. So the turnover rate for new authors for females is better than new authors for males. That is what my contention would be. I like audiobooks because you can pirate them. Leo's going to like bro fist you soon, Karn. Leo is our resident pirate. I have reoccurring Barnes & Noble membership and I haven't been there in a year. Jonathan, you have a mission, okay? Everyone, this week, our mission is to go out to our local bookstores and see how are things going. How are things going at our local bookstores? Monster Hunter books are not related to the Capcom game. The author, Larry Correia, is very good. Oh, okay. They're not related. Okay. My bad. I'll admit that John is not aware of some of the stats of which I'm aware, mainly because he doesn't have audiobooks. Oh, okay. But once again, I think he's arguing specifically about shelves in bookstores. And my contention would be, I think Walmart, my contention is over 60. I think the percentage that Statista came up with, 68% of shoppers at a local store are female. And in Canada, it's 72%. So what I would argue is that I think a lot of Walmarts are targeting female viewers because they know women are more likely to go by the bookshelf than the men. So going to a Walmart or a Target to me is not a good way to start the conversation. Now, going to your Barnes & Noble is a better option, or a Chapters, but you then have to talk about, is this indicative of a national issue or is it indicative of a local issue because the person running the Barnes & Nobles is a complete, has gone down one way or the other, down something, right? But he's still making good points.
Some men find it an absolute travesty that they're not being given more new stuff. This sends a lot of men kind of scattered into the winds trying to find literature that appeals to them, that's being done in the same way. It's not being produced and presented in the same way that the female-driven literature is. That's the point.
Yes, I agree with him here. He is 100% correct. I think more space is given to promote female literature because I still argue that women are going to buy it more. Generally speaking, men might be buying more audiobooks, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about physical copies. And another thing as well is that he is talking about here is how the industry is skewed toward a specific voice, and that I will not disagree with him on. He is absolutely correct. Traditional publishing has gone off on this kind of has gone down this track, and even people like myself, we will not be welcome, right? I'm currently working on a 5-book series for my pseudonym Kit, and I want to write science fantasy. I'm going to try my hand at it. Round number 3. And this time I'm not going to try to go to an agent. I'm going to self-publish, and I'll let everyone know when the first book comes out, or leading up to it. I'll let everyone know when the first book comes out, because I love science fantasy. I want to make my own mark on that genre, and my writing will be general fiction. It's not going to be for females. It's not going to be just for males either. I do like to write for a general audience. Some of you, I think Ben, and I think Wooly and Karn were there when I showed my beginning spreadsheet. Let me tell you, I have some spreadsheets. They're looking good. They're actually getting a bit overwhelming, so I had to go and get some pen and paper because let's just say it got to a point where I can't see all of the spreadsheet you know, it's getting a little crazy. In the audiobook column, working through a cyberpunk book, and have been going through the Book of the Fallen series for years now. Wow, way to go, Racken. Yeah, like if you love audiobooks, I think people should go for audiobooks. Never underestimate a good audiobook. I can't handle audiobooks. I'm going to be real, folks. I like reading. There's something about the text with my eyes. Yeah, it's just faster. Let's just say I can read faster than a person can speak. So there's that. Douglas is from Baton Rouge. I bet his store is effed. Oh, Shay, doing some digging for us. Oh, poor guy. Stuck in a wasteland. When the heck did Ben learn to read? I know. And guess what party? Okay, this is so cute and adorable. We're playing Path of Exile 2, and Ben specifically looked for a room in this one mansion so I could read the lore. What a Chad. I'm more likely to buy a board game from Barnes & Noble than a book. Wow. Jonathan, you're letting men down, okay? This is why there are no books for... Okay, I'm memeing on... Okay, I shouldn't meme on Douglas. Look, I'm just having a bit of fun here, all right? I'm not trying to be mean to Douglas, okay? Like, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is... I do agree with him. Traditional publishing is too skewed. Absolutely. 110%. I proved it. I already proved it. 110% agree with him on this one. And getting into fantasy as well, I just want to add, getting into fantasy, it's kind of like getting into romance. It's highly saturated. So you really need the help of good marketing to push you forward into anyone's kind of... Like, you have to know how to network. You have to know how to find your niche and your people group. And if you don't know how to do that, you're going to get swallowed. So that's where it's difficult. You know what I mean? That's where it's difficult. So I can feel for new fantasy authors who are coming in, who have no support, who have no marketing, who have no way. They're just publishing, self-publishing like I'm going to do. And we're going to end up buried, right? It doesn't matter how well we write. We're going to end up buried in Amazon. So I forgot how to be good at video games, though. Oh, okay. My belief is that bookstores only benefit elite authors. I agree, Herman. I agree. There was this woman we watched 2 weeks ago who was like, books are expensive. And we're like, only elite books are expensive. You know what I mean? Like, your average self-published book isn't expensive. Be interesting to see what Walmart's book section gave prime shelf space to over the decades. Wooly, that is brilliant. I wish we could know. Herman says, for small and mid-tier authors, they're a dead zone. Yeah. Yeah. My guess, Herman, is like getting seen anywhere as like indie self-published is like almost impossible unless you get hooked into the right community. Did GRRM have a target gender in mind? It's mostly men reading them, and now it's about equal. My guess is GRRM went in with general audience. My take. I think he went for literary fantasy fiction because he thought he was making a meaningful point. But it ended up being, at first, just a lot of men there for, certain things. And then the woman joined because it was cool. And then nobody took away what he wanted. And then he whispered his idea for the end of the book series to the TV show runners, and they ran with it, and everyone shit on it. And he's like, "Uh-oh, I'm fucked." And then we will never know. We will never know. That's my theory. That's not the truth. We don't know. You're an evil white woman. No book agent for you. Yeah. Spreadsheets. Epic spreadsheets. It's the ability to tear apart a dryer and put it together while listening that does it for me. Whoa, way to go, Enrakin. I could never do that. What's the name of the Discord server? I don't actually know the name of my own. It's called the Litwits, actually. Oh, Herman is in here. Say hi to Herman, everyone. Just be really awkward. Herman, you are entering a space of tism. Hunger Games signal. Yeah. Oh, way to go, Shay. Letting Herman know. Okay, yeah, Miro, where you live, if it came out that also stuff was kind of screwed up, I could see that because of, where you live. This kind of feels like women complaining about WNBNA not being on the same level as MNBNA. Yeah, a little. Yeah, Ben, why didn't you tell Party how you overcame Adam in the end? Who gave you a tip about Adam, I wonder? Here's my excuse for not reading in a long time. Okay, let's hear it from Jonathan. I don't even have enough time to play and finish games I want to play. How am I supposed to fit reading in? Exclamation mark. Question mark. Good question, Jonathan. Good question. I'm telling you. This is a double, triple prong problem. Oh no! Herman missed last night's mosh pit. Okay, let's keep going.
The indie spaces definitely are chock full of great male authors with writing wonderful books. And I've got whole shelves here behind me filled with male authors. But but imagine if you had a whole table full of stuff like this book that I'm reading now, Sledge versus the Labyrinth by Nick Horvath. This book is 100% testosterone. It's bone-crushing action. This is a fantastic book. And this is something that is much more...
Did we get Wooly on a front cover finally? Wooly, is this you? Readers want to know. Is this why women cross the street when Wooly is coming down the street? The other night was so wild, it feels like last night.
Much more interest to a male reader than, say, a Sarah J. Maas book. And that's not a shade on Sarah J. Maas, but what is a guy more likely to read? A Court of Thorn and Roses or a guy fucking people up with a fucking sledgehammer?
It's Wooly going after the feral fucks. This is you, Wooly, right here. Look at the screen. I'll keep it paused for a bit. This is you on the front cover. No, Party. Party. Wooly did the trick that I got us to do in order to beat Adam. Because Ben bashed his head over and over because he's a bro that way without looking. And I, after trying it for half an hour, said, I'm going to look it up on the internet. And I did. And I found the thing. And then I told him the thing. Okay. But yeah, this is Wooly here. Walking down the street. Women are crossing to the other side when he comes. But he's absolutely right. And once again, I like how he's not throwing shade on Yaros or I mean, he could throw shade on Yaros because she's kind of like really shitty writer, but he's not throwing shade on Maas, who is an okay writer in her own right. what he's doing is he's contextualizing it in terms of interest. And the reality is there's some people, whether they're male or female, who don't want to read something like that. They want to read something called Sledge versus the Labyrinth. Your trench coat burned last year. You can't see my face, Wooly. Please share in Discord how your trench coat got burned, okay? Please and thank you.
I mean, what do you think?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a reason that
That's
the
obvious.
80s were so full of movies that were doing so well, that were loaded with guys with, huge muscles, one-man armies, basically killing the population of a small country. It's understandable that Trad Pub is going to go in the direction of where the money is coming from, and right now it's very much a female-driven industry, but there was never any reason for them to cast off the male readers. Male readers have been reading for a long time, and they're still helping make a lot of other authors very prominent and successful. Brandon Sanderson being one of them. A lot of other male authors are benefiting from this, but
Brandon Sanderson is selling out like hardcore, though. He's kowtowing to the industry so he doesn't get kicked to the curb.
And even some male readers are telling me in the comments, oh, they just go backwards in time and just read the older stuff. And the older stuff is great. The old school pulps are great. But what's going through into the future? Going into the future, is there going to be the same kind of market that can actually offer men something to read? And to me,
I just see patterns, okay? Does this make me tinfoil hat woman? Yes. Does this mean I'm right? No. I just see pattern. I see pattern. Pattern says up to 80s, strong representation for men in reading and films. Toward the end of 80s, into the 90s, sudden drop off. What happened? Now, absolutely could say third wave feminism came out of nowhere and socked men in the jaw. Absolutely, 110%. Academia finally got the foothold that they've been working hard on for the past half a century. Absolutely, 110%. Those things absolutely happened. But another thing happened, which was the education. If you watch or follow or know anything about Christina Hoff Sommers, she's done academic work on this that proves that there was a shift in the educational program to support female readers because there's this belief that female students were falling behind. This came at the expense of young males, and we've been seeing the fallout of this paradigm to the point now where in the UK, they're now making specialized curriculum to get boys reading again. Okay. We know there's a literacy problem with young men. And it's not just because there are no books. And then the second thing that gets my brain thinking, once again, I'm seeing patterns. I want to see academic scholarship on this. I would like some people to do timeline. Let's do a little bit of like a side-by-side here. But I still think the computer had a major impact in competing for male attention because it came out around the time that there was the drop-off. I'm not saying that I have academic proof. I'm not saying I have statistical proof. This is my gut instinct telling me there's something here we got to be thinking about. And to turn a blind eye to that truth and to like put blinkers on and go, oh, it's just this other thing over here, I think is short-sighted. It's short-sighted. I want to believe that if we have enough male writers or female writers who are writing for men, male interest, I want to believe that guys will return and start reading more. I'm not saying I don't want guys to do that, but what I'm suggesting is I think to completely ignore the impact that visual media like comic books, manga, anime, and video games have had on the male reading tastes and interests and time. I think it's just extreme. Like, how can you not think about that? You have to think about that at some point. You have to contextualize it with that as well. I just feel like we could talk about that too. And maybe I'm just seeing patterns. Once again, like, I recognize that I am a black pill tinfoil hat woman, okay? I'm a black pill tinfoil hat lady. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
Me, the Indies is providing that, but the problem is at the moment, when you walk into the bookstore, that's not what you're going to find. That's not what's being presented, and that's not where TredPub is putting their money. I think it's something that should change, but ultimately, them casting off the male readership, not picking up the money that would come from, marketing to a male readership, that's money that's a loss for them, and for me, it's a win for me, because as a male author, and I write primarily with male sensibilities, that's pretty much who my books are going to be a little more appealing to. A lot of male authors write in that manner. Whether you're going for the universal appeal or a male-dominated appeal, either way, you're going to have the readership that ends up finding you. But I don't think it should be such a hard battle. I don't think it should be something that the TredPub industry casts off the way that it does. It's something that's going to continue as long as the money is there, and if they want the money that comes from Book Talk Slop, that's on them, not...
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. I agree with him here. It is a vicious cycle. We can talk all day. How did we get here? Was it ideological? Was it on purpose? Was it malicious? Was it sexist? Blah, 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 blah. The truth is, right now, we're in a vicious cycle, right? However we got here, we don't have books for men. Men aren't reading. Men aren't reading. No books will be made for them. That being said, there is right now a current cultural shift. And if there's any time for guys to get back to reading, it's going to be soon, where more indie voices are going to come to the fore, and people are going to learn how to look for these indie voices, okay? Or these small publishing houses voices, okay? The what Herman calls the small and mid-tier authors, okay? People are going to figure out how to find these people. All right. And when that does, we will find out how much men are invested in reading. But my guess, unfortunately, is that a lot of young men have become lazy mentally when it comes to reading. It's partially education. They don't believe in it anymore. They're not interested, like what he's saying. But also, it's harder and more difficult for them to enjoy it in their brain. They have to be mature enough. Their brains have to have been neurologically exercised enough to find extreme enjoyment from text. And I personally think this 30-second small brain, pea brain culture that both men and women are in has caused literacy overall to take a hit, and what women are reading is slop. Let's all be real here. He called it slop. It is slop. A large portion of what is written for women is not written well, and it's literally 30,000 words. How much is 30,000 words? Most books that I ghost wrote for like general female audiences, for like general stuff like romances and stuff, is 30,000 words, and pages is 120 pages. That's nothing. 120 pages. About 200 pages for like your average, like thicker romantasy or fantasy or romance. Maximum 40 to 50,000 words. 30,000 is your average book size for self-help, for romance. That's 120 pages, easy peasy read. Super simple, easy to consume. It's slop. It's a Twinkie. So when I say women are reading more, I'm not putting them on a pedestal. I'm not saying, oh, they're better. No, I'm saying they're just reading more because it's more fun for them. And what they're reading is still shitty. Let's not like get on a high horse and be like, oh, men are clicking through the dialogue boxes and they're just playing their games. Like, I'm not shitting on the bros here either, right? Like, I'm sick and tired of people talking about video games like video games have nothing to offer. Video games have tons of good stories to offer. I was just playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. The story has sucked me in literally. I'm invested to find out what happens to my Rogue Trader. Although I got kind of distracted by playing with PoE 2 and I'm trying to get through Final Fantasy 14 with party. But basically what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, women are reading a ton of slop. They're reading faster and they're reading more. So even if we turn the ship around and we get out of this vicious cycle, I still think due to biological differences and freedom of choice, I still think guys are more likely to listen to an audiobook than to actually take a book off a shelf. And because of that, the bookshelves will never be 110 representative equally for the sexes because bookstores want to make money. They're going to go where the money is. And right now the money is with the women. Let's see. Herman doesn't like Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not a fan, and I heard he's recently been making some poor decisions as a creative. That's pretty sad. Drop off in the 90s? The answer is simple. Books on average got larger. Oh, that's true too. That's a good point, Herman. Yeah. Brandon Sanderson is still one of my writing inspirations, but his religion and politics are not for me. Yeah, that's fair, Epic. Yeah. Starting in the late 70s, books started getting bigger, and the 80s is when that switched over. Okay, so Herman's point is that books got larger. And I could see that. I could see that because I know that a lot of like the Penny Dreadfuls and like a lot of the earlier Victorian stuff that was like being spewed out for the general masses was quite short, if I recall correctly, right, Herman? So then you get these books that are huge, like door stoppers. Maybe people look at that and they're like, nah, no thanks. So it's kind of like the difference between someone wanting to play Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 1. You're kind of like, which one do I have time for? Diablo 4, please. Yeah, I can see that, Herman. I like that. I feel like you educated me there. Thank you for sharing that, Herman. That is a good point. That's a good one. Yeah, I could see that being a major factor. Didn't even think about that. Yeah. Could see that. Absolutely. Here's a question. What would males get out of reading that they can't find in another medium? That is the question, Jonathan. If you have video games that are providing immersive experiential narrative to a group of individuals who find more meaning in achieving things, I don't know, who like to feel like their lives have been somehow gratified by getting like a gold star from their PS5 for 100%ing something. I'm sorry, I'm being a little mean. That's a little harsh, but you know what I'm saying, Jonathan. I agree. It's a good question. I did have some arguments with friends, male friends, from a different Discord about PGR story, and I'm starting to wonder if the disconnect stems from them not being able to follow a story when it gets complex and widens its scope. Absolutely, Wooly. It might not even be a sex thing, right? Maybe the reason why women are consuming more is because their books have been more honest about what they want to get into and have fed them what they want to get into, which is like this kind of like easy kind of stuff to read that's very quickly consumable. Also, women do consume very thick books, but those books tend to be, how can I say this? More simple for them to handle because A, they're getting better educated to handle them, and they might be more interested as well. Like they might be invested in that authoress or something. Like there might be more of a social thing, right? Like how many times have you heard of book clubs? And how many of those book clubs you heard about being run were for and by women? And what kind of books were they reading? Let's all be real here. Karn says, I didn't know you were black. Who is black? Epic is African American. I'm not sure if anyone else in chat is a person of color. I think Karn might be a person of color. Technically, I'm not sure about Wooly, to be honest, but it doesn't really matter. Well, like, honestly, it shouldn't matter. I mean, it can matter depending on, anyway. Not sure why being black is being brought up. I'm not African Canadian. I am a white, a very, very pale Canadian. Fourth Wing, which is an adult book, is written at a 7th grade level. Absolutely. Absolutely, Herman. That's why I think it's being easily... Gonna pop off the night. Glad you got the audio and internet stabilized. Have a good night. Good night, Inrakin. Have a good night with audiobooks and stuff. I think many male readers like older books too. Many of my friends have read Dune, Vance, Philip K. Dick. Women love to read the latest stuff. It does feel though, but the question is, Karn, are men reading the old stuff because they want to, or are they reading the old stuff because they don't know where the new stuff is, where the good new stuff is? That's the problem, Karn. Like, that's the question Douglas, I think to a certain degree, is trying to answer-ish. Is like, where are the, like, we can see turnover for female interest on the bookstore shelves. But if a guy drives over to Chapters or Barnes & Noble, is he going to find his interests in there? Question, right? It seems like it's a hit and miss.
Me, and I'll be here with my money looking for good books written by men and women who want my money and want my readership, and I'm more than happy to reciprocate that because I've left a lot of industries and IPs that I enjoyed behind and gone almost fully indie these days because the indies is where all the heart is, and to me it's a much better industry. Granted, it's much.
This sounds like video games. Does this not sound like video games? This sounds like video games to me. This sounds like the AAA is screwed. We all have to go indie. That's where the heart is. Yes.
More decentralized than the trad publishing apparatus is, but at the same time, I'm able to cultivate books that I enjoy, that appeal to me, and finding new and interesting people. If I want to read romantasy, I'll go wander into Book Talk and see what they think. But off the cuff, at first glance, those aren't going to be the books that appeal to me as a guy. And they never have been. What does appeal to me has always been really awesome looking covers, action adventure looking, political intrigue of epic fantasy and science fiction and Western. You know, these are the genres that I love reading. These are the genres that I go searching for good titles in. And I know that I'm not alone. And I would just hope that the industry would do a return to form and at the very least give kind of of at least a pittance to male readers, to give them something. Even when you go into a big box bookstore, the epic fantasy section is very narrow, but it is loaded down with a lot of really good male authors that are meant for more of a male readership. And that's what I do enjoy that. But when you turn your head around and you look, the young adult section, the romantasy section, it's all you can see where all the money and focus is being put in.
Now, I will say this. If I went into Chapters right now and I looked at the young adult section, I 100% agree with them. I would bet you that the the young adult section has been taken over almost entirely. I would bet you that 75% of the books in the young adult section represent more female or general oriented interests, not male specific interests. I would bet you. And that to me is where the true inequality lies. Mr. Douglas, his personal B&N bookstore being in Baton Rouge might be effed, okay? I could bet that my chapters probably has a better SFF section. We know that Shay's does. However, I am a bit disturbed by how young male readers are not. I just don't feel like there's enough for them to read. Whenever I'm asked by parents, what should my young male teen or what should my young boy teen read, and I start Googling, I can say hands down, it is very difficult to find something new and fresh and contemporary for them to read. I usually have to go back to the classics for the boys. Keyword here, boys. Okay? There are good stuff coming out that you can go through the internet. You know, you can find Herman's stuff. You can find Douglas's stuff. You can find other people's stuff. You can take the time to trawl through Amazon and through Smashwords and through, Ingram or whatever else might be out there for your general adult fantasy. But I will say that I'm constantly disturbed by the fact that aside from shonen manga, which targets 10, let's say 10, 12 to 16, 18-year-olds, okay, that's what shonen is intended to target. Aside from shonen, which is intended to target like this 8 to 18-year-old or 10 to 18-year-old demographic, aside from shonen manga, there's very little out there off the top of my head, like a new author that's up and coming out. It's very rare to think of something right away that's like hitting the shelves that everyone knows about, that boys are going to enjoy. Wooly says, the only new stuff I've encountered lately that measures up to authors of yore would be Malazan. Yes, Stephen Erickson, who is a Canadian anthropologist, archaeologist / writer, is a very powerful writer, very, very effective, brutal, dark, disturbing. Does he have a major lesbian couple later on? Yes, but is he like going on and on about it in a weird kind of way? No. Is he representing a very fantastical view of evolution and indigenous culture? Absolutely. 100%. If you look carefully at all of the descriptions of his characters, there's almost no white people. Almost all of them are like people of color, but it's so solid in all of its archetypes and all of its narratives that it doesn't feel like pandering. It doesn't feel phoned in. He's not self-inserting. He's not doing anything weird. So Stephen Erickson, to me, I agree with Wooly. I think I've read 4 of his books. He genuinely got me depressed, though, so I had to stop. Reading him is like taking a mental beating to the skull. I think it's also because, like, my life has been going through, not to trauma dump, but, everyone knows, like, I've been dealing with certain things in my life. And so the last thing I want to do at the end of the day is read something that's gritty and depressing. Like, I just don't want to, like, that's a no for me. But yeah. She asks, do women know where new guy stuff is? If a man walks into a library and asks the librarian for a book he might enjoy, where is she going to point him? The old stuff. She's absolutely right. She 110% right. There aren't many new celebrity authors like it used to be. No, Karin, I agree. Not especially not males. They are a minority. Herman, do you narrate your own audiobooks? Herman says no. He wants to sell them. But if we click on Herman, go to channel.
Herman Hunter again.
Here's Herman. You don't have a bad voice, Herman. Is this going to get me copyright struck? I'm going to turn it down a bit. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You talked with John Douglas. Wow.
Preferences, it leaves an author, any author, a narrow band of people to. But that's not conclusive proof of.
Wait a minute. Is this Herman? Or is this.
Published.
I feel like that's John Douglas, right? But anyway, this is Herman's channel, folks. Remember to like Herman's channel. Oops, I should subscribe. I've subscribed. Sorry, Herman. But you should subscribe. It seems like mainstream in general is focusing on a group that isn't us, regardless of being in games, films, or books. Yeah, Epic. And I mean, they're doing it to make money. I can't fault them. Let's be real. Let's be real here, right? So let's not, once again, I kind of like how John A. Douglas is not crapping on these people. He's just saying it's not for me. And I think that's very classy of him. You want to hear Herman? Herman sounds like a normal bro. He doesn't have a bad voice. Herman, do you want to have your books narrated by someone who sounds like Liam Neeson? Because what is the cost of narrating? I have a narrator who is a Brit. His voice fits like a glove with my writing style. Oh, that's fantastic, Herman. I would want my... Well, anyway, I'm not going to go into it. Brits are such fantastic narrators. I agree. Especially for fantasy, yeah. What can't Brits narrate? That is a good question. Sex scenes? No, even better. One of my favorite things to listen to was Tom Hiddleston reading love poetry. Don't ask me how I know this. I'll post my story about BNN and male readers in Discord because it's illustrated with lots of stuff you're discussing here. Oh, I'm glad to... yeah, for sure. We have a channel specific, so make sure you click... make sure you click book chat and you can put it into the book chat channel. So make sure you check off reader and writer so you can see those specific channels. Ben says he'll shut up. Okay, good. I think the best method to get male readers is to transfer their interest from something they already love, market a book from their beloved IP as a unique addition to supplement their interest. I think that's what WoW was trying to do, and I think they were kind of successful, except for the part where then it kind of destroyed the game. So as long as it was supplementing the game and not destroying the game's narrative, I think that'd be fine. Joe Abercrombie is better than Erickson IMO. Well, I mean, that can be your point of view, Karn. All I can say is I'm very sensitive to extremely dark stuff, and I don't like reading it. I want to have... What if it's a gritty catboy romance? What if? Party. What if? I would have to put a ton of tags on that. Let's just say that anyway, let's keep going. Do we restrict contemporary and modern too much today? If we go back to literature classes, the books are in a century, if not larger time groups. Yeah, I mean, I think the word modern, Shay, should be like World War I onward, obviously. So when we use the word modern, we should go all the way up to our current present day. Some people would argue we're in postmodern society. I mean, we could, talk about that. But contemporary should be different from modern. Contemporary is a whole different other meaning, in my opinion. Contemporary means what's happening right now. Or like what is happening at the time of whatever that you're talking about. No, this is me commenting on John's video. Okay. Narration is usually charged by per finished hour. That means if your final audiobook is 20 hours long, then it's 20 times the narrator's rate. Interesting. Okay. I'll keep that in mind, Herman. I don't think you have a bad voice, Herman, but I could see why, if you're writing fantasy, you want to have a British accent. I kind of see that. It would be like if I wanted to write a cowboy thing, I would want to have someone like Herman read it. Because Herman sounds like he has a more American accent. Joe is funny, which is very rare in fantasy. Yeah, but Karn, we already established that Joe Abercrombie wrote Grim Dark, and therefore, if you are not into nihilism, then you will not enjoy it. You might find it funny. Other people may not find it funny. I would call Eagle the Ninth and the following books we didn't know existed modern and contemporary. I would recommend Raptor Red as a contemporary for boys. I would recommend Jack London. I would recommend anything by Rosemary Sutcliffe. There was that other guy, I forget his name off the top of my head, Howard Pyle. I would recommend everything by Gary Paulson, Gordon Corman, some of Garth Nix. I would recommend Rick Riordan. I would recommend the guy who wrote Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. What's his face? Ransom Riggs. Arthur Ransom wrote Swallows in the Amazon series. Boys might like that. There's a ton of books in the modern era that would cover it just fine, not to mention T.H. White, George MacDonald. Oh, maybe George MacDonald is Victorian-ish. Maybe George MacDonald wouldn't count. But Lewis, obviously, Tolkien, obviously, T.H. White. What is Lloyd Alexander? Was that a thing? Am I imagining that one up? Alexander Lloyd Alexander. Anyway, there's a bunch that you can give to boys for the modern period. But if we're talking about contemporary, difficult, very difficult. Oh my gosh, Farley, the Black Stallion. I always cry when I watch that video, or not even cry, just like, tear up.
The industry. But that's what I think. What do you think? I'd love to hear from you. Leave a like and a comment, and let me know what you think. Share this out, because I'd like a diversity of opinions here. And for now, I'm going to call the video there for the day. Hail the Iron Age. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, hit that.
I'm going to read The Black Crown. It's for free on Kindle Unlimited. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to be frank. I'm going to give this guy a subscribe. My biggest beef, I think, with this title is that it's clickbait. No Books for Men is... Everyone in chat knows that my hyper-focus on being nitpicky about how people use the words, even though I know it gets people to click on it. We clicked on it. Lord love us. I don't like Nerdrotic for this. I don't like Disparu for this. I don't like so many people on YouTube because of this. It's a problem, okay? I wish he could have said no mainstream books on the shelves for men in local bookstores. Some local bookstores. Because clearly it's not true for all local bookstores across the country. So I wish I would have liked to have seen a bit more nuance in the title. It felt a bit clickbaity, not going to lie. The overall thrust of his argument, which is that men are being sidelined by traditional publishing, is obvious to everyone. His takeaway points as to why it happened is mostly true. I still think there could have been more nuance to discuss things like what Herman was talking about, the size of the books changing. I think that's fair. Herman was noting that men are more likely to consume audiobooks, which to me doesn't address the question of books on the shelves, but does show that men are interested in consuming some form of literature, but it's not going to be in a traditional form, so we might not see it on the bookshelves in a traditional sense, because you're more likely just to get it on your phone, unfortunately. Although in this day and age, I would probably buy it physical, because like you never know if something's going to go away. It's just, it is what it is. Okay. So Herman wrote on Discord, my BNN story. 2024, I decided to expand my sales by attending comic conventions. Oh, okay. One of the first places was a place in Midland Mall. His table was set across from a Barnes & Noble. He was sold out. He could look into the Barnes & Noble. The store was dead. With the exception of the manga and game section, roughly 75% of the people who bought my books were either males aged 40 or younger, most of them below the age of 25, I think, or relations, wanting to buy books for male relations. My belief is that men have essentially abandoned bookstores. It is possible that males have abandoned bookstores. And it is possible, Herman, that they prefer to listen through another medium. Now, is it because the bookstores, the local bookstores, depending on where you live, are not giving into that male demographic? Possibly. 100%. I don't know. There's part of me that's like, I just feel like there might be more going on. Party is a pumpkin. Night, everyone. Don't stay up too late, Chieko. What time is it? Oh, okay. We're getting close. Decker and Peretti. I mean, Shay, but what if you're not like running in certain circles? I know Decker got into like secular bookstores, but yeah. Bookstores don't sell audiobooks. That is the problem, Herman. Yeah. It's not on the shelves. They aren't on the shelves. Nowadays, a lot of audiobooks aren't on like in a physical thing, right? They aren't in a physical tape or a physical CD like they would have been back in the day, right? It's an MP4 or whatever. So you're not going to see it on the shelf. So my argument is the reason why we're not going to see, if I go into a bookstore and I don't see male interest books on the shelf, my first question is, who is running the bookstore? Second question is, in this particular area, who is the demographic buying the books? What is the educational level? Are there any sociocultural factors involved? To me, it's not just the publishing industry. There's also some other factors that would get me thinking. That's what I'm suggesting. There's other factors that get me thinking. And the reason why, largely, is because how I've seen guys talk about things. And I ran in a lot of guy gaming circles. And maybe it's because I'm not hanging out with guy readers. Maybe I'm not hanging out with guy readers. And I also anecdotally, as a teacher, I teach ESL students, so I teach Chinese students largely. Now, Chinese students have this added bonus of being more academically oriented because their parents are breathing down their neck all the time, right? So you have these boys and girls who are being encouraged by their parents to read or being told by their parents to read. But there's this demographic that I'm teaching right now who have been raised by Western schools versus the Chinese kids who are being raised by Chinese schools. Now, you'll be interested to note that the boys who are being taught in private schools in China are more likely to read than the boys being taught in Western schools. And I'm not talking about reading for class. I'm talking about reading on their own. It's very interesting. And the boys that spend more than 1 to 2 years in Western schools, okay, their English is flawless in terms of speaking. Absolutely no interest in reading. Absolutely none. We're talking Gen Alpha. We're talking about the skibbity toilet Sigma crowd. So there's a whole section in the writing course that I run for my employers. So I run a writing course for children. Imagine getting Chieko as your teacher for writing. Anyway, one of them is response to literature. Okay, response to literature. How many boys have I asked? Okay, this is the unit where we're going to respond to literature. So I need you to go to your bookshelf and look for a book that you have just read or that you really like. Do you know how hard it is to get these grade 4, grade 5 students, these boys, to get them to find a book that they have in the house? And this is with parents who actually care. It's not that the parents and wouldn't buy the book if the kid came out and was like, oh, I want it. And there are books for some boys to read. Like I said, they do exist. Modern books do exist. They could ask their teachers. They could ask me. Some of them go to private schools. So these private schools tend to be better. So you would think, right? No. I just think it like they're just kind of not going to look for it. But that's my theory. Once again, I could be wrong. You were doubting? Oh, you were doubting me, huh, Ben? Local bookstore is pretty busy. I would love to see B&E's data on who attended. But once again, Shay, that might be your locals, right? Wouldn't that be your local? Once again, my argument would be it would be a state-to-state thing. It would be the culture of the community that would determine what's in the bookstore. Isn't that what we would argue? That's what I would argue. All the guys I game with are huge readers like me. I'll race some of them on new releases. Yeah, maybe I'm just hanging out with the wrong group. Maybe Eve Echoes is just like filled with people who are checked out. My audience on Spotify is more than 80% male. That's awesome, Herman. That is great. That's super helpful. So a lot of guys are listening to Herman's stuff on Spotify. This is good. She passes notes in class. Most not committed. Most are also aspiring authors. I'm so glad Mom dumped thousands of books on us, and we've dumped hundreds on the nephews already. I mean, their national attendance map got cut off. Their national attendance map. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. I haven't seen... I want more stats. Maybe that's where I'm coming down to, is my anecdotal evidence isn't equal to Herman's or Shay's. So this tells me that either I'm somehow in a bubble of ignorant men. I mean, it could be that America is better off than Canadian men. Maybe I'm just surrounded by, but I'm playing with American men. I'm so confused. I want to get more stats. I feel like I want more stats to see where it is going. I'm about to be ditched. What's happening? Nani? Are we okay? No, it says stream is healthy. Is Ben in the ditch? Okay, maybe I'm just having an autistic moment. Okay. All right. Well, that was interesting. A lot of food for thought. Thank you to Leo for requesting that content. No books for men. Since we've gone on and on and on, we will not watch this one because it might be a repeat of everything before. I'll exit out of that. I'll exit out of that. Now, this is a long one, but I'm going to give you the TLDR on this, okay? So this bro, he's an artist, and he had a friend who sold no paintings at his NYC, and I'm going to show you a clip here. Wait 1 second. I know exactly where I'm going, so I just got to find it. Okay, here we go.
About Sunday Nobody. He understands the flow in the system and his role as a helper. There's no
Okay, so this guy here is reacting to his friend who's doing an art exhibition. Now, you might be wondering, what does this have to do with writing? Well, let's take a look here.
creativity,
That's
ingenuity,
a
or
great guy
leadership.
right there.
He's fully committed.
Hey man, if you want to help me out here in Germany, you're welcome.
To get this show done and for this entire project, but Sunday Nobody specifically flew across the country for 5 days just to
Yeah. 1 second.
for this entire project, but Sunday Nobody specifically flew across
Interesting. I might have
for 5 days just to help
already
me,
a
so
clue
that's
as to
pretty
what
epic.
went wrong. But let's continue watching a bit.
Okay, so this guy here, he did an art exhibition, all right? And this guy is reacting to what this guy said. This bro sold no paintings at his exhibition. And he responded largely to this right here. What am I trying to get stats on? How can I say this? My evidence about male readers is based off of literacy rates, which was determined by a sagging educational system failing boys. And that to me was a direct issue linked to why guys are not interested in reading. It's like a habit that they picked up when they were young and it carried into their adult life. But other factors were apparent to me. And like, for example, I saw a pattern between the arrival of the computer and the comic book and the disappearance of the traditional book from men's lives. I saw these patterns and it made sense to me. But clearly, I need more data to firm up those connections, because it's obvious to me that men aren't reading as much because the industry has left them behind. That's obvious. It's obvious to me that there is a specific ideological push right now that is limiting the industry from choosing certain voices. For example, straight voices, or for example, white male voices. So there are things that I think everyone can see, obviously can see. We can say, oh yeah, that's a problem. Oh yeah, that's a problem. And we can see the vicious cycle that Douglas talked about. What is not so apparent to me is other hidden factors. I'm always cautious about the hidden things that no one's talking about. It's so easy to go with like the low-hanging fruit. For me, it's like, what else are we missing? And part of me does wonder if there's a biological thing going on and if there is a preference thing going on as well that we have to consider, maybe, which would explain why more guys are listening to audiobooks, but they're not physically reading with their eyes, holding a book in their hands, getting it off of a shelf. And this could lead to a certain kind of vicious cycle wherein men are not represented in a bookstore. Then there's the question of what bookstores are we visiting and who is controlling that bookstore, so that, like that one bookstore that had The Dragon's Bride, front and center on the shelf. I know that there are really racy and steamy stuff out there and really weird pairings, but that felt to me not like a corporate decision, but someone in that bookstore decided to make that shelf to highlight something. And that's where I'm suggesting we might not be taking into consideration local factors, biological factors, educational, academic factors, preference factors. Like, we're just, I'm just cautious about single word answers. As soon as someone says, like, if a couple comes to me and says our relationship is falling apart and it's his fault or it's her fault, part of me is like, okay, all right. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm just a little leery of single answer problems. Like, oh, this is the answer. This is the single answer. I want more stats, I guess. That's what he's afraid you're going to leave him for more cultured gamers. Okay. I don't want to lose my monk minion though. I'm fading. Good night, everyone. Good night, Miro. Rest up and don't break your back shoveling snow. I recommend doing what my dad did, which is go out every 4 hours and shovel just the little bit that falls. That way you don't have to shovel huge amounts all in one go. That's what my dad did. Until he got a snowblower, and then his life was even better. But rest up, Miro. So anyway, I want to end the stream with this discussion. Leo brought up this woman who tried to sell some romance and couldn't sell any romance. And part of the problem is romance is a very saturated genre. Just because you write a romantasy, just because you write a romance doesn't mean you will sell. You have to be very thoughtful and you have to do your research before you start selling. For example, I wrote a Loki fanfiction that was actually quite popular. It hit the top 20 fanfiction for Loki, for mature Loki fanfics. It got in the top 20 most reviewed. Why? Even though I did not have romance in it, and I only had very, very lightly touched upon sex scenes, like barely, like blink and they're gone. Okay? In a world, in a sea of sex, my book was the one that did not have sex in it. Like, not like described. And yet I got into the top 20 most reviewed, most, like popular Loki mature fan fiction. And it's because I read probably around 200 Loki fan fiction stories and short stories and vignettes and things. And I realized there was a singular vision that was missing, and I was interested in presenting it, and I presented it, and people wanted to read it because it was something they were looking for. And some of the people who read it didn't know they were looking for it, and then they were like, this is what I wanted, even though I didn't know I needed it. You have to know your market. You can't just walk in and be like, here I am, here's my product, buy it. So in this case, this artist, first off, overcharged. You could see here, overcharged, right? But what got me really thinking was down here. This. I think there are a lot of ways to look at this, but the biggest issue, I think, is his subject matter and style and how that's appreciated by the expected audience who can afford those prices. The people who can buy $5,000 on a painting are not the same people who love fantasy art. I'm sorry, they just aren't. He's created a niche for himself in gaining traction on YouTube, but that doesn't suit the art buying public who can afford those prices. I know he does a lot of different things, but a lot of his work featured on YouTube focuses on a younger audience who loves that glossy and graphic Tumblr style of fantasy art. His style is great, his skill is great, the finished work is great, but the people who can afford to spend that kind of money on painting generally aren't in their 20s or 30s and love Dungeons and Dragons. They're wealthy people in their 50s who prefer portraits, scenic landscapes, edgy concepts, modern art, the traditional kinds of subjects. And so what I really liked about this discussion is that he overpriced his art versus what his audience could give it. And this kind of linked in my head to how people are misunderstanding what they can gain when they start out. This links to Muhammad Agabdi, who have been also kind of like low-key spamming his videos, where he talks about charging for art and how you have to basically, and this guy, Alpay Effie, also says the same thing. You have to charge lower when you're starting out. You have to meet halfway when you're starting out, because you're not going to get anywhere if you kind of land with a splash and expect things just to roll into your lap. And so I really liked this video, and maybe next week we'll watch a bit more of his comments on it, because I really like him. He also has a very nice voice. It got me thinking about like how to monetize your stuff in a way that isn't predatory to your readers, especially when you're starting out. I'm going to take a little look here. Like our good friend Herman is charging. Do you remember that lady? Who said books are so expensive? Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, so just minutes after I posted my top 10 games of 2024, what? Nintendo.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. I'm just checking to make sure that I'm not going to, dox myself. I didn't, by the way. I didn't. I was good. But I'm just going to do it this way. Okay. Here. This is Herman's pricing. Guys, our friend Herman knows how to price. This is a good price. This is a good price. So traditional guidance for getting published used to be get in with a magazine instead of going all in on a huge book and trying to get a publishing house to pay attention to it. Do indie authors need to go back to a similar, smaller format? I think they do, Shay. I think they do. I agree. Let's take a look at our friend Herman's book here. I'm going to look at the size. We got reading age 13 to 18 years. He's going for 130 pages, which if you recall, 30,000 was around 120. So he's probably rolling in. He's probably rolling in at probably 30 to 50,000 words, depending on what size everything is at. So for 138 pages, he's charging $4 Canadian. With HST, that probably comes to like $6 or something. But I think going smaller is probably smarter. Yeah, I agree. Those must be Canadian numbers. Yeah. Are American numbers higher, Herman? I'm gonna check America. I can look at American Amazon. Let me look at American Amazon. Yeah. Okay. American Amazon is $3.99. American Amazon is $3.99. Second, Ben is literally like breathing down my neck, Jen. Yeah, so $3.99 for Americans, $4.31 for Canadians, okay? But even so, $3.99, that's a nice number. I would get a book for $5. Now, the problem with Kindle is you don't technically own it. So like if Kindle decided to die tomorrow, like most of the authors you buy from, you're going to lose their work unless you strip the DRM. Which I'm not recommending you do, but I mean, that's just reality, right? Paying $4.31 for a Kindle that's not bad. Remember what that lady was talking about, that one video we watched where she was like, oh no, things are so expensive. So yeah. So anyway, it is now midnight. Did chat want to bring up any other topic to wrap up this stream? Any other topics? Any announcements or things you guys want to share? It's okay, Ben. I appreciate it. Between you and Shay, I feel very safe. Book bans down south. Book bans. I think book bans are stupid. I think book burning is stupid. I'm not saying there's book burning, but anyone who burns a book or who bans a book, number one, have they heard of the Barbara Streisand effect? Like the Streisand effect? That's a thing. I think bans are silly. However, I did, teach young people at a very early age. And I do think that there are some people who are trying to introduce certain kinds of books to young people that are inappropriate for that age and should be left up to the parents' discretion. If you, as a woman, have, pooped out a baby, or if you, as a man, have put hours and hours of your life and time to feeding and clothing a small individual, you should have a right as to decide what certain kinds of information, particularly in regards to sexual content, goes into their brains. Okay? And I know for a fact, because I live in a very progressive country, that there were attempts to slip in certain types of education that was absolutely unnecessary to very young individuals who do not need to know that. Now, I say that as someone who has a very... Anyway, I don't want to get into it right now on this stream, but maybe one day I'll tell a little bit of my story. Enough to say this. I believe it is important to teach children defensive knowledge about certain things. There are ways to talk about things with your child so that they understand that there are no-go zones, so that they are protected from predators, because an ignorant child can be taken advantage of, and they may not even endure physical trauma, so they won't even know what is wrong until much later, and it will fuck them over. And I say that as someone who understands on a personal level, okay? So I'm not taking away necessary defensive information from children, but I think some parents are getting concerned about certain books being slid into the curriculum in the guise of being inclusive when it's TMI for very young people. And I'm talking about grade 6 and under, like grade 5 and under. Like stuff like that, I think people should call out their schools if they're being creepy and weird and ideologically possessed. Both ways. Same thing with Harry Potter. Like, you got some people who are like clutching their pearls over witchcraft because Harry Potter has witches and wizards in it. Like, I didn't like that either. I thought that was stupid, right? I don't appreciate that. So that's my thought on book bans. That's just a hot take on book bans. I don't think it's super hot take, but it was a nice and lively one. I'm glad, Epic. The White House gets painted orange tomorrow. Are there Canadians who are going to truck down there to paint it orange? Maybe, can it even be burnt? We'll get out a trebuchet with a nice burning rock and we'll burn the White House down a second time. I shouldn't say that probably on YouTube. It's a joke, YouTube. It's a 1812, War of 1812 joke, okay? We were barely Canadian then. We were mostly just loyalists. I was so pissy the last time we were in the library kids section. So many inappropriate books suddenly all over the shelves. Yeah. Hey, Johnny, how's it going? Good morning, Johnny. Johnny is our Eastern European video game developer come something. I don't know what his job is these days. I hope he found a job. What does he mean? The Cheeto dust hydrants are ready. The child doesn't even need to be ignored. He means the toupee. House. Oh, the toupee. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, my brother, obviously, I don't know much about it. I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm happy for my American friends who are happy. I'm sad for my American friends who are sad. And when I say I'm happy and I'm sad, chat, TLDR, I'm not actually feeling it in my heart. I'm just like, you know, being cognitively empathetic to people's situations, whether they're happy or sad. But beyond that, I don't really care because I'm sorry if President T gets in tomorrow. My rent doesn't get better. My rent situation doesn't get better. My life doesn't get better. You know, like my client is still with me. Nothing changes. So, orange is evil. Orange, yeah. It's a little better. Is it a little better, Johnny? I'm glad to hear. Did you get a work in your sector or no? She's just waiting for Pierre to get in? Yeah. Nothing changes up here. Except maybe we will experience a severe economic downturn and I'll escape over the border and get arrested by Michigan people. It'll be great. She's just waiting for, this might be your problem if the annexation happens. Yeah. If it did. I can't believe how many people think it might legitimately happen. I'd press X to doubt on that one. I mean, if it did happen, I'm not taking up arms for Canada. Heck no. Heck no to the techno. They effed me over first. I'm not fighting for it. Nope. No, siree. I just figure it's a meme. I mean, Greenland might not be a meme, but I think the whole Canada thing was just a meme. I'm not taking it seriously at all. I know there's some people who are like, oh, he might. And I'm like, no. In fact, most of the people who talk to me about it, like IRL, it's like those old people and they like clearly are enjoying it because they're like, oh yeah, it could happen. And I'm just like, some people want it to happen because they legitimately think it's a good idea and they want to believe that it could happen. I think that's crazy. And then there's some people who want it to happen because it would mean what Trump said is actually true and it would be so horrible and they would love being martyrs. It's just like everyone needs to just calm down, okay? Just calm down. Like, let's chill here for a second. Do I think it could happen? I'm going to be honest, chat. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, it could. What probability does Chieko think that it could happen at? Less than 50% possible. crying when I have to burn Chieco's book collection in the Canadian-American War. Could you imagine the Canadian-American War? Oh man, it would suck. Largely because, like, I think some of my family would want to stand in, I don't know, I'd be torn, folks. I might leave, actually. I might repatriate to, like, Japan. Say F North America. I'm out. I'll move to, I was going to make a joke that was inappropriate. I won't. I would not. Like, I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know how it would happen. My life is more secure. I'm glad. I'm glad, Johnny. I'm really glad. This is the backstory of Fallout. Yeah, for real. When China fired first. It's a great idea for Canadians, maybe bad for Americans. Here's the thing. I think Canada has been, let's just say this. If Canada had really cared, okay, really cared about its independence and supremacy, it would have cut down the nature to the north. It would stop all of this green preservation nonsense. It would have basically handed out tracts of land for free and built up infrastructure in the north, so that we would stop living on the American border. We are all living on the American border. If they really cared, if they really cared, they wouldn't give all of our contracts, all of our money. They wouldn't allow Tim Hortons to get bought out by an American company. I just feel like right now, Canadians squealing about being taken over by Americans are annoying AF, because we've been selling out to American interests for so long. It's like, I argued this when I was 18. I went to 1 year of high school, and we were talking about the Canadian identity, and I said, we are too fragmented. We're being taken advantage of, basically, because we are too fragmented. We don't have a strong enough idea of who we are and what we stand for. We're like a little wave on the beach. We're like, ooh, and the beach is America. And then we're sitting here going, oh no, we're going to be taken over. We've been taken over already. The name is just different. That's all. And that's where I'm kind of annoyed, because, like, I think a lot of people have been lying to themselves about the state of our country. Oh, you know what? Let's just do this. I'm going to squeeze it in. I want to show you something I found recently. This guy, this bro. So I think I saw Asmongold react to a clip of his, and then I went down this rabbit hole of watching.
Oh, Canada.
Wow. Okay. This guy's called Caleb Hammer. I've gotten into watching people's financials collapse. It's actually been getting me thinking about my own financials. But anyway, listen, I want Pierre to win because I think Pierre has a better chance of standing up to Trump and negotiating for Canada. But I personally, I was talking about it with a friend, I don't think Pierre Poilievre will be able to turn Canada around, okay, within 2 years. I don't think, like, this is a big ship. The ship Canada is like the ship Concordia. It's too big to turn. We're going to crash. Because we've been on this collision course for a long time now. So, like, I don't think Pierre will be able to, like, come in and be like, snap, 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 change. We're all going to be great. Like, we need to give him 2 terms to sort this shit out. Because we are effed up so bad. People have, like, no clue. Canadians don't have a clue. They actually think things are fine because the government has been lying to them and withholding from them how bad things are. And also, a lot of Canadians are like me. We don't understand. We need people to explain it to us in small words so we can understand. Like, this is a me problem too. And so then when things are arriving, oh, we're effed up. Then we're like, what? Wait, is it that bad? Oh my gosh, it's that bad. How did it get that bad? And so that's why I'm a little annoyed and salty because I think a lot of Canadians have been sticking their heads in the sands and haven't been really thinking about, hey, maybe we shouldn't sell out to America so much. Hey, maybe we should have a prime minister with a backbone. But, anyway, I'm raging now. Canadians at peace. Sorry, Canadians during war. The need for the G Convention. I mean, we have yet to make Puerto Rico an official state. I'll say a Hail Mary for your soul when Catholicism retakes the West, but your Catboy books go to the Auto de Fe. No, I'll just move to Japan. Trust. Don't worry. It's still just a territory. If you had California's weather, Canada would be on fire. Chieko, the rage of Canada. For president of Canada. Chinese subsidiary Canada. 没事我会说中文没问题 Canada, basically America's large hat. The interview where he's eating the apple was pretty funny. Yeah, Pierre is pretty based. I don't think it would be prudent or practical for Canada and Greenland and the UN to protest if USA was actually serious. I think Canada should just keep trucking and ignore and try to figure it out. But I'm going to tell you, we're going to feel it. If we try to go on our own with this dependence that we have right now on America the way it is, whether Mr. T is serious is another story entirely. Yeah, exactly, Shay. I just don't know. But check this out. Check this guy out. This guy actually reported in a very unbiased way what is going on in Canada. Check this out.
Canada, your prime minister said f*** off. As you probably saw earlier this week, Justin Trudeau said, everyone hates me, I'm leaving. But why is this happening? Why does it feel like Canada is like a failed state right now with every piece of news we're hearing? We gotta talk about it. We've been gone from a little break, but we're back. This is your week in money. So yeah, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau finally announced his resignation after nearly a decade in office this past Monday. And he acknowledged internal party disputes, saying that these challenges hinder his effectiveness in the upcoming election. Justin Trudeau will remain in office as Prime Minister until the Liberal Party selects a new leader. And the leadership selection process can take months. He suspended the current legislative session to avoid a potential no confidence vote in Parliament, which he would certainly lose. But why is he resigning exactly? The reality is, Justin Trudeau has now become one of Canada's most unpopular political figures, significantly weakening his own party. And Liberal Party members have called for him to step aside due to poor poll numbers and internal dissatisfaction. His approval rating has actually dropped to approximately...
Okay, just so everyone could see the
poll numbers and internal dissatisfaction. Watch. His approval...
This is... Do you know how Americans are like, we want a multi-party system? This is what happens when you have a multi-party system. So, right now, leading at 44.2%, we have the Conservatives led by Pierre Poilievre. We'll call him Poily. Then we got Liberals at 20.1%. Then we have the New Democrats at 19.3%. Led by Jagmeet Singh, who's phoned it in because he's just waiting to cash in for retirement in February. We can't wait for him to leave. Bloc Québécois, who is led by Yves-François Blanchet. And for those of you who are confused, Bloc Québécois, well, one of their main agendas for years was to leave Canada. So we have a party in Canada that historically used to represent leaving Canada. 8.5%. Green Party, 4.1%. People's Party, which is basically the far right wing, Maxime Bernier, 2.4%, and other, 1.4%. Okay. Now, a lot of people might go, well, this sounds great. Look at all of these wonderful little parties. Guess what? It's a shit show. You can imagine what you have is, let's say the liberals say, hey, we want to put out a law that says people have to pick up their trash. Well, on that day, let's pretend that PP decided he doesn't want to pick up trash. So he goes over to Jagmeet and says, hey, look, I'll agree with your bill for this if you agree to back me up to downvote for this. And Jagmeet, he really needs that bill signed. So he's like, yeah, okay, bro, I got your back, bro. Then PP goes down to Bloc Québécois. Hey, Yves. Hey, Yves Frank. You know, this new bill to pick up the trash can't be bothered. Help me out. Be a bro. Sure. Be a bro. Hey, Lizzie, I got you tickets for the Maple Leaf people in Toronto. I think she actually is out in BC, but I don't know who's in BC. So anyway, how about it, girl? And she's like, yeah, I got your back, PP. So then, you know, Maxime, maybe, who cares about him? Who cares about them? No decisions are made. I'm telling you, if it is a minority government, if there's a minority government, so one government gets in, but there's too much seats in the other groups, we're in for 4 years of people wasting their time on the taxpayer dollar. It's great. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Chieko's the ringleader. Why? Because I speak Chinese. It's more democratic. It's useless, Johnny. Trust. Quebec would make for an amazing U.S. state. No, Quebec would make for its own country. It would cut off the eastern provinces, and the eastern provinces would join New England. That's what would happen. We've experimented with democracy for the last few centuries. Time to look at the results. So the Quebecois are the Texans of Canada? Yes, they are, Arm. Yes, they kind of are. Except the Texans, I think, have like an open door thing where they can, or exit policy. I think the Quebec vote to remain in Canada. When was that? Yes, there was a 1995 referendum. I actually remember this. So there was a vote. There was a vote. Do we stay or do we leave? Now, TLDR, they stayed. Do you want to know the margin? .52% of Quebec people voted. Of this 93.52%, 50.58% voted don't leave Canada. It was so close to our country being cut in half in 1995. So close. Yeah. That's how close it was. It was brutal. It was funny. That was a whole big thing when I was a kid. It's not supposed to be fast and tyrannical. Johnny, when you live in a massive country that is collapsing, and you need to see movement, like, I don't know, free dental health care for people who need help, like yours truly, having rich and wealthy politicians faffing about like high school people, because air quote democracy is no. No. Trust me. Like, maybe it's for you, it's a dream thing. For me, it's not. It's not helped. This has not, this infighting and idiocy that happens in the parliament has not improved my life one iota. In fact, at one point, there was a point where the Governor General had to prorogue the government. and they actually had to cancel having a government at all, which is actually happening right now. We actually have no government right now because Trudeau is out now. So they have to find a new person to replace him, because if they don't replace him, basically, the Conservative Party can grab enough people to vote no confidence in the Liberals and force an election right now. That's why Justin Trudeau left. Honestly, some of the infighting has been very damaging to our country. Now, I don't like tyranny. I'm not a fan of tyranny either, but I'm not a fan of people wasting my money and my time because they can afford to have dental health care. They can afford to have a GP who actually is on the case. Now, actually, I have a good GP, but there are tons of people who don't even have a general practitioner to take care of them for their chronic health. Nah, Canada is effed. And the last thing they need is like this fragmentation. This is why we're being like, this is why we're feeding America. Have you tried not being alive? Canadian healthcare system. So the best thing that's going to come out of Trudeau's 8-year, the best thing, okay, for me, that's going to transform my life, okay, the best thing will happen this year. This year, maybe I will be able to get free minimum dental care. I have not had anyone, because I could not afford it, because it comes out of pocket. I have not had anyone look at my teeth since 2016. Yeah. Okay. I can't afford it. I think I went in for an emergency tooth removal in 2017, but one of my canines literally broke apart in my mouth, and I have a missing canine with a piece still stuck in my mouth that I've not been able to afford to remove. 2019. 2020. So 2024, they rolled out dental health care for elderly and children, and 2025, that's only 3 years ago. What is 3 years ago? Look, the only thing I want Canada to do right now is take Drake back. Right now, he's suing content creators for their role in making Not Like Us popular. LOL. What? Oh. Yeah. So anyway, TLDR. The only thing Trudeau is going to actively improve my life in after 8 years of being in office is he passed a law that will allow me, maybe this year, but I might have to wait till next year, maybe this year, I can finally have someone look at my teeth for free. That's the best thing he did for me in 8 years of being in office. That's it. Nothing else. And you might say, wow, Chieko, that's pretty selfish of you. Like, it's not all about you. The world is being shared with a whole bunch of other people. He could have improved their lives. No. This has been a terrible time. Not for free. You're paying for it in taxes. Oh, Karn. Thank you, Karn, for blackpilling me further. But you are absolutely correct. You didn't swap bracelets at Taylor's. Anyway, I don't see the system as working as intended. It's not working as intended. I'm sorry. Maybe other people might come here and be happy with the system. It hasn't always worked as intended, and it hasn't improved my life in any kind of way. Free Nova Scotia? What? For? There's nothing wrong with Nova Scotia. It's doing fine.
Rating has actually dropped to approximately...
It's probably not doing fine. Nova Scotia's probably messed up too.
20%. And his party trails the opposition...
Okay, let's see how things are going here. Conservatives, 47% in British Columbia. Ouch. 55% Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Not surprised. 24%. Well, of course, Bloc Québécois is higher in Quebec. Hello, door. Of course, it's high in Alberta. Of course, conservatives are always in the breadbasket. So Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta, all conservatives. This is surprising. Look at Ontario. Holy moly, 47.5 conservative. That's insane. Atlantic Canada can be a mixed bag. Not surprised. I'm more surprised about Ontario and BC. That's some red pilling right there. Look at that. Look at that red pill. Now, you might be wondering, what is this orange? This orange is the NDPs. They're like the socialists who always want to run social parties that make us bankrupt as a country. It's great. Love it.
Conservative Party by over 20 percentage points in public opinion polls. Plus, rising costs, which we'll go into, and housing shortages, which we'll go into, have been exacerbated by Justin Trudeau's immigration policies, and that's alienated voters. And that's not even a political stance. Both sides agree on that. And his aggressive climate policies have also met resistance during a time of economic challenges. Usually those types of policies work when everything is doing really well and we're all willing to take a little back to invest in things we care about. But when things are struggling, it gets hard. And the left-leaning New Democratic Party, which supported his minority government, withdrew its backing last month. Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, resigned due to disagreements over...
Oh! So this lady here, who he got on, was also the Deputy Prime Minister. So get this. People might be wondering, okay, so Trudeau's out of office. Isn't there a vice president, a vice prime minister, right? To step in? Yeah, she left. She was like, nah, I'm not staying around to hold the bag. That's the face of a woman who is so done. She's gone. Why is Johnny freaking out about the Scottish people? They're also in Manitoba. Did you know that, Johnny? The Scottish people are also in Manitoba. Is that the one with the weird accent? No, that's Newfoundland. Newfoundland has the weird accent.
Justin Trudeau's fiscal policy
Free
and
Manitoba.
lack of preparation for a potential U.S. versus Canada trade war. And this isn't really surprising. Justin Trudeau's resignation is a part of a larger trend of voter backlash against progressive leaders across the world. And a lot of this is driven by economic challenges and discontent with their policies. This doesn't mean their policies are wrong or right, or if I support them, I always want to be clear on that. The fact is, that is where the Western world is voting right now. We saw it in our own country. Whether or not we disagree with it doesn't matter. That's the reality. And this resignation coincides with the upcoming U.S. presidency of Donald Trump, who has promised tariffs on Canadian imports, which adds to Canada's economic concerns. Well, at the same time, internally on the Liberal Party, one of the lawmakers in that party, Wayne Long, criticized the party for moving too far left, likening it to the U.S. Democrats. He attributed Justin Trudeau's unpopularity to the party's overemphasis on being a moral authority, which he believes has alienated voters. He also acknowledged the fatigue among voters toward Justin Trudeau's leadership style and policies. So there's been lots for him to think about.
You know, like the style of leadership where you're like, yes, sir, from like China, for example, or America. Like he just he has no oomph in the room. Like people aren't scared of him. Like people are whether you agree with Trump or not, people are taking his words as possibility. They're taking him seriously, even if maybe he shouldn't be taken seriously. No one is taking Trudeau seriously. Trudeau could be sitting there going, oh, we're going to take over Greenland. People would be like, you're what? Like, no one would believe it. Trudeau started the whole, it's the current year in 2016 when he appointed women to half his cabinet. And when asked why, it's 2016. Yeah. I swear I have folk songs on my playlist about Scots being shipped forcibly to Canada and fighting there for their freedoms. It could be. I know the Irish people were also like heavily sucked into the American Civil War. I mean, a lot of Scots and Irish people were moved around, shall we say, for various reasons. Yeah, Johnny, you're right. Yeah, so.
And it's taken him a while to get to this decision. It's reported that he spent the holiday season reflecting on his future, and he finalized his decision over dinner with his family. And this resignation officially marks the end of Justin Trudeau's leadership era, leaving Canada's Liberal Party.
Aren't they divorcing? I feel like our prime minister is also divorcing. Is Trudeau divorcing? Yes, they announced they're separating after 18 years of marriage. Oh, here's the tea. Here's the tea chat. Get this. Sophie Gregoire Trudeau attended public events with the PM, including the King's coronation, while reportedly dating an Ottawa surgeon. Juicy. Not a good look. Not a good look. No. Keep it classy, folks. Slavery with extra steps. Kind of. He is single. He is single now for you, Arm, if you're interested. He's gay? Is Trudeau gay? I didn't think there was any news. I didn't think that there... Is Trudeau gay? I mean, if he was gay, I mean, who cares? I more care about how he's running the country. I don't care who he's doing in the bedroom. Oh my Lord. What? No, it can't be. No, he can't be gay. No. And he has not formally come out as gay. You can't tell? Karn. I cannot tell gay bros, okay? I read gay bro fan fiction, but it's coded as male and female, okay? It still is a guy and a girl. It's just that one of the girl is actually just like, it's, anyway. It's very hard for me to know if a guy is gay if he's not flamboyant. If he's flamboyant, then I can see he's gay. But Trudeau, to me, does not, when he's giving presentations, he doesn't give flamboyant gay. Like, I didn't read that. But, I mean, he could be gay. Sure. I don't know. But to me, I don't care if he's gay. He could be gay as the day is long. But if you're running the country well, I don't care what you're doing. But if you're running the country like shit, I still don't care what you're doing. I want you out, you know? But I could, if he came out tomorrow and he was like, I'm gay, by the way, I'd be like, okay, fine. But I still wouldn't care, you know? Today, blackface. Tomorrow, women's clothing. He becomes like Dylan Mulvaney. I bet all of my Steam library, he's gay. Yeah, I mean, he could be, Karn. He could be. I just haven't heard. PM Zoolander is getting divorced from what? His mirror? Maybe that's why he's getting divorced. He's travestied. There's precedent because of the Latin virus. Who knows how far he'll go? Is getting its news from Reddit, and yeah. Okay, let's keep watching.
In a weird position ahead of a challenging election year. Why does it always feel like Canada is a failed state right now? Really, it comes down to two major issues that we're going to talk about in today's episode. The first being stagnant productivity growth. Thing is, Canada's labor productivity issue is a significant economic challenge as it directly impacts the country's long-term economic growth, global competitiveness, and citizens' standard of living. But first, what is labor productivity? It measures the output per hour of work or per worker. It reflects how efficiently labor is utilized to produce goods and services. And this is critical because high productivity growth is essential for increasing wages, improving living standards, and fostering economic expansion. And this is where we see the current problems because between 2019 and 2024, labor productivity in Canada stagnated at approximately 0% growth annually. This means that despite the technological advancements and workforce development efforts, the economy failed to produce more output per worker hour. Now, Canada's productivity growth had been slow even before 2019, but the period from 2019 to 2024 marked an insane significant plateau, worse than the long-term average of 1 to 1.5 annual productivity growth seen in the past decades. And we see this in other countries that has a similar issue to Canada. What is that? Resource-dependent economies. Canada's reliance on natural resource industries like oil, gas, and mining has historically made productivity growth volatile. Resource industries have high capital intensity, but often lower labor productivity growth due to global price fluctuations and limited innovation. So that's when you have to diversify into other types of businesses as a country, right? But businesses in Canada have been slow to adopt new technologies like automation, AI, and advanced manufacturing, which are key drivers of productivity. So they're basically the European Union of the North American continent. And compared to other G7 countries, Canadian companies invest less in technology and research and development.
I just want to tell you folks, okay? You might think he's exaggerating. He is not. Just last fall, for the first time, I was looking at internet alternatives because of the internet issues we've been having. For the first time, I saw fiber optic as an option. 2024. Now, was fiber optic available in limited areas before 2024? Sure. But was it affordable and generally available to the population until recently? No. No. No, Johnny. No. Now, in Toronto, in Ottawa, where like our CIA version, CSIS, like military complexes, yes. Toronto, probably. Maybe Vancouver. The city where I live, which some of you might know where I live now, did not have options to access fiber optic cable until very recently. It is insane. It is insane. 12 euros, you get a 1 gigabyte connection. Oh my lord. 1 gigabyte? Okay. I can't show you guys what I'm going to look up. Let's do Virgin Mobile Internet. Oh no, I should do Bell. Bell Canada. That's probably the biggest provider. Internet plans. Oh my lord. It's changed to 5 internet plans. Oh my gosh, we got fiber. Yes. Yes. Okay. Ready? Just got to be careful because I don't want to. This is for Ontario. The current price is $25 a month for 2 years. Pay just $50 a month. Current price $75 per month. So it can range between $75 to $95 a month regularly. Now let's change that to euros, shall we? So let's change 50. Let's just take this one, $50 CAD to euro. Do you want to know how many euros this will get us? Oh. €33. This one up here. 37. This one over here. 40. And this is with the special sales. This is with the special sales. So you have a credit of $25 a month for 2 years. Right now, pay just $50 a month. After the 2 years, it will go up to $75 a month, which is 50 euros. So after 2 years, you're paying 50 euros for this. Okay? Oh, Canada, our home and native true patriot multi-party with tons of monopolies and handshaking behind closed doors so we never see good prices. 'Cause Canadians are passive fucks who are incredibly stupid. Now we're all fucked. Anyway, this is Bell Canada. Bell. Okay, big time. Okay, let's see how chat is responding to this. Canada has the highest internet prices in the world. They have better internet in Afghanistan. Don't make me cry. See, this is why I'm black-pilled, okay? Okay, let's keep going. Fiber just got here too. Anywhere there's winter is way behind. I agree, Shay. Part of it has to do with the infrastructure of laying down the cables. They have to make special cables because of the extreme temperature. I understand that. Also, Michigan, like Canada, is a massive state, right? Like, it's just big. We're all big. You have just miles and miles. People in Europe, they don't understand. They need to come and visit us, and then they'll see you drive 6 miles. You're still in the same province. You haven't gone anywhere. You haven't seen another country. Anyway, our government has not figured out a way to update us so that we're like the rest. And I know we're a big country. We have a lot of land, but they can't even get the GTA, which is Toronto, Hamilton, Niagara, Burlington, Oakville, Brantford, like all of these cities, Peterborough, Oshawa, Kingston. This group of cities, okay, that will one day be a conglomerate city together, one day, okay? They can't get these cities connected for cheap. This is what we're paying in the GTA. This is insanity. Okay. Let's see. Oh my lord, Johnny is paying 12 euros to get a 1 gigabyte connection. Fuck you, Johnny. It's crazy how Canadians gave up their nuclear development industry after accidentally giving India nuclear. We've made some interesting choices in the past, haven't we? Our neighborhoods are like that here in the States. Cable companies divide state maps to prevent competition, and it took fiber optic companies a long while to start breaking through. Cox had my entire side of Norfolk locked down until recently. That is terrible, Epic, because then they can set the prices, right? It's like a monopoly. My Steam download speed is 128 megabits per second. It takes longer to install than to download. Oh my lord. Okay, time for me to move to Europe. That's a lot of money. Yes, that's what I'm saying. This is Canada. Like, this is insanity. 8 euros. 8 euros for 1 gigabyte? Okay. That's it. That's it. I've just discovered Michigan is paying way too much for internet. Thanks for that. Like, way too much. How are you all everywhere only paying what you're paying? Join us now. Join the US now. Party told me about the singing. Trump will take care of you. Did they change the Canadian national anthem lately? I don't remember that part. Yeah, that's my rant. Look, everyone. I understand that Canada is larger than most people comprehend. So I understand, like, it's hard to get the Wi-Fi cables in the ground, like the fiber optic in the ground. It's a tough sell. It's a tough deal. It's difficult. I get that. I just feel like our government isn't doing enough to like these basic things. And so then the question is, he's talking here about stagnant productivity growth. It doesn't make as much sense, but basically we are not updating our tech fast enough. And anything we don't want to cope with right now, instead of building that infrastructure to deal with it, we just rely on the Americans. And this is bad because it's made us too independent on America. YouTube deleted my link. It was a link to Digiro. Oh. Is that your provider? It's called technical debt, if you look for the term. Oh, thank you, Tab. Okay, technical debt. Yeah, either way, we're America. Tab, did you see our internet prices? Tab, did you see you have a telecommunication cartel? Yes, we have a cartel. What do you think of our prices? What do you think of our prices here? What do you think, Tab? Compared to Mexico, how's Mexico doing? Does Mexico... Here's a question. Does Mexico have fiber optic yet? Does Mexico have fiber optic? We're just getting it. Oh my lord. Mexico is getting it at the same time as you. I don't want to shit on Mexico, but I feel like... Come on, Canada. Come on. Overhead wires are cheaper. Unironically, it may be more efficient for Canada to intertwine more with China for further development. Well, 没问题，我会说中文。China is at 86%. The USA has 25% coverage. Yeah, but China has a lot of manpower. They can just like tell whole bunches of people to do shit. They also have labor camps who can just dig a lot. You know what I mean? They have like a lot of they have a whole bunch of minorities like the Uyghurs that they can just like put to work. It's fine. It's fine. Like it's, you know, just don't look over there at that section of the country. But, you know, optical fiber is still early to brittle and cold doesn't help. Copper will be easier for cold places. Yeah. So once again, I am not doubting the difficult of getting fiber optic in the ground. Okay. There's no doubt in my mind. The size of Canada is beyond people's comprehension, except Russia. Russians would understand. Number two, the technology might not be there to handle it. However, our government should have been really focusing on keeping it up. Because now, what are we doing? We have stagnant productivity growth. And basically, all of our money isn't going into our own industries, into our own companies, into our own stuff. We're giving all of our talents, all of our resources. We're literally getting it from America, or we're giving it to America. Russians have better internet? Oh, no. Now I'm going to be even more depressed. Really? Karn? No. Oh my gosh. Oh, see? How's the time looking? Okay, we'll just watch a little bit more because...
Which, it's not like that's going to be important in the future of their economy or anything. Again, despite their high immigration rates, mismatches between labor market needs and workers' skills have persisted. Industries requiring high-tech or specialized skills struggle to find qualified workers, limiting innovation and efficiency. And then there's less investment across the board, where we see Canadian firms investing less in machinery, equipment, and intellectual property compared to their international counterparts. This capital investment is critical for equipping workers with the tools needed to increase productivity. And even where there is productivity growth, it's uneven across Canada's provinces. Resource-rich provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan often face boom and bust cycles, while others like Ontario and Quebec struggle with industrial restructuring. And then, of course, there was good old COVID-19, which disrupted industries across the world, reduced workforce participation, and slowed innovation. And rising global competition and supply chain issues have also impacted productivity growth. So what are the consequences of stagnating productivity? With minimal productivity growth, Canada struggles to expand its GDP at a meaningful pace, and making it harder to compete globally. Plus, productivity is directly linked to wages, so stagnation limits employers' ability to offer higher wages, contributing to cost of living challenges. And internationally, Canada risks falling behind countries with higher productivity growth, such as the United States and Germany, which is one of the only European countries actually doing well right now, potentially reducing foreign investment. Sluggish productivity growth also limits tax revenue growth, which complicates government efforts to fund public services and reduce deficits. I want to give you free money right now. I've partnered with different resources.
So I'm just going to skip his ad, but I love you, Caleb.
In the description below, so don't pass
I'll share his video later.
Because I'll punch you. And then the second major economic issue Canada is dealing with, housing affordability crisis. Listen, if you're in America...
Buckle yourselves in, Americans. Check this out.
Right now, like the majority of the audience says and thinks that we have a housing affordability crisis, you have no idea. The thing is, the escalating housing costs in Canada represent a significant economic and social issue affecting millions of Canadians across income levels and regions. Over the past decade, Canadian housing prices have surged dramatically.
Look at that graph. This is 2015. This is 2020. 2024, 2025. We're looking at what? 10 years? 10 years, a house went from costing $300K up to $800, $700K. Tasty. Tasty. So for those people who are living in Europe, 300,000 is 200,000 euros. So it went from 200,000 euros up to, at its peak, 535,000 euros for those who are in the euros. Americans, I think you guys can kind of get the drift here. At that's peak, 800,000 euros for a house. New commie blocks in Canada when? Oh, ARM. Oh, damn it. You know what? I'll choose another town because I know another town that's doing this, not my town. There we go. This is happening in my town as well, but I chose a different town that's also doing this to deal with the homeless. The region of Waterloo is building an outdoor shelter for people experiencing homelessness. The cabins that people will live in have arrived and were being set up this week. There is a communal hub that will have bathrooms, showers, and laundry facilities. This is literally like a communist block behind the Iron Curtain. None of these little homes will have kitchens. There's no kitchens there. Apparently, an old Mennonite woman is feeding the homeless in Waterloo. There are other NGOs, but apparently Mennonites are coming in for a pinch. Way to go, Mennonite people. Like, I'm not saying that Catholics aren't doing anything. I'm not saying that other Protestant people are doing anything. Like, I'm sure there are other people having outreaches to feed people. But apparently there's this one woman who's pretty famous for feeding homeless people in these tiny lot. So this was 2 years ago. I wonder if there's an update.
Coming from being out there on the street, I've seen people cry when they get their keys to their house. Thank you for saving my soul. That's what they would say.
But, you know, if all goes well, it's like...
You know, we may not want to think about this, but on any given night, as many as 35,000 Canadians don't have a place to sleep.
That's 1 year ago. Shay's fading out. That's a porta potty? Yeah. But it will be free? Yeah. Yeah, it will be free.
Particularly in major urban centers like Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. And as of late 2024, the average home price nationwide exceeded $750,000. For reference, we're around $400,000 here in the United States, and they're with urban areas often seeing much higher averages in Canada. And unlike the falling rent in the United States over these past couple years, rent costs have also skyrocketed in Canada, with average monthly rent surpassing $2,200 in many cities. In December 2024, a survey revealed that 43% of Canadians reported heightened financial stress due to housing costs alone. And then 58% of them expressed anxiety about their ability to afford rent or mortgage payments. Many households now spend over 30% of their income on housing, the threshold at which housing is considered unaffordable. In Canada, middle-class families are increasingly priced out of home ownership. Young professionals and first-time homebuyers face significant barriers to entering the housing market. Especially vulnerable populations, including low-income families and seniors, are at heightened risk of homelessness. The fact is, there is a mismatch between housing supply and demand, and that is a major contributor to rising costs in Canada. Urban centers have not built enough housing to keep up with population growth, and some experts say particularly affordable housing units. And then there's the immigration thing, which can get politically charged to us in the United States. But listen, this is pretty bipartisan in Canada at this point. The fact is, Canada welcomed over 500,000 immigrants.
Even Justin Trudeau said it. Even he said it. Justin Trudeau, a champion of immigration, says he overdid it and strained Canada's economy. Oopsie whoopsie poopsie. I made a mistake in my extremely democratic country. Yeah. Chieco's not black-pilled at all. You know? Yeah. He got a whole bunch of people on his little train, and we all got effed. 30% on housing, 45% on taxes, 25% on food. Let's just say, guys, I've been budgeting because I want to start writing like more permanently for myself. And wait 1 second, everyone. Anyway, so I was looking at my budget and I was just like, oh my gosh, it's going to be interesting. Let's just say that.
It's in 2024, which is the highest number in its history. And while immigration actually can support economic growth, it also adds pressure to the housing market, especially when they're not building like in their cities where people live. We see this similar issue here with the strict zoning laws and lengthy permitting processes, which have slowed construction of new housing, particularly high-density developments. And there's local opposition to new developments. We see that here, NIMBYism, and it's further limited housing expansion. Fun fact, if you want rents to fall more than anywhere in the country, like here in Austin, Texas, you have to do what Austin, Texas did unlike anywhere in the country. We built housing! What? Crazy. Who would have thought that would work? Sometimes you just gotta let developers build what the market demands, for fuck's sake, these cities. Now, less of a concern, but still a slight concern in Canada, is speculative buying and investment by foreign entities, which have driven up housing prices, particularly in the metropolitan areas. Now, although policies like foreign buyer taxes have been introduced, their effectiveness kind of remain debatable. Now, for you and I get
foreign buyer taxes. Okay, so let's say you're an American, you want some sweet Canadian estate. Okay, let's say you wanna get some of that Canadian. Let's say you want to get some land in Canada. Guess what? When did we start taxing people who were foreigners? When did we start taxing them? Like seriously taxing them. Air quotes, seriously taxing them. Yeah. So we let, and by the way, this was largely a Chinese problem, but it has become also an Indian problem. We let a whole bunch of people buy land. And we were like, oh, maybe we should start taxing them extra. I wonder. We're not even banning it, which I think we should probably ban it for a while. We're not even banning them. We just started like getting together an effective tax in 2022. It's insane. So not only are we not building enough houses fast enough, not only do we have punitive bylaws that slow the process of development of housing, okay? Not only do we have a parliament full of corrupt politicians who all own multiple housing properties and are therefore not creating laws to crack down on slumlords. Okay? Not only that, we allow people to come in and buy foreign property. And we just decided, oh, maybe we should tax these people. This is how mental our country has been. This is how mental. Arm says, good on them for living under a roof, but these are legit slums. They are slums, Arm. We're going back to the Birmingham slums of the Industrial Revolution. Yes. Make it illegal for non-Canadians to buy land property in Canada? Yeah. I wish, Johnny. I wish. That happened in New Zealand years ago under John Key. Smart John Key. Good for John Key. Many countries ban it. Yeah, China bans it. In fact, you can't own land, period, in China. You guys need social mid-rises. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. Oh, he sold off your land. Oh, holy crap. Oh, no. That's no. That's a no. Yeah, that's a no. Yeah. Now, I don't live in Toronto, but I sure live close to it. Holy moly. Let's say... So let's say we want to buy a home in, I'm going to choose a city in Oakville. I'm going to choose Oakville. We're going to go with Remax. Remax is a popular site. Let's look at Oakville. Wait a minute, I just want to check. Just checking. Don't want to dox myself here. Yeah, we're good. All right, ready? Ready for these pricings? So remember, this is in Oakville. This is 45 minutes away from me. $2 million for this house. $1 million for 3 beds, so 3 bedrooms, 2 baths in this condo. $1.5 million for 4 beds, 4 baths. 2.2 bedrooms for 4 bedroom, 3. That's a big house. That's a big house, but 2.2 mil. Okay, so this is a $700,000 house for 2 beds and 2 bathrooms. Oh, here's a cheaper one. This is probably a, what is this? Probably a condo of some kind. Yeah, it's a condo. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, $474,000. But I mean, this stuff is really nice looking, right? This stuff is really nice looking. Let's choose Kingston, because I think Kingston, I wish I could choose my place, because my city is super ghetto. Let's do a filter. Maximum. Let's bring it down to 300K. Apply filters. Okay, so less than 300K. What are we going to get? 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. That's 95. 300K for a condo, I think. 300K. Oh, this looks like a nice little bungalow. $300,000 for this. Look at the flooring. $300,000 for this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's what we're talking about. So
the houses in Canada, low interest rates during the COVID-19 pandemic did fuel demand for mortgages, which inflated housing prices. And rising inflation and higher interest rates in 2023 and 2024 have worsened affordability, as mortgage payments now take up a larger share of household income. And then for those who don't want to buy and want to rent instead, the demand for rental properties has outpaced supply, partially due to people delaying home purchases and influx of new immigrants. Gosh, that sounds so politically charged. I swear, it's a different country. It is not the same thing we're talking about here. Don't get all political. It is not that. It is literally a math of units per person situation. Now, we also saw short-term rental properties like Airbnb removing long-term rental units from the market, which now, of course, exacerbates shortages. And of course, now there's no surprise, home ownership rates among young Canadians have plummeted, creating generational inequality and wealth accumulation. Many families remain stuck in rental markets, unable to save for a down payment. And kind of similar to what we're seeing here, and this is horrible, it's tragic, homelessness rates are increasing there, particularly in urban areas, as affordable housing options dwindle. Emergency shelters in cities like Toronto and Vancouver report being at...
This is literally what parts of my city look like. This is not a joke. Like this might as well be my downtown, basically.
Overcapacity. We see this in most developed countries, so it's not surprising that housing wealth is concentrated in the hands of older generations and high-income earners, widening the wealth gap. And that'll happen when we're older too. We're going to be the ones that own it, and those younger are not. Younger generations and low-income earners face increasing financial insecurity in Canada. Plus, high housing costs deter skilled workers from relocating to major cities, creating labor shortages in critical sectors. Businesses face higher operating costs as they struggle to attract and retain these employees. So what's the response from the Trudeau government? Well, federal, provincial, and municipal governments have introduced various measures, including taxes on vacant homes and foreign buyers, subsidies for affordable housing units, policies to streamline zoning and permitting. But obviously this hasn't worked, and critics say that these measures have been insufficient to address the root causes of the crisis. Build housing, you dumb f***s. And no, that doesn't mean government housing. It means literally allow the private sector to address the market by getting rid of all your insane zoning. I don't understand how all these cities deal with this. We have proof right here. This is crazy. But the central bank tried to step in as well, and the Bank of Canada raised interest rates to combat inflation, increasing mortgage costs and further straining affordability. And these higher rates have also discouraged new home construction, which, shocking, worsens supply issues. And efforts to build affordable housing units are underway, but face delays due to funding gaps, labor shortages, and local oppositions, because all those projects are always shown to be very effective uses of money and always on time and never over budget and always great, instead of just literally changing the zoning laws. Like, why are we doing this? So yeah, failed state, I don't know. Stagnant state, for sure. What's next now? Are we gonna see new leaders come in and actually fix shit? Now the Liberal Party must quickly organize a leadership race to select Justin Trudeau's successor. And this process could take months, leaving the party in kind of a state of flux. Potential candidates include senior figures like former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland or other prominent Liberal MPs. And this new leader is going to need to rebrand the party and address its declining popularity by shifting to focus to issues like housing affordability, economic stability, and healthcare. There is an election expected later this year, potentially as early as fall, given the minority government situation. The Liberal Party is going to face a challenge of rallying support amid low poll numbers and internal divisions. And then there's the Conservative Party, led by Pierre, some French last name that I don't want to mispronounce, Poilievre. And yeah, holds a strong lead in the polls and is poised to capitalize on Justin Trudeau's resignation. Then there's the New Democratic Party, or NDP, which may attempt to assert itself as a viable alternative to both Liberals and Conservatives, particularly on progressive issues. And the new government, regardless of the party, are going to inherit these unresolved issues, like, again, the rising housing costs, the economic inequality, and stagnating productivity, and the strained relations with the United States, especially with Donald Trump's administration, planning tariffs on Canadian imports. There's a lot to think about here. This proposal is a 25% tariff, requiring strong diplomacy and trade strategies. Plus, Canadians are still dealing with inflationary pressure, high interest rates, and affordability concerns across the board. But Justin Trudeau's resignation may pave the way for the Liberals to move away from his progressive policies.
Anyway, TLDR. We are not investing enough in our country. We're not paying enough for technological development. Our privately held owned companies in Canada owned by Canadian interests are not being prioritized. We put too much into the US and we take too much from the US. We aren't building enough houses. We are not getting skilled workers in to help with our flagging demographics. And the workers that we did bring in who could do varying levels of labor, such as the immigrants and the refugees that we brought in, can't afford to live easily in these centers. But there's not enough housing even made in the smaller towns. So basically, we're all screwed. Yeah, that's Canada. It's fantastic. It's lovely. I love it. So good. So wonderful. Yeah. I just think Americans right now are kind of, there's a lot of Americans who are upset about Trudeau. There are a lot of Americans who are excited about Trudeau, what he's going to do. For Canadians who are conservative and for Canadians who are liberals, whatever that looks like, the tariffs, if they do happen, are going to be crushing for our strongest sectors, and everything is still not looking great. So, yeah, it's not. It's a situation where we, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But anyway, yeah, like, what are those prices? Yeah, a patch of grass for $300K. Yeah. I'm out for the night. Good night, y'all. See you in the morning. The Discord? Yes, absolutely, Herman. Thank you. I'll see you around. Subsidies increase the prices even more? Yeah. Private sector houses will not fix the housing market. All they do is make luxury apartments. Unfortunately, that is also true, ARM. It has to be like specific people who are targeting the middle class and the upper lower class. And they have to do it with technology that allows houses to be built cheaper instead of doing the luxury housing stuff. I'm not sure they're going to be imposed unilaterally. I think they referenced outsourcing specifically. Yeah, once again, when he's talking about the private market sector coming in, the private sector, if they want to make money from the lower upper class and the middle class, they're going to have to come up with new, improved ways to build housing cheaply and quickly, and the bylaws have to come down because we do have insane housing zone restrictions, like really insane, like out of the wazoo stupid, given the amount of land we have. And the allowing foreign buyers to buy our land is mind-boggling. If something could be made in the US, those things get tariffs. That's my understanding. I mean, they could do quid pro quo and start tariffing American products, but you know what, Ben? That's going to hurt a lot of Canadians. It's going to hurt a lot of them because we simply have allowed America to make too much of our stuff. That's the problem. So I actually don't know what anyone could do with the tariffs. Like even Pierre, not sure how he would handle it. Now, Stephen Harper, he was probably one of our more economically interesting people. Still don't know if he would be able to handle the situation because it's a long time thing that's happened for a long time. It's baffling that people think we don't pay for those tariffs as an American. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about the tariffs is that it looks like it's hurting one way. It could definitely be hurting the other way as well. But yeah, it will definitely, if it is for sure imposed, which at this point we don't know, there's, negotiations can happen, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. Yeah. So anyway, leaving that, I kind of liked his video because I felt it was a bit more even-handed and it kind of like just took a look at our situation, like in a broadly. Right now, it's a matter of them buying a t-shirt for $10, then they sell it to me for $20. Tariffs say that they buy that t-shirt for $16, so why would they only charge me $20 for it? Not sure. Not sure how the tariffs are supposed to be working. And at this point, I wouldn't even trust Google to give me a straight answer because they hate Trump. Okay, let's see what CTV.
When it comes to feeding Charlie and Harvey, these pet parents have long trusted this beloved support.
They have very strict.
No choice but to pass that added cost on to her customers. So what would she say to Donald Trump?
I don't believe there's anything I could possibly say. He's going to do what he's going to do, regardless of the hurt that it's going to cause a lot of people.
Across
That's
the
not
border
helpful.
in Canada, human food is also about to take a hit.
We have U.S. packaging and Canadian packaging.
Healthy Crunch in Ontario specializes in non-allergen snacks. No nuts, no dairy, just the good stuff.
Every night I'm like, fingers crossed that it's not going to happen. It's kind of a scary time right now for entrepreneurs.
Her worry? She could be hurt twice. She sometimes imports raw ingredients from America. And if U.S. tariffs come in and Canada retaliates in a tit-for-tat dispute, it's a double whammy. All of it at a time when she's trying to grow her business in America.
It's going to make our products more expensive. Every penny counts. Every consumer is...
So Canadians trying to sell to America could get hit, and Canadians trying to get something from America could get hit. I want to see it, though, from the American perspective. According to PubMed Central, it wouldn't have... Not helpful. Retaliatory tariffs. Okay. Okay. 25% tariff on all goods from Canada. I'm not quite sure. I'll ask my brother. But apparently we could lose up to 500,000 jobs, like 500,000 jobs. And our GDP will be hit hard. Not that our GDP was great anyway, but yeah. Yeah, to incentivize that same company into buying t-shirts from another source. But guess what? Why would they only charge $10 when they could charge 14 instead of 16? Yeah, I'll ask my brother, Epic. I'll ask my brother. I'm going to do that. It is late for me. Not that I'll go to sleep anytime soon, because everyone has been so mentally invigorating. I'm going to be honest. Like, you guys brought up some really good points, especially when we were talking about books and stuff. So I'm going to be like mentally like wired, but I'm going to go and lie down and try to be quiet. So I'm going to be brutally honest. Our dollar has always been shitty, Karn. In fact, it was the one thing that saved me over the past few years. Not to get too detailed on my finances, but I've been just getting by. And the only thing that helped ghostwriting viable is I get paid in US dollars. Okay. I get paid in US dollars. So this book that I'm doing right now, minimum, I'm going to get paid in US dollars. $2,100. See you, Johnny. Thanks for coming in. It was lovely chatting with you. So now I'm going to do USD to CAD. So 21 US dollars, 2,100 US dollars right now is around 3,000 Canadian. So for me, like getting paid in USD, that's fine. But for everyone else, it is not fine. It's the only thing that kept me going for the past couple of years. And I'm going to get a nice paycheck from this client because of the severe and dramatic dollar issues. But for everyone else, or for a lot of people who aren't getting paid in USD, it hurts. It does hurt. Our dollar is just, it hurts a lot. Foreign companies to get bent over by American ones. Well, part of also the issue isn't just greed, Epic. It's also because of proper employment rates. You can make a US dollar expend further by adhering to that country's legal employment, but your dollar will equal more workers. So if you bring that home, everything's going to get more expensive because you have to abide by your laws to pay those people fairly according to your own legal stuff, right? That is why, for example, in Canada, at least this is true in Canada, Canadian made stuff is always more expensive. It's not because the actual process is better. It's not because it's necessarily higher quality, although sometimes that is the case. It's also because of the price of the individual workers that go into making that product is higher. So they have to make that profit. It would be stupid for them not to have a profit. So to expect companies to just run a charity and not make any profit is silly. So of course, if we're going with higher wages in Canada, for example, to make, let's say, a mattress made in Canada is a gajillion times more expensive than a mattress made in China, because the mattress made in China was made for pittance, not because of the materials, but because of the labor as well, the cheap labor that goes into it. And even if you're paying by that country's legal labor wage, it still is cheaper, and the exchange rate could make it last longer. But anyway, eventually, you okay? Anyway, I'm gonna go lie down, and be quiet. What time is it? Yeah, 1 hour later than I expected, but I got 3 videos done. I feel very proud. Thank you for everyone for coming in and hanging in there. It was very enlightening and invigorating, and I love chatting with everyone. I hope to see everyone around next time. And yeah, thanks for coming in. See ya.